fucking Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, what's this? Game Awards!
I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, period, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. And this is the Hassan on broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's Newsday Tuesday, and we're live. We're alive, and there is a Game Awards literally happening right now. It's Gamescom, and I know people are going to be annoying and cancer as hell, but I am not going to be looking at NewsCon. And of course, that is because it's Newsday Tuesday. You already know what it is. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. It is 8/19, August 19th, 2025. I'm live. I'm alive. It's 76 degrees and sunny here. You already know what it is. We're going to do hurricane updates later in a little bit. But before we get into all of that, personal news time. What did I do between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button? So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. I did a lot. Like, we had Ben and Jerry's, Ben Cohen and Ben and Jerry's on yesterday. I ended the broadcast. Played a little bit of Expedition 33. Okay, which was fantastic. What is this? Maya Bodies Hassan. This is more important than any game event. Okay, we got the Maya clips already on deck.
Body like Hassan. Do it. I'm gonna start using my body like Hassan.
Do it. That's what I did this morning. This is what I was doing this morning. I was live on. I was on Maya's stream playing ball, and she destroyed me. I got destroyed by Elam. I got destroyed by Maya. It was terrible. What is this? Smug ass grin. We get it. You like milk pussy. Okay, calm down. That's a different one. But yeah, we got some clips. All right, we'll look at some clips off of that. Look at that. Not every day do you get a personal news segment with like actual clips of what I did on my personal news segment, because it's the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and stop streaming button. It's like a kid playing with her big brother. Yeah. Is that the same Ellen that plays games with the Simon in them?
He's not bad at basketball.
Maybe. I don't know if he plays games with the Simon. What is this? What did she say?
He's not bad at basketball, I won't lie.
Who?
Hassan. He's not bad.
I mean, that's an admission.
Yeah? It's going really well. It's going really well.
Did you win?
Jumbo.
No, I lost. They defeated me. Before this started, I beat Elam 13-0 and then another one 13-1. And then I let him shoot a bunch, and you know, we had a fake little game where, you know,
I was going between his legs.
no, it's on cam. I
was gonna get
it.
possession back. I was gonna go between his legs. It was gonna be awesome. Chad, then I would have taken it to the basket.
I thought if you grabbed it, you would I could pick you up with the ball. That's what I thought was going on.
Wait.
If you held on to it strong enough on the ground, I was trying to see if I could pick you up with the ball. But just, I'm dribbling on you. Yeah.
You probably could. No, I did. I was able to. She weighs like 80 pounds. You beat a woman on camera? Yeah, dude. What do you mean? What is equal rights and equal lefts? What are we talking about? You challenge me to a game of basketball, I'm going to take it seriously. I'm going to beat you up. I got a dunk off too. That was kind of aura. Was that aura? Did I have aura, chat? I think I had some aura.
Wait.
If you held on to it strong enough on the ground.
What is
I was
this?
trying to-
I'm so excited. Mike gets to be small girl with Hassan because he is large boy. Okay, you're.
See if I can pick you up with the ball.
This is so
But
cringe.
just
And it's not even like I know what it's a reference to. It's a reference to the latest Fear and episode. For those of you who haven't watched it, it's a reference to that very famous viral Taylor Swift fan clip video. And I just never want to think about that ever again, unless we're in the presence of Cutie Cinderella, at which point it's fantastic. I love using that against her. I love using the existence of that clip against her. Do you ever wish you were athletic though? All the time,
I'm dribbling
man.
on you. Yeah.
I'm just strong, and I can play a little bit of basketball, but I'm not an athletic person by any means.
Yeah.
They're like this, right?
Wait.
Swifties hate that clip. Please never mention it again. When are you balling with Cutie's new friend Kate? Dude, I would love to. I would love to ball with her. You can get a dunk. You got a dunk on a low rim. That's true.
What can we do here? I mean, I'll try to dunk it.
I'll try to dunk it. It's crazy.
I can't dunk it. I'm too fat.
That's so evil. It's like Emily hitting herself in the dick.
Never mind. I can dunk it.
So this is
Well, you got to try it now. Turns out I can dunk it. I was wrong.
one-handed. No way.
All right, game point, everybody. Time to dunk.
Let's go.
It's not a dunk. It was a dunk. That counts. That counts. That counts. That counts. Bro, 6'4" rim grazer package. Did Maya dunk it too? Yeah. This clip ends earlier, but she did. She did. Have you watched the anime Sakamoto Days on Netflix? Yes. Not to mention discussing lack of charitability from chat. This was a mythical guest pull. Definitely one of my favorite moments. What is this? That's amazing.
And this
Oh, Ben Cohen. Yeah, Ben Cohen's the GOAT. It's awesome. I love chatters getting mad at like a 75-year-old man for not being fully on board. It's just like guy who's been like probably one of the more like openly progressive figures in this country as like a business owner, you know, in perpetuity. But he's like, I don't understand why he's not wearing the Hamas banner. We can't do this anymore. I'm not even going to address it. We're just going to act like those guys. Those guys that have statements like that, if there is any sort of like feedback such as that, people that make statements like that, we're just going to act like they're not there. You know, I'm going to be like, those guys are, what the fuck? Maya X Kaya true size reveal. This is real. Generational collab in the works. Brace can't be stopped. Yeah, I put this together for the record, or potentially if it happens.
Well,
Okay. Don't even act like generational collab in the works. I'm taking credit for that if it works. Okay. If it happens, that's mine. Credit to me, please. Ben is a hero for this take. Any idea when you want to do the census? Yeah, sometime this week. Possibly Friday, maybe. I think Friday could be a good time to do it. The Hasanabi Politburo checking in. Reporting y'all to HR. What is this? Keep watching Netflix documentaries in the Lemon Party.
Lemon Party?
Lemon stand. The Lemon Show.
Lemon Party is a picture of a bunch of old guys
I know.
fucking each other. Marsh, pull that up.
Lemonade Stand podcast is what you were talking
Marsh,
about.
pull that up. Marsh,
Please don't make me.
Marsh, pull.
This motherfucker pulls nothing, bro. He is the reverse Jamie. I swear to God. Jamie is notorious for pulling whatever needs to be pulled up. March is notorious for never pulling that shit up when he needs to. Okay? Look at him throwing up question marks in the chat saying, come on, man.
That up. Come
on,
rival
man.
podcast. Pull up Lemon Party.
Let's see what the territory looks
Marsh,
like.
type it in your browser.
People really enjoyed the America Me Down this week, by the way. Do it more. I mean, I don't know. I feel bad because I feel like that ruins Will's vibes. You know what I mean? Are we blaming the funnier episode on the lack of Austin or the inclusion of March? Sometimes it just hits. Sometimes it just hits. That's it. What is this? People will shit on this approach, but I genuinely initially started learning about social justice because like well over a decade ago, his videos came up on my Facebook feed and I kept coming back purely because I thought he was cute. Yeah, no, it's the meta. It's the method. This is what I've been doing. And I'm going to keep doing it, you know, for as long as I can. I think I'm going to be salt and peppered up eventually, you know, when I get into like my mid 30s, I'm going to be salt and peppered up, and I'm going to keep doing that. The last Fear End episode was such a banger.
Oh, your mom can kill your stepmom.
That'd be awesome. So many women or gay men would they would do anything for the spot I have watching Hassan pump his muscles with sweat beaded on his chest.
No,
Total
we're gay as hell. But
yeah.
like, but
Okay.
we're like cool gay.
Yeah, we're sick.
Ludwig's
Yeah.
cool gay.
Oh,
Guys, Ludwig is very cool gay.
Nah,
he's so
he's
gay.
like- he's
Guys, my boyfriend's gay, okay?
Frothing up labia.
Let's
Really?
stalk this woman.
I was on an airplane. You guys want to hear about the gay sex I had recently? I hate my landlord. America. That's my Obama. America.
1, 2, 3. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Barbecue ribs and pussy too. She's explaining 9/11, and I want to know.
No!
I don't know what.
that was so funny. But when I said barbecue ribs, gotta have them ribs and pussy too, it was so funny because they thought I was just being straight up racist. And it's just like a classic Obama clip. That is definitely an introduction. If you don't show the clip and they don't know, you're like, what the fuck? This is not like you at all. What, are you just being racist about Barack Obama? Like, oh, that's insane. Gotta have them ribs and pussy too. I don't even know the background of that, like what he's reading. I don't even know. I've never even looked into it.
9/11 is. What happened on 9/11? Keep watching Netflix documentaries in the lemon party.
Lemon party?
Lemon stand. The lemon show.
Lemon Party is a picture of a bunch of old guys fucking each other. Marsh, pull that up.
Talking
Marsh,
about.
pull that up. Marsh,
Please don't make me.
Marsh, pull that up. Come
on, man.
Do it.
Whatever you guys
Do
do,
it.
don't watch this podcast.
There we go.
He's crying.
I'm gonna just start
Practically-
talking about butt fucking.
You guys are kind of big.
Fat shaming?
No, everyone is mean to me. And that's why I'm so multifaceted and I don't get enough credit for that. I don't give enough credit for being multifaceted.
This is a different
I'm
one
like
of
I'm like a Swiss Army knife of a human, okay?
More like a Swift Army knife.
Thank you. I'll take it. I'm the producer now. bitchy.
hearing myself in the ear.
We can put her in that fucking chair, Mark.
Yeah. No one gives a shit about your search history.
Oh, she's actually pulling up gay porn.
This is from the Patreon part. This part was crazy. Where the Patreon episode was insane because it's just Cutie describing to us a Taylor Swift conspiracy theory about the next album that I don't even think she believes. Like at the end of it, not to spoil it too much, but she spent like an hour and said she could have gone for 5. This was the abbreviated version of it. And at the end of it was just like, yeah, I don't really believe this. And it blew my mind. It's like she's just invested in conspiracies for the sake of conspiracy. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy.
Wait, why did you get one of those toys and I didn't get one?
Because it's my house. I make the rules. She's never had a valley. She's still peaking.
Peek on that.
I mean, the Eras tour was her new peak. Actually. No! I'm gonna throw something in your face.
You can't do it. Don't throw
Try.
it. No.
I could live with sucking his cousin's dick.
It was a big deal.
Sure.
Put Bozo in the spotlight.
Dude, you're
Put him in the
fried,
spotlight.
bro.
Oh, look at me go.
Get your
Oh,
Indeed
oh,
ready.
Wicca.
Get your Indeed ready.
Dog, you are gonna. Wait, what? Are you fucking kidding me? All of that to tell us that you think the theory's wrong?
There's too much. There's too much porn.
is so
There's just
funny.
too much porn.
Pull up some hentai for us.
Ate a fucking microwave dinner, shit my pants, and then literally walked to the nearest goddamn gas station with Dookie all running down my fucking leg, not realizing that I just had Dookie the entire time and I was spraying it everywhere. Yes, I have bigger loads, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, It sounds like Austin's a problem. Okay, everybody calm down. He's gonna hear that and then get sad. That's not. Austin is also a fantastic part of the podcast. It doesn't work. It doesn't work if we don't have all of the tools. Okay, if we don't have every single person, we must have everybody. That was a great clip comp. I love that. Do you think the Lemonade Stand boys will have you on their show, or are you too much of a commie? I don't know. Probably. Yeah. Why wouldn't they? I'm friends with all those guys. So anyway, Newsday Tuesday. What's next for Ukraine after Zelensky Trump meetup? Hurricane Aaron imminent. React Lord back and more. Get it now. I'm on Al Jazeera and on the I've Had It pod. Radicalizing wine moms. I'd love for you to have Aiden on the broadcast so we can ask you questions. He would be bullied for it on the yard. Oh yeah. You know what? That's actually a great, that low key is a fantastic idea. Did you see the murder on Kick live in France? I did. I don't know. The authorities are making it seem like it's not a murder. I need to look at that story a little bit more, but it's not shocking to me that happened. Kick is like the most, this is where that would happen platform, right? I'm not saying it's not a murder for the record. I'm just surprised that like the authorities themselves, like the French authorities made it seem as though it might not be, which is confusing to me. Like they basically investigated it a little bit and then they released the other Kick streamers that like participated in the hazing. It is literally them torturing him and have been torturing him for years. No, I saw pieces of it. Like I read into it a little bit because when I first heard it, I was like, this seems like a hellish nightmare that that we would basically bring up as a potential as a hypothetical thing that could happen in the future as a hypothetical that could happen in the future if left unchecked, right? Because it's like, you say it's a Black Mirror episode, but honestly, Kick is a Black Mirror episode every day. Like, Kick is doing Black Mirror episode shit on a daily basis. Oh, also, speaking of this photo, which I used on my blast off as well, I literally gave Maya my only remaining John Brown Hunting Club hat because it is identical to the hat that she was wearing. So now she can have a John Brown Hunting Club hat. Only remaining John Brown Hunting Club hat because it is identical to the hat that she was wearing. So now she can have a John Brown Hunting Club hat. And then I explained to her the background of John Brown and who he was, radical abolitionist, was considered a terrorist, but he's actually a profoundly important historical figure, all that stuff. Please go over that sick, evil streamer that abuses his dog during streams. Me. Right-wing meme gremlin added to Cuomo's campaign. He becomes more Trumpish every day. That's the least surprising thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Do you see this dog built like Fish and Kaya? What is this? This is just an English Mastiff, I think.
We can't go. Bye-bye. We got the grandkids here, and Mommy's gone. She's not coming back until later. Don't you walk away from me.
That's a big dog. She don't want no puppy.
She just walk
she want
away
a big
from me.
dog. Stop fat shaming
Ravioli.
Kaya. I will never stop fat shaming Kaya. She's fat. I love dogs like this, bro. They are
Now,
just.
you can't walk away.
I never thought I'd be. I always thought like I would hate the jowls. Dogs with big like sloppy jowls. Because like I remember Bradley Martin has a dog like this, and that thing slobbers everywhere, right? And it's like, well, luckily Kaya's not a big drooler, even though she does drool every now and then. But it's very cute. You get used to it. She doesn't slobber as much, luckily. But also, I will say, all of the drool, it amounts to it's not frustrating at all. Once that's your child, once that's your baby, once that's your child, once that's your baby, it don't matter. Your baby can drool all over you. It doesn't matter. You still love them. Okay, here's a clip from I've Had It. I went on this podcast as well the other day.
Oh my God, Mr. GQ Pumps, go ahead and get it out of your system.
Oh my God, I loved it. Loved the bubble bath. Here's the deal, Hassan. You're the only person. Like, I hate everybody that posts their workouts on the internet. I hate everybody that posts their outfits of the day. I fucking like yours every single day because you're so cute and so smart and so everything.
I do it for you specifically. So that's why I do it.
Oh my God, Mr. GQ Pumps, go ahead and get it out of your system.
Oh my God, I loved it. Loved the Babble.
Part 2. There was a part 2 to this.
I mean, he's so smart.
Oh wait, this is funny. I think this was like after I had logged off, but because I needed to stay on. If you've ever done one of these things, you need to stay on the software so that they can upload on their end. So I could hear them talking. I could literally hear them talking. But I wasn't like, I think they thought that I was like gone.
Deeply attractive.
He's so smart. He's so deeply attractive. He's so well spoken. He's built. I mean, I'm just looking at him the whole time thinking, you're like the full fucking package, dude.
The very first time Pumps met Hassan, we arrived at his house and she's like, oh my God, you're hot. And
I couldn't help it. It just came out.
Right out of the gates, Mrs. Robinson. And then we hung out with Hassan at the DNC and she would just march right up to him. She could just, Hassan, you're just so handsome.
Yeah. And we'd get a picture and he'd be standing next to me. I'd be like, no. I want a full arm around. I want people to
yeah, she made him.
That we're a couple.
She did.
I did. I mean, he's that cute.
I forgot that you did that.
Ever thought about writing a book, To Grifter? No. I just don't have time for it. Dude, I'm telling you right now, white women are the fedayeen. People forget, okay? Women do not hold up half the sky. Mao Zedong was right. They hold up 98% of the sky, okay? What I mean by this is for younger content creators, for like influencers in general, and K-pop, like what is this entire industry built around? Teenage girls and permanent adoration, okay? And then those teenage girls grow up and become ladies who have children, whatever. They become fully fleshed adult women, and then they are responsible for most of commerce. Women make, I think, I forget what the number is, but it's I believe it's like more than 75%, less than 90%, somewhere around there, of all the consumer decisions being made in every household in the United States of America. Like women are the key to unlocking the revolutionary potential of the masses. Okay, it's straightforward. It's straight up true. They make all of the consumption purchases in the households. Every household, regardless of like conservative, liberal, doesn't matter. Okay. They are massively, massively important. So what you're saying is women be shopping? No, we're not going to be doing any of that. Teenage girls ain't the ones affording BTS tickets. I'm just saying that like the real meta is that, think about all of like the biggest celebrities that have like exploded in popularity even to this day, but like certainly back when, you know, someone could be like a global iconic figure like Justin Bieber. It was like teenage girls that made up the core fan base. And those teenage girls grow up and become adult women, and they still make up the core of all the commerce decisions that are being made, all the purchase decisions that are being made. They are the ones who are in the front lines of trends, and they are the ones who I think will be a formative. They will present an important force for what comes next. Okay, that's what I think. Swifties run the world. Yeah, that's why I can't like make fun of Taylor Swift too much, because I get so scared. So it's great. I'm happy. Like Kyle Kalinske hit me up and was like, "Yo, the I've Had It ladies love you. I'm telling you, like, you know, the liberal Y moms are radicalizing." And I was like, Kyle, they've been on the ball. They've certainly gotten more radical in this last year post-election, but they have been there. You know, I had him on my stream. I had him on the show, on the podcast, on the Fear and podcast years ago, before the election. If you guys recall, they were at the DNC. They've been there. You know, a lot of people don't understand. Don't be scared of the Swifties. I'll protect you. White women, the 53% or so that voted for Trump, y'all, Glaze is too hard to watch. Yeah, no, that's the point. Do you not understand? Exactly. That is the point. They did. And you know who won? Donald Trump. That's the point I'm making. We got to swing that 53% in the opposite direction. That's what I'm saying. You are admitting the same point that I am making. Yes. Focus up. I don't see the shift is what I'm saying. Well, I'm going to keep working on it. Okay. Wait. Just wait. Just you wait. Women hold just the structure of movements, but the work they do doesn't typically get the glory or face roll. You need to steer them away from Newsom. I know. Do a reading in the tub series aimed at wine moms. Instant banger. Damn. We even got Demi Charm agreeing with me on this. Okay. As a black girl, but okay. No, I feel you. I feel you. We just got to make these allegiances work. You know what I mean? Like, because you're already there. Black women have already been at the forefront of every fucking radical movement in this goddamn country in perpetuity throughout history. They also comprise the base of support already that directly goes to whatever the left version is. I say this all the time. I think, like, if the Democratic Party was a democratic socialist party, I think black women would still overwhelmingly still vote for that version as well. Like, they don't vote for the Democrats because the Democrats are perfectly in line with their worldview. They vote for the Democrats because that's like the best possible strategic voting that they can engage in for self-preservation out of the two options that are readily available. That's it. In any case, yeah, there's never been a moment where black women haven't been carrying. I'm a liberal wine mom, formerly conservative, started moving left after Trump was nominated in 2016. There are a lot of us. Yeah, I think so too. And it's just one of the demographics of consequence in this country. Make no mistake. Oh, damn. My Tom Billio debate / podcast came out. America is a source of endless greed. Impact theory of Tom Billio. I don't necessarily care about debt at all, Hassan. There's the problem. Capitalism isn't failing people. Dude, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that I went on this podcast. There's some Hasanabi heads that are working on the Tom Billio podcast. This guy is like an entrepreneur guy. I didn't know what it was when I went on, but I thought, of course I'll go on this. This seems great. Like I'll go on any podcast like that. You know what I mean? Especially ones that like focus on, entrepreneur stuff like that. But I didn't realize how much of the focus of it was going to be on like capitalism versus socialism. But what I thought was really interesting was that, like, you got a guy like Tom Billier, who is an entrepreneur podcast guy, actively talking about how we got to find solutions to the current system. That's a good start. His answers are, in my opinion, far too focused on like the issue of debt. Having said that, however, the very fact that he is even recognizing that there is a major issue is good. It's not bad. It's good, because this is the type of guy who is normally supposed to tell you like everything is awesome. Everything is awesome. There is no problem. There are no problems. Everyone needs to shut the hell up. You get to eat McDonald's burger every day. There's never been a better time to be alive than right now. Like, that's the Steven Pinker method, right? Like, this is the grind harder guy, right? If the grind harder guy is all of a sudden moving the issues away from individual responsibility back to systemic flaws, that means that, even rich people are starting to recognize, even rich people who make a living off of saying, you just got to work your way through the system, are recognizing that there is a genuine issue. Are you sure he's not just going where the wind takes him? I don't know. 40K is crazy work. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying like all these podcast appearances? Yeah, I did. I've had it. I did this podcast a while back. I mean, this past week. And then on top of that, I did Twitch push notifications aren't working, King. You're shadow banned. And then I did Al Jazeera too. I do think debt will be a problem in not too long. As soon as the dollar isn't the world reserve currency, I think that's a matter of time. The debt we have really does start to matter. I agree. Yeah. Dude, I'm unemployed and I can't keep up with you. Yeah, man. I do media appearances, podcasts. I'm all over the goddamn place, It is what it is. Yeah, we got a bunch of media appearances in the books too, in the works. I was on Al Jazeera, The Take, Twitch to Politics, Hassan Piker on Gaza and the U.S. right wing. I went on the podcast The Take. That was cool. That's on video too. I always have to search especially for you because Hassan Abi doesn't appear on my page. Yeah, dropping off 80K worth of podcast appearances like it's nothing, dude. You already know, 20K a pop. I am emailing Al Jazeera. They need to know you're an anti-Semite, bro. Yeah. The mega charm offensive is beautiful. It's not even a charm offensive. I don't think you guys understand. I say no to a litany of different media opportunities with regular frequency because I just simply don't have enough time. So these past couple of weeks, I've had the time to do this stuff. And ultimately, Patrick Bet David, he reached out. We're moving. Initially, I think they wanted me to do like one of the Valuetainment Network podcasts to work my way up to it. And I was like, I'm not doing that. That's crazy. Like it's either Patrick or bust. And so we might do something like that as well. We might do a Patrick Bet David, dude. My goat. I can't wait to see Vinny in person. He's gonna probably try to kill me, but that's exciting. Yeah, the Jam episode is out as well. Hasan Piker eats cake with a spoon. Obviously, there's that too. Were there any media appearances that gave you huge engagement spikes? No. It doesn't work like that. It never works like that. I'm too established in my career at this point for me to see like a huge spike. That works for like someone who goes on the Joe Rogan Experience and before then they have like maybe a smaller podcast or something and they make a big impact. That doesn't at this point people know who I am. And people have made up their minds. There's always new people coming in for sure, but that's not how it works. Like, for example, I'll tell you this much. None of the mainstream appearances actually end up bringing people to watch the Twitch stream at all. Like, not even a little bit. However, mainstream appearances are good because that's what all the marketing managers and the media executives, like, they are the ones who are actually tapped into that. The unks who are totally removed from this side of the universe. Like, they are so oblivious to this kind of stuff. So they see it. So then in their minds, they're like, oh, that's a person. That's a person I've heard of. And it's just like you're top of mind. And then they think about like maybe a project that they're working on. And then in that process, they're like, oh, Hasan could be a good person for this, right? But overall, I don't mind doing this stuff. I don't mind going anywhere and everywhere as long as it's within my bandwidth. So that's it. I'm going to be honest. I think you're way bigger on YouTube and really minimizing your potential for not multi-streaming. Maybe. How did that audition turn out? Did we discuss this? What audition? Any podcast while you're in China? That'd be sick. What stuff would you say no to?
I know Hasan said,
yeah, I can't wait to go on Patrick Bet David, bro.
Trump was talking about the border and the illegals are the problem. They are the problem. By the way, I don't respect any Nepo baby that thinks Twitch streaming is a job. And I want the audience to know, this guy, Hasan, has said in the past that America deserved 9/11. So don't even talk. Don't even open your mouth. Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
just shut up.
I'm a big
just
fan of you.
Just do me a favor and shut up.
I'm
respectfully.
a big fan of you. And,
okay, but hold on.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hasan, you shouldn't be on this fucking panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers, it'll be a huge challenge.
You triggered, Vinny?
Oh, man. Please bring up that Vinny was a Twitch streamer. Oh, dude, I'm his most loyal fan. Are you kidding me? Pierce Mergen the whole way through. Lemonade Stand Podcast going to China. You guys could link up and bask in the glory of the CCP. Wait, they are? What the fuck is AJ? Al Jazeera, man. What are you kidding me? The greatest. When are you debating Charlie Kirk? In a couple like next month, around this time. Yeah, that's coming up. I did cancel the Cuba trip, yes, because I didn't want to go to prison. And unfortunately, he's going to run. He won't do it. No, he'll do it. We're locked in. What's the context behind you saying U.S. deserved 9/11? It's very simple. American foreign policy and intervention in the region directly caused blowback and led to 9/11. That's it. A pretty simple concept. Most people agree with it. My entire career is a sequence of people actively, sometimes because of the way I word things, but in other instances, people just like voluntarily taking the most cynical approach to whatever the fuck I'm saying and then manufacturing outrage surrounding it. It is what it is. Yeah. People have much less visceral reaction when I say the Pentagon deserved 9/11, lol. Yeah. It's just, there are a couple different here's the thing, okay? For a lot of people that take for granted living in the United States and never really questioning certain things and just like taking it as a truth, right? When I say, for example, that someone who is a part of a state military, like the Israeli military, conducting an illegal raid in an illegally occupied territory such as the West Bank is open for, regardless of who they are, regardless of how much you like them or whatever, like in the process of conducting a military raid, they are totally susceptible to any sort of like violent retaliation by the occupied peoples. When I say that, that's just objectively true, but people get really fucking mad about it. People lose their minds over it because like it tweaks their brain, right? Where they're like, what do you fucking mean? What? This doesn't make any sense. I know people that are that serve in the military. How dare you say that they're like a valid target? It's like they are. Like it's just that is the case. Like if you're doing an illegal occupation, like what you're doing is a crime. And yes, of course, people have every legal right. And also, what is this? Funded by Liquid Death? Shut up. Talking Points funded by Liquid Death. Don't believe this Kirk bitch. Funded by Liquid Death with Zoran fucking Marxist racist. Bait. Yeah, I know. That's like, it's just, it's funny that's like how, it's funny how stupid a lot of people are about this. Like, it's funny how stupid a lot of my haters are, that like even the average person at this point goes, dude, they're just drinking fucking water. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, the whole like, oh, you want to, genuinely baffling that you criticize capitalism yet you participate in capitalism is such a salient dunk in moron circles. Like, I think the point is that these people are already wealthy. They don't need to do shit like this. They could have just had tap water in the counter instead. When you're struggling to make ends meet, sure, be turbo capitalist. But when you're a literal millionaire, don't take corporate brand gigs while complaining about corporations. Yeah. Like this person has fantasized that I've gotten a brand deal here by Liquid Death to do this stream or something. And it's just wrong. But they're done. They've already made up their minds. There are so many people like this who just unironic. This has been popping off. I don't know what happened. But this has been a lot of people have been posting this footage over and over again. This photo over and over again to be like a lot of blue chicks were posting this over and over and over again, being like, hell yeah, dude, these guys are fucking getting sponsored streams and all this shit. And it's like, that's not, no, we're just drinking water, man. Like it just happens to be Liquid Death water, but we're not. Wouldn't Mamdani have had to disclose it if he appeared in it? Yeah, of course. Mamdani is a public servant that is like literally running for office at this point. This is before the New York primaries. This would be completely illegal. So on every, like the simplest thing is when you see a photo like this from a stream, when you see a snapshot of a stream like this, your mind shouldn't automatically go to, oh, is there a brand deal that these guys got? It should probably go to, oh, they're just drinking Liquid Death because that was what was available in the store. You know what I mean? But the thing is, like, the dumber my haters get and the dumber the broader public gets, the more salient positions like this become. You can just like make an idiotic take like this and it will go fucking viral. And it doesn't matter. People have already made up their goddamn minds on it. So they just go along with it over and over and over again. Many such cases. I mean, my response to it did go fairly viral as well. Love the product placement during a discussion of how capitalism ruins everything. I said, we're literally just drinking water, man. It's true. We're just, socialism means no water. Socialism means no water. This is the real Watergate. Rules for thee, but not for me. We're literally just drinking water in response to critiquing on supporting one of the purest forms of capitalism, selling water when you're the socialist content creator in an amount of social dissonance that's almost impressive. Buddy, this is what I mean. It's just, I guess it's good. And it's indicative of the reality that they can't find something that's real. So they just have to fantasize about something that's not real. That even if it was real, doesn't even fucking actually make sense. Like, even if I did a branded fucking stream, not with Zoran because he's an elected official, but like, Even if I personally did a fucking Liquid Death sponsor stream, like, the fuck do you mean? What does that have to do with socialism? You know? Like, that's not even an immoral thing. So you're wrong on that front too, but you're doubly wrong because it's not even a sponsored stream. You just have nothing. It's so funny because, like, you'll look at these guys' profiles and they're like following the worst, like, sex pests. They'll be like conservative. And then they're following, you know, they voted for Donald Trump and they're following a litany of different, like, right-wing pedophiles and shit. And it's like, dude, just focus on your own shit. You know what I mean? Please. But it is funny because, like, we joke sometimes when we say, like, socialism means no house, whatever, right? And people will be like, no, it's just like, if you are even advocating for marginally better society, that means, like, you can't actually, that means I get to dictate what kind of house you live in, right? Or how much money you make. And then they will unironically try to do debates around this process. And at that point, you're just basically, just fighting against the dumbest people. You're fighting against, like, their own hallucinations. But if everyone is hallucinating in the same way, or if a significant number of people are hallucinating in that alternative reality, then I guess sometimes you just have to say something about it. Pretty sure there's a psyop going on right now to put a wedge between leftists. Way too much purity testing going on essentially for no reason. No, I think it's a part of the cycle. There is a lot of momentum right now for one of the pivotal issues that leftists have been on board with and have been right about for quite a while, Israel-Palestine. And therefore, when that happens, when we get to a point where you know, the people that have been consistently advocating were right, and on top of that, there is no real change happening, people start pulling in the ranks, and they start just, like, circling the wagons around one another and start attacking one another instead. It stems from a place of powerlessness. I say this all the time. This is normal. Liberals used to do that all the time in the first Trump administration, when there was, like, obviously a lot of animosity against Trump, but no one could really do anything about it. So they just started infighting instead, thinking that this is a more productive outcome when it clearly isn't. That's the opposite of circling the wagons. I know. What is it called? It's not circling the wagons. Circling the wagons is when you protect the in-group. Circular firing squad. Wagoning the circles. No, circular firing squad is what it is. I mean, they really won't let go. The lefties didn't vote on purpose. Nah, I think that's just people chirping. Let them chirp. Who cares? Bro, please, this is not why we're frustrated with you. We just felt like you went on Kitty Glows with Does. Dude, I'm not even talking about that. What are you saying? We've moved past that point, brother. That's not even what I'm talking about. What are you saying right now? I can't even make a fucking broader point about, like, liberals fucking yelling at the left without some dude in my chat being like, nah, you don't understand. My criticisms are valid. I get it, dude. You were valid. I'm wrong. I'm so sorry. Okay, please stop. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? It's past infighting. Eggman and his ilk have been saying some heinous shit lately. Yeah. It used to be possible to treat Matt Iglesias, Noah Smith, Brett Stevens, etc. as amusing buffoons, but with the onset of the genocide, they were revealed as morally depraved psychopaths who will rationalize the blowing up and starvation of babies. They're not a joke anymore. It's fun to mock these men for their combination of confidence and ignorance, but they are actively working to provide intellectual cover for some of the worst crimes against humanity ever perpetrated. I find it hard to keep laughing at them. They are sinister. I agree. I just can't deal with them because they piss me off so much. It makes it so that their takes are so horrible. Their takes are so awful.
It's how quickly a constitutional state can become an unjust state and how this leads to darkness. But it also shows that we cannot simply stand by and watch. When this happens, we must take action.
Indeed. There are other examples like your game playable here at Gamescom, such as Glass House by Flat28 Collective.
I thought she was going to say, like, America.
Damn! Lyric coming out hot. They keep coming up with dumb shit to try to make it a bigger deal as usual, and it never works. When they try the next thing, it's fucking stupid. Yeah. Cuomo news. I got audio with Andrew Cuomo at one of his Hamptons fundraisers, and he's counting on Trump and Tom Republicans to encourage New Yorkers to vote for him and not Adams or Sliwa to stop Zoran Mamdani. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Gamescom announced a Sekiro video game. I mean, a Sekiro anime, which is exciting. What do people not get about it isn't helpful? Hasanabe is literally trying to help make a change. They just won't hear it. They won't hear it. I've noticed in my experience that it sucks, but there's not really much you can do about it, especially when most people don't necessarily care about the context or nuance or the truth about any particular thing. And you just have to keep pushing. You just have to keep reiterating what you believe, and you just have to keep doing the work. And eventually people will either come to the correct conclusions on their own and come to recognize our worldview, the things that we advocate for as moral and just, and hopefully fight alongside people like yourselves, people like myself, or they'll just keep being angry. That's it. And there's not really much you can do about that. That's it. You just keep pushing and do good work and try to help others. Okay. One of my friends who I've been talking to, like, I've had a tumultuous past couple of days. I've gotten vicious smears and attacks, and they've only escalated in the aftermath of positive media coverage and things of that nature. But there was one piece of really, really, really good news that took place that reminded me that it's all worth it at the end of the day. And that is that one of my friends, I'm not going to reveal who, but one of my friends out of Gaza, and don't ask me who it is, has made it out of Gaza, and he's in the United States of America. And I'm, I was like tearing up when I saw that. He hit me up. He told me, like, I finally made it to America. And like any kind of impact that you can have in even one person's life like that is so important, so consequential, and such a good thing. It makes everything, it makes it all worth it. It's shit like that. That's what really matters. Especially as like the American government is now looking at ways of reversing visa programs and things like that. It's just so fucking frustrating. So, hey brother, you've changed my whole worldview thanks to your analysis. I've gone from being pro-Israel to pro-Palestine. I've used your arguments to change my whole family's opinion too. You do good work. Don't stop. Yep. Yeah. This is why I do it. And this is why you should also, if there's one takeaway from the way I operate, if you get one takeaway from the way I operate and follow my example, if you will, that should be to maintain charity and to constantly keep pushing, constantly try to make change in the world. Change your friends' attitudes, change your family's attitudes. Don't get discouraged, and make a dent in your own communities. That's it. I know it's when times get tough, it's easy to feel discouraged and nihilistic and look for more appropriate targets that will be the recipient of your anger and resentment. But eventually you just have to let it go and just keep pushing. That's what I've been doing this whole time. And I urge you all to do the same. Take on the emotional labor if you can, and maintain revolutionary optimism. And if you can't maintain revolutionary optimism because you look at how things have moved in the positive direction over the course of decades, then you can maintain revolutionary optimism and not succumb to nihilism out of pure spite for the enemy. Okay? Because some of the worst people on the planet would love for you and me to shut the fuck up and to just go away and to show our bellies and say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. That's what keeps me going. It feeds into my ambitions. Okay? What do you say to people who are too afraid to go to protests? Protests are amazing. Solidarity, like experiencing solidarity, being surrounded by like-minded people with a singular goal in mind is the closest expression to love that you see, that you experience. 100%. When I go out and I attend protests internationally, when I go to other countries and go to protests, or when I go to other countries and like talk to political leaders in other countries and people who are like-minded, I'm reminded of that solidarity. And it is the closest thing I've ever felt to an expression of love. Just having, just being around people who get it, it is incredible. It gives you so much confidence. It restores your faith in humanity. It's an amazing experience, and I highly recommend it. Anyway, now let's get to Vladimir Putin, okay?
Steps in the push to end this war in Ukraine. The White House says President Trump again spoke with Russia's Vladimir Putin yesterday in what the Kremlin says was a 40-minute phone call. Now, that came after Ukraine's President Zelensky visited the White House yesterday along with key European allies. The group got the president to agree to security guarantees for Ukraine. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Good morning, Nancy. We understand there is an effort now to have Putin and Zelensky meet face to face. Do you really think that's going to happen anytime soon?
I think this is the greatest chance we've seen so far, Gail. Good morning. During that call with the Russian president, President Trump worked to arrange this meeting between Putin and Zelensky, which the German chancellor told reporters could happen within the next 2 weeks. This would be the first meeting between these two leaders since the war began 3.5 years ago. And a Russian spokesperson, though, would only say that high-level talks would take place and did not confirm that Putin himself would be involved.
And I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out.
5 hours of meetings between President Trump, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and European leaders yielded 2 key results. First, a promise from President Trump that the U.S. will help provide security guarantees designed to protect a post-war Ukraine from future invasions by Russia.
The other material outcome was the agreement that will now be a bilateral agreement between President Putin and President Zelensky.
That was British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, one of 7 European power players who all flew into D.C. in a show of support for Zelensky.
And thank you very much for your efforts.
After Trump appeared to find common cause with Putin last week following their summit in Alaska.
We had an extremely productive meeting and many points were agreed to.
In a revealing hot mic moment yesterday, Trump seemed to suggest to French President Emmanuel Macron that Putin would end the war as a favor to him.
I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that? As crazy as it sounds.
Trump did agree with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen that the return of an estimated 20,000 Ukrainian children kidnapped by Russia at the start of the war should be a top priority.
Every single child has to go back to its family.
But Trump remained lukewarm Monday on the need for a ceasefire, even as the Europeans insisted there must be an immediate end to Russia's.
I guess, if anything, America is consistent, at least now, where America's consistent. They hate ceasefires and they love regional powers absolutely eviscerating their neighbors, or even the occupied peoples that they are the belligerent occupier over. You know, that's just like, that's who we are. And it's in broad display. We have no investment or interest in peace. Permanent state of war is actually what floats the boats. So, sorry, some kids are going to die. You know, we just hate children. We just hate children, and we love seeing them get executed by weapons, drones, and things like that. Also, another thing that we hate here in the United States of America, of course, is international law. That's another thing, you know, it's great. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Appeasement sucks. I mean, they're not even doing appeasement, to be fair. Like, and we say appeasement, but also there is no real alternative to dealing with Putin at this stage. He has, through a brutal occupation, been able to militarily overtake pieces of Ukraine, 20% of Ukrainian territory, by force, while simultaneously avoiding the worst impacts of sanctions, and also, you know, taking out the Ukrainian military piece by piece, even though they're armed by every Western nation. They tried it. the Western nations tried it. Maybe they could have tried harder. I think potentially. I think like when I go back with hindsight 2020 goggles, which ironically enough wasn't hindsight at the time because I said it at the time as well, I would say that like big push early on, and then immediately packing it up when Ukraine had maximum leverage was the best possible option. Before the invasion of Russia, the obviously even better option would have been to abide by the Minsk agreements with like international authorities like coming in to make sure that both parties were abiding by those agreements. That would have obviously been the best option, which is another thing that I also advocated for early on. But none of those things happened. And instead, Western powers, I think, thought that they would be able to destroy Russia. They thought that they would be able to cripple Russia's military, and they thought that they would be able to destroy the Russian economy. And I think it was an abject failure. This is one of the instances where very clearly America was on the right side of this conflict for the wrong reasons. And because they were on the right side of the conflict for wrong reasons, because their reasons were not like the true emancipation of the true emancipation of the freedom of Ukrainians to like maintain some semblance of Ukrainian sovereignty to the best of their ability. I think, it just was an abject failure, demonstrably so. And the entire time, over the course of the past 3 years, they just kept saying, no, it's not a failure. This is actually really good. This is actually really good. They silenced anyone that said, hey, this doesn't look good, actually. This looks really bad. And it's heading in an even worse direction. Do you really think the top military minds thought Ukraine was going to take down Moscow? They knew all along. I think there were definitely people who, it doesn't really matter what they genuinely think, right? Because what matters is what they did. Whether it was indecent or genuine, whether it was cynical or a genuine a feeling that Ukraine would be able to push back the Russian forces ultimately is inconsequential, because what is consequential is what has happened thus far. And what has happened thus far is Russia has been able to push in to Ukraine. Now, were there some military minds that thought that they would be able to overwhelm the Russian forces or atrophy the Russian forces? Certainly. I think there were definitely people that thought that, for sure. Were there some people who didn't give a shit and thought, even if the Russian military is not successfully dismantled, it still doesn't matter because we're sending weapons, a steady flow of older weapons to Ukraine. Ukraine has become a testing ground for new weapons like drone warfare, things of that nature. It's a laboratory, basically, for defensive and offensive capabilities. That's fantastic for the military-industrial complex. Yeah, I think that win or lose, those guys always win, because those guys always win in a permanent state of war. And a permanent state of war is really bad for, obviously, the captive civilian population. It's really bad for the Ukrainians that were displaced, really bad for the Ukrainians that had to run away from their homes and now had to move out of the country. It's really bad for the Ukrainians that remain in the country that don't want to get forcibly drafted and have to just like avoid the authorities. It is, however, very good for American weapons manufacturers overall.
Daily bombings before serious peace talks can begin.
I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire. So let's work on that, and let's try to put...
Let's be real. Everyone thought Russia would pack up Ukraine in like 3 weeks when the invasion began. The real big weapons transfer started when they pushed the Russians back, when the resistance was stiffer than expected. Oh, for sure. I think that was a big miscalculation from Putin. And I think it's ultimately cope that people say, oh, no, Putin always just wanted Eastern territory. No, I don't think so. They just did not have, they literally did not have the established, they were not able to establish air superiority as quickly as they thought they would. And when they were unable to establish air superiority, and the Ukrainian anti-aircraft, the anti-aircraft defenses actually proved to be a much more powerful defensive capability than they thought, than they had miscalculated. They were unable to create supply lines that could go to the front lines. They just were not able to do so. So they had to retreat back to the eastern Ukrainian territories and make gains in the ways that they have so far and basically harden their position. It's still worse than before the invasion because now 20% of Ukraine is acquired by Russia as annexed territory. Russian gains are minimal. You overestimate Russian gains and underestimate the state of the Russian economy. I don't think Russian gains are minimal. They literally have a complete occupation of 20% of Ukraine. The defensive capabilities of Ukraine have diminished spectacularly because they don't have the manpower. That's crazy. They gained 1% since 2022. Chatter, there is no world in which an irredentist regional power overtaking 20% of a neighboring state whose entire national project has been independence from said irredentist power is a fucking marginal victory. What are you talking about? Yeah, he wanted all of it and he only got 20%. If that's what you're saying, fair is fair, but like that's still a major defeat for America and the Western forces in general. Most of the land was taken before the war in 2014. No, that's not true. The only one winning from this is China. I think China is winning from this, but China is probably still one of the more reasonable parties to involve in this process. But also the ones winning from this are American oil and gas industry giants that have been able to forcibly enter the European market by saying like, you can't get all your energy from Russia anymore. You have to get it from us. And also the military industrial complex that's just like able to consistently expand their budgets year over year. Not only that, but now we have an even more indecent force than the Raytheons and the Lockheed Martins and the Northrop Grummons and the Boeings of the world. Now we have the Palantirs and the Andurils of the world, Silicon Valley tech CEOs that are also getting into this sector because they know this is the best possible way to make billions of fucking dollars with very little oversight. It's just unlimited free money. What is this? Occupation time lapse since 2022 to 2025 mapping? What is this? What is this music, bro? This is so funny. Why is the music why is the audio like filmed from a phone camera off of a TV or something? Here, I got something better. Okay. Here. This is better. That's better, I think. Yeah, Red Alert music is better. What is happening with this line over here? Not beating the pro-Russia allegations. I mean, it's how you take it. Play Moscow by Genghis Khan. Anyway, look, there's 1224 active pushes here. This is the worst possible video we could have ever seen. This is 1% since 2022 is based on Russians claiming they got most of Ukraine on a map with a massive operation in the first days of the war. They were not real gains. It was just Russian troops walking in and walking back once the PR was done. Chat, we're watching Russians taking territory is nonfiction historical fact. It isn't pro-Russian. I know. People don't. They just have lost the capacity to look at this as like anything but just like taking a side on this. Like it's just I'm not. My side is not on Russian territorial expansion. I don't agree with what they're doing. I think it's unconscionable and it's unjustifiable. It's incredibly stupid to assume that I'm like, or to cynically claim that I'm like actually in favor of this or whatever. It's not the case. Anyway, regarding the war's expectations, Russian intelligence had convinced Putin that Ukraine would buckle after a show of force, multi-axis invasion within 2 months max. They did not prepare for a war. They prepared for a parade. This is why it took months to regain their footing and only stabilize the front line at the end of 2022. Wait, didn't Ukraine do a big push north into Russia? Was that propaganda? Yeah, it's right here. Kursk. The Kursk counteroffensive. That's it. They took this little blip here, which from what I understand, they were able to, Russians sent in North Korean troops as well in that process to do interior security. But at the same time, you're saying Ukraine should be giving them the fight. The square isn't circling. No, I'm saying that America has lost this conflict. That's it. I don't think it's the moral thing. And I think that eventually Ukrainians will continue insurgency and make it costly to do permanent annexation. Okay. I think that going forward, this is not going to be state versus state warfare, and instead it's going to look like an insurgency if there is a serious interest in doing so, which I suspect there is. Okay, some of the most radical elements within the Ukrainian defense forces is most likely going to engage in covert operations, and America will probably still do, like, they'll still beef up that aspect of it. But I think that probably is a sad but still better outcome than continuing the military expansion of Russian forces pushing inch by inch into Ukrainian territory, because every inch that they take of Ukrainian territory comes with a major cost. But at a certain point, people do have to ask, like, why was I so misguided about my understanding of this situation? Why was I so misguided? Like, because someone, if you were of the mindset that for the past 3 years, like, Ukraine is doing it, they're killing it, they're gonna fucking push the Russian forces out any moment now, the counteroffensive is imminent, like, you have to ask yourself, like, where did I arrive at this information? Where did I arrive at this conclusion? I do think that ultimately, while Ukrainians put up a brave fight for every piece of land that the Russians still forcibly overtook, like, an honest and sober assessment of what was actually unfolding would have been, I think, would have been better for the people overall. Who misled you? Why were you misled?
Pressure on Russia.
The group did not discuss what should happen to the 20% of Ukrainian territory that is currently controlled by Russian forces. Zelensky said that's a matter he'll only hash out with Putin himself.
All the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting.
And so now the pressure is on Putin to accept and attend this meeting. He has always had a long list of demands that he's...
Bro, it's not even our conflict. This is Putin's war, similar to the war in Gaza is Netanyahu's war. We didn't necessarily win or lose because it's truly not our fight. This is American cope, for the record. It's especially ridiculous to say this about Benjamin Netanyahu's war. There is no Israel without American military intervention. Okay, that's number one. At least in Ukraine, we were functionally on the right side, the side that was being invaded unjustifiably. But in Israel, we are completely on the wrong side. In Israel, we're on the Russian side, basically, for Israel against the Palestinian population. And also, what Israel's doing is not a war anyway. Not only is it not Benjamin Netanyahu's war, it's not even a war at all. It's just genocide. And we are allowing it to happen, and we're giving Israel the weapons to do so every step of the way. And we're defending Israel every step of the way against retaliation from other regional actors.
Said needed to be met before he would sit down with Zelensky. But he told Trump on Friday he was open to it. So the world will be watching Vlad to see if he follows through.
All right, Nancy, thank you very much.
New Russian strikes on Ukraine, the largest aerial assault since July. And then just a few minutes ago, Moscow refused to commit to a meeting between Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
How was America lost? Russia and Ukraine have lost, not the West? What do you mean? Like, America lost in the sense that, like, they wanted the battle lines to look different. They wanted Vladimir Putin to be coming back to the United States of America, begging for an end to the sanctions and giving up Ukrainian territory back to Ukraine, that Ukraine could just, like, have play a formative role and become a NATO enclave. None of those things are happening, and instead, we're currently trying to basically we're currently trying to rewrite the conversation in a way that is, like, palatable for American audiences, to make it seem like, well, we just got to give up Ukrainian territory. Sorry, sucks to suck. Because the reality of the matter is, we have the terms and conditions of this ceasefire is going to be dictated by the battle lines, and the battle lines are not favoring Ukraine at all. The front lines do not favor Ukraine at all in this process. I feel like you're inferring a bit much. I don't think USA cared about this that much at all. It's like saying the American government didn't care about Afghanistan, and we didn't take an L in Afghanistan after 20 years of occupation and then, like, giving the country back to the Taliban. yeah, technically for the military industrial complex, Afghanistan was amazing. But America ostensibly took an L there. Same with Vietnam. America took an L there as well. That's it. We dumped billions and billions of dollars there instead of working on our own infrastructure, instead of like feeding the hungry, you know, and rebuilding our roads and hardening our infrastructure against natural disasters that increase in magnitude and frequency every year. You're basically making it seem like that all was actually, you know, it was great. It was awesome. Do you think that was awesome? This seems like a PR project for U.S. presidents rather than some big realpolitik play. No, it's not a PR project for U.S. presidents at all. And even if it was just simply a PR project for U.S. presidents, don't you think that it was still a spectacular failure? I don't think people understand. You'll come back to this moment. You'll come back to this moment. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think we will come back to this moment and reflect on what took place, because I think this is the real multipolarity is here moment. Okay. We've been saying it over and over again. But like, this is it, you know, this is it. Because America is already casting aside whatever like soft power initiatives it had, and it's hardening its positions. But this is not a soft power thing. This is a hard power situation. America gave, you know, a fuck ton of weapons to Ukraine with the hopes that Ukraine would be able to at least like push Russian forces out and still continue to engage in unlimited conflict so that the weapons would still flow into Ukraine. That's still going to be good for the American military industrial complex budgets, but they would be able to show that they were, you know, destroying the Russian military, and that Russia couldn't make any territorial acquisitions. And like, even in the process of holding them back, you would still need an endless flow of weapons. But like, the reason why you're seeing Donald Trump basically try to wash his hands over this process without taking any ownership over it is because he sees the writing on the wall, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's part of it is, of course, part of the negotiations process is obviously clouded with his own personal closeness to Vladimir Putin. But in the past, I think like the theory was America as the world police, as the singular hegemonic power, was able to keep other regional powers at bay, even regional powers that are foreign adversaries. Okay? With Ukraine, they failed to do so. And I think because with Ukraine they failed to do so, they're allowing Israel to do whatever the fuck it wants to do, and allowing Israel to also basically steer American foreign policy in the Middle East, in that region, in whichever direction they see fit. And it is becoming increasingly belligerent for that reason. It's kind of like a tune-up fight. A fighter gets beaten up, concussed, and your prize fighter has to go back and your prize fighter has to go back in the ring at some point. And in that process, you do a tune-up fight. You make your fighter regain its confidence by fighting an opponent that is much easier to defeat. And for American foreign policy, this is relatively reductive, the way I'm explaining it. But for American foreign policy, they see like what Israel's doing in that area as almost like a tune-up fight, because all of the quote-unquote enemies are non-state actors and militia movements, that are born out of occupied territories, or born in nations that are under the banner of American security, like Lebanon. You know, I'm talking about Hezbollah, or out of nations that are mired in conflict because of Western intervention as well, like Yemen. Very poor nations. So, of course, it looks very different.
But stopping short of ruling out any further talks. Now, the meeting was supposed to be one of the major takeaways, if not the major takeaway, from the historic White House summit yesterday. President Trump even posted that he's working on setting up that bilateral meeting between Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. But again, just a few minutes ago, the Kremlin said it is only prepared to, quote, raise the level of the delegation it sends to meetings with Ukraine. And that really is the key this morning, to try to determine what the concrete takeaways were from what were very visible.
But people say China is seen as cutting out on Ukraine and smiling real wide at Taiwan is so crazy, because the greatest opportunity for China to do anything to Taiwan militarily, if they had the ambition to do so, would have been when America was too busy with the initial stages of Israel's genocide. Okay? There have been a million opportunities, and I said this over and over again at the time. No, for China, as far as like Taiwan unification goes, they just sit and wait. They don't have to do shit. Look at what America is doing. Look at what Trump is doing at the global stage. All they have to do is say, oh, we're brothers. What do you mean? You speak the same language I do. We come from the same culture. What do you want, these fucking Westoids to run your country maybe like 5 years later? And I think, yeah, the most ideal position for China is to just sit back and wait. They don't need to do shit. Donald Trump is over here talking about hitting Taiwan with tariffs. And you're like, oh no, China is really excited to militarily overtake Taiwan. They don't have to do shit. Donald Trump is the great nation builder for China. That's it. That's it. Just sit it out and just constantly point to what America's doing and go, are you guys seeing this? That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. It's kind of like with my haters too, when I just like let them fucking scream into the void over and over again. And I just like kick back and I go, do you see how crazy these people are? And then they inevitably fucking in their hysteria, in their endless hysteria, they show their true ambitions. Trump is the great nation builder for China is one of the most important takes. Okay.
Visibly good feelings at this White House summit yesterday between President Trump, President Zelensky, and all these key European leaders you're seeing on the screen right now. They left with good feelings. The question this morning now is, will they get good results? Let's go right to CNN's Elena Treen at the White House for the latest. The president continues to say he's setting up the meeting. The Russians continue to throw a little bit of cold water on that, Elena.
Yeah, I mean, it was very clear heading into yesterday, John, that was the goal for the president specifically, President Trump, I should say. He wanted to be able to get another meeting on the books that included Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sitting down in the same room. And you saw him, he did have a 40-minute phone call yesterday in the Oval Office with the Russian leader. He actually paused his ongoing meeting with the 7 European leaders and Zelensky taking place at the White House to have that conversation with Putin. And then I talked to a White House official who told me he then invited that group back in, the European leaders and Zelensky, to the Oval Office after he wrapped that call to fill them in on what was discussed. And then, of course, we saw his Truth Social post saying that he is making arrangements for a bilateral meeting first between Zelensky and Putin, and then hopefully a trilateral meeting after that. But you're exactly right. There was a lot of skepticism of whether that is actually possible, when it could take place, where it would take place, but if the Russians are even willing to agree to that. And I think the key thing here is we're hearing them throw cold water on this idea. I remind you that Putin does not view Zelensky as his equal. He was the one who started the war that invaded Ukraine illegally, and that's really been a problem throughout this entire time. However, there's also not just the president here, but a lot of other top advisors to him are telling him that they believe that the only way to get this solved and to end the war is to have the two of them sit down in the same room and discuss this. And that's kind of what we heard from Bessent this morning when he was on CNBC. Take a listen.
He invited President Putin to land that the Russians used to own. He displayed a huge amount of military hardware and then did a flyover. It was kind of like inviting your uncontrollable neighbor to your house and showing him your gun case. And my strong belief is that there will be a bilateral meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky. And this
is, again, unimaginable cope, dude. God damn, this is such terrifying cope. No one has the capacity to be honest about the situation that is happening. Okay? So they have to just be like, no, we still hold the cards. I promise we still hold the cards. Like, I'll be honest with you. I don't even know what the liberal position is here. Like, they are attacking Trump and saying like, no, Trump is not doing a good job, which is true. He's not, because it's fucking Trump. Okay. But also at the same time, there's people that they have like John Bolton on who are just constantly saying like, no, you don't understand. Trump is supposed to be like way more aggressive. way more aggressive with Vladimir Putin, which is, I guess that part is true, even as a posturing thing, even as like the negotiations are unfolding. But like, if we don't have leverage, or if the leverage that we have in our hands, at our disposal, is like the nuclear option that will do more harm to us and might not actually work in the long run, then what is the alternative? Like, I don't understand, because like the positions are clear. If the problems that the Ukrainian defense are facing is a lack of manpower, then you need to make up for that with manpower. So what do? Either deport Ukrainian men that are of conscription age back to Ukraine to be forced into the front lines after training, with no guarantee that that will actually even succeed in pushing back the Russian forces anyway. It probably would help, but there's no maximum guarantee. There's no guarantee that it's going to work. Okay. You can't send in foreign troops. You can't send in foreign troops because foreign troops that are a part of NATO would then trigger Article 5, and it would be impossible to I think, domestically present that as the viable option. I don't even know if fucking Poland would be able to justify doing that, even if they were to say, all right, we're not going to trigger Article 5, and we're going to open ourselves up to Russian retaliation. And on the sanctions side, because Article 5 is also obviously, nukes. That's what it leads to. That's the reason why there hasn't been a no-fly zone that was like established over Ukraine, because that would require foreign air forces to shoot down Russian planes, which would mean a foreign nation's military that is either a nuclear armed nation or a foreign nation that's under the nuclear security arrangement like NATO, is now going to war with Russia. So then all of a sudden it's like nukes are flying back and forth. So that's, again, a maximalist position that America was never entertaining at all. And on the sanctions side, you have options to punish the secondary markets that have been developed to allow Russian energy to enter Europe and allow Russian energy to make its way somehow to all these other countries. But if you were to try to sanction like India, then you're cooking your India-China plan, because India is supposed to be an incredibly important country for our goals of decoupling the rest of the regional partners over there from China, which again has not seen a lot of success anyway. So I just don't see any viable alternative here that doesn't take this conflict to its inevitable inevitable nuclear holocaust or a sanctions package that ends up hurting America more and destroys what remains of its foreign policy goals against China. No, you dismiss Trump, bro, talking to Putin to give up Moscow. That's true. Trump is going to make Trump and Putin are such great friends that he's actually going to tell Putin what's what, and then Vladipoo is going to fucking drop. Vladipoo's going to drop the Kremlin. Yeah. He's going to give up Moscow. He's going to give Moscow to America. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi in India for the first time in 3 years. Why this visit matters. As Wang emphasized, China and India should regard each other as partners and opportunities rather than rivals or threats. This shows the improved relationship. India reaffirmed its official commitment on one China principle, and Taiwan is part of China. This is very important. Border talks mechanism goes well. Direct flights will be resumed soon. Wang will then call on Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence today. India has recognized Taiwan as a part of China for decades. On December 1949, the Indian government officially recognized the government of the government of China, the People's Republic of China, as the sole and legitimate representative of China, so did America for the record, and cut ties with their former government of the ROC, which lost the Chinese Civil War and fled to Taiwan Island. Murtaza Hussain writes, if India affirms Chinese policy on Taiwan and Russia and China are aligned, it doesn't seem that there is any plausible anti-China coalition that the U.S. is capable of cobbling together in Eurasia. Roted. My brain is so busted.
The only way to end this conflict is to get the two sides talking.
I mean, what a way to describe Vladimir Putin coming to American soil. Hearing the Treasury Secretary say it's like inviting your uncontrollable neighbor to your house and showing them your gun case. So all to say, though, you could hear Bessent there adding that
like the reason why I say is fucking cope is because like you let Vladimir Putin, the leader of a foreign adversary, into U.S. territory. You rolled out the red carpet and you said that you were really close and personal besties with him. And then you turned around and you said, well, we are. I mean, you basically gave him everything he wanted. You gave him a good PR opportunity. You gave him everything he wanted. The idea that like he saw our weapons and got scared is such cope.
Believes this is the only way to get Putin and Zelensky in the same room and try to end the war by getting the two sides to talk. But one other thing, John, before we go, I just want to reiterate to you what we heard from a number of European leaders yesterday about being one of the most important things to come out of this summit. And that was having the United States and having President Donald Trump himself saying he wants to help when it comes to security guarantees for Ukraine. A lot of them, Starmer, Mark Rutte, the UK Prime Minister and the NATO Secretary General, all saying that was a breakthrough from Monday.
Again, yeah, that one of the other concrete takeaway were the discussions about security talks. Again, we're waiting to see what develops. Oftentimes with meetings, they're not happening until they are. So we'll just have to wait and see. Elena Trine, thank you very much. Kate?
It's a great point. And even as the Kremlin is refusing to commit right now to a meeting between Vladimir Putin and Zelensky, security guarantees, as John was just saying, are at the center of talks for top European leaders still today. The French president and the British prime minister are leading talks this morning for the 30 nations who are part of what they call and consider themselves the coalition of the willing. CNN's Claire Sebastian's in London. She's been tracking this one for us. And what are you learning about what's coming out of this now, another round of meetings today?
Well, look, I think what's clear, Kate, is there is a very long road ahead to determine exactly how to deter future Russian aggression. There were a lot of positive noises coming out of the White House meeting yesterday. It is not nothing at all that the U.S. is now openly embracing the idea of being somehow involved in these security guarantees, although we don't know exactly how as of yet. This is something that European leaders have been pushing for all along. So listen to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer talking about this in a video he posted today.
Breakthrough when it comes to security guarantees, with now the coalition of willing countries, that's the 30 or so countries that we've been coordinating for some months on security guarantees, now working with the US at pace to work up those security guarantees. These guarantees will ensure that if there is a peace, if there is a deal, then we hold to it and there isn't further conflict.
So what do we mean by security guarantees? Well, it could be a number of different things. The French President Emmanuel Macron coming out of the White House yesterday talking about, no limits on Ukraine's armed forces. Russia, of course, has demanded in the past that there should be limits on the size of Ukraine's army, which is now the second biggest in Europe after Russia's. He talked about reassurance forces in the land, air and sea. There are certain countries, for example, the UK, that have already said they might be willing to put boots on the ground. And President Trump didn't explicitly rule out US peacekeepers being involved in the Oval Office meeting yesterday, though he was pretty vague about that. So the work continues. There's also a European Council meeting this morning, EU heads of state, another very important frenzied day of diplomacy here in Europe. Kate?
Sure does seem it. Claire, thank you so much for following it for us. John?
All right, with us now is Congressman Mike Quigley from Illinois, a Democrat and the co-chair of the Congressional Ukraine Caucus. Congressman, thank you so much for being with us. The news we heard just a few minutes ago, the Kremlin, Sergei Lavrov, really a senior Kremlin official, refusing to commit to the bilateral meeting between Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. What is that refusal, at least as of now, what does that tell you?
The Chancellor of Germany was right. Unless there's a ceasefire forced upon Putin, there's not going to be any other meetings. And if there are meetings, what will they actually contribute? The fact of the matter is they're missing the point here. Putin understands strength, not talks, not repercussions put off concessions made before negotiations begin. We're honestly seeing the beginning of a new era. I guess you'd call it the Trump doctrine. The U.S. will be tough until it's not, and we will reward invaders of a sovereign democratic country with land, and we won't hold that person responsible for the war crimes. He doesn't understand weakness. He understands strength, and we're not even using the assets we have toward that end.
You did hear the British Prime Minister call it a
new Black Myth Wukong, new Black Myth title officially unveiled today. Oh, hell yeah. Well, I'll look at Gamescom updates later, okay? Some of the best moments.
breakthrough in terms of the discussions on security guarantees. Do you think security guarantees after some kind of a deal would provide Ukraine with some of the safety that they feel like they need?
I guess I wouldn't blame Ukraine to never trust this unless it means NATO, right? They go back to Budapest. We're reminding ourselves that Putin has never kept a promise in East.
Brother, I don't even understand what security guarantees Vladimir Putin would be on board with. I thought his positions were completely untenable and insane. His maximalist positions are Ukraine doesn't get to have a standing army. Like he's pulling an Israel take on a whole ass sovereign nation, where he was like, give me territories, including areas that I haven't even fucking militarily taken over yet. Ukraine doesn't get to have a standing military, basically. No, not even like Western security cooperation. They're talking no security in Ukraine. It doesn't make sense. What is this guy saying? Russia attacks for land is wrong. Don't fall for this BS. Why are people complicating this whole shit? What is this? End the war, stop the encroachment, let Ukraine stay neutral, and this shit is over. No more unnecessary death. Thank you for saying this. No, completely disagree. The scenarios are not realistic. He doesn't understand this because his analysis is bad. That's what it boils down to. How is Ukraine sovereign after being a victim of U.S. intervention for more than 11 years? I mean, no one in here is saying Ukraine is currently a sovereign nation. It's just stuck between Western forces and Western influence and Russia. The difference, of course, is that Russia is doing Russia shit, and Russia's influence is militarily dominating and taking over swaths of land and killing people. Western influences, on the other hand, are soft power, civil society organizations, and intervention of different sorts, taking advantage of like whatever instability that already existed in a volatile nation beforehand. And now Western forces are understandably treated by Ukrainians as like the fucking allies that are trying to save them, even if their ambitions, even if the Western forces and their ambitions are not actually decent at all. It's not about the preservation of Ukrainian sovereignty or saving Ukraine. It's just that is the analysis from people because one side is killing them. That's it. The other side is arming them. Yes, concede to Putin, terminate the deaths. That's what Trump can do. Okay, but like, why are you yelling at me? Because I'm saying that Trump has no cards here. That is my point. Like, that's what I've been saying. I'm saying Trump does not have a fucking another option here. And all of this back and forth is simply about not making America feel too bad about this process, to just basically give all of the responsibility to like Obama or Joe Biden, and to say it was their war, it was not my war, I'm just ending it. I'm just ending it because there's too much death. That's precisely what he's been communicating over and over and over again. That's what he's saying, because he wants to he realizes that they don't have any additional options. Like, I mean, in the process, they'll still keep giving weapons to Ukraine. Make no mistake. Clearly, even in this back and forth deal that they're doing, $100 billion weapons deal is going to be signed in this process. $100 billion coming from European nations and whatnot to spend directly on American weapons that will go to Ukrainian hands. So clearly, you know, the weapons manufacturers are still doing great. I don't know what that means. I don't know how they are actually conceding to the fucking demands of Russia ultimately. So I don't even know what the liberals are saying here in their analysis.
Eastern Europe, and he never will. To them, I guess I understand the Ukrainians to believe that here we are going to reward Putin for his land acquisitions, and we'll probably see Putin rebuild his army, rebuild his economy, wait another year or two, and then go and finish the job. If anything, Ukraine has earned the...
Like, if these guys are... if Ukraine is like, please ceasefire now, and Russia's the one that's saying no ceasefire, okay, we're just going to keep pushing, and liberals are like, wow, Donald Trump is going to do a ceasefire. It's really fucked up because this will only help Russia. It's like, what are you doing? What are you saying? Why don't you go fight then? Why don't you go and defend Ukraine? You know? Well, what is this? What is this argument? Trump is not even saying he's going to do a ceasefire because Putin doesn't want one. So what are we talking about? Who is this for? I don't understand. I don't know. It just like doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
The right to be in NATO. They have fought on the front lines of democracy. All the reasons we fought the Second World War and formed the United Nations, we're now saying, gee, I hope he shows up. And gee, maybe we can get these concessions and maybe we can get guarantees. I was on your program at the start of the war. We were asked, what would constitute victory for Ukraine? It had to do with rebuilding Ukraine, getting their territory back, holding Putin accountable, and security guarantees, meaning NATO. Maybe we get one out of those four. No one can call that a victory. It's really appeasement. We want peace, not the worst kind of appeasement.
How much U.S. involvement would you support in some of these security guarantees?
We have to use our assets. The first thing we have to do is seize the frozen Russian assets that are in Europe, 300 billion, 5 to 8 roughly in the United States, and use that to help Ukraine defend itself. And we have to put the sanctions in place, which, by the way...
Okay. The same UN you ignoring the Israel shit. Oh, I haven't even gotten to the ultimate hypocrisy here, of course. Everything that they're talking about with Russia is just like a major role reversal with Israel because they fucking love Israel doing worse shit than even Russia. And Russia's doing plenty of horrifying shit to begin with. You know, Israel's doing a genocide. It's not even a fucking war. But when they talk about like the asset seizure, the frozen assets, $300 billion in frozen assets that belong to like Russian oligarchs and stuff like that, the Russian state. That's also another point of leverage that the American government has, that the Western governments have, as far as like trying to make Russia concede to their side. If they start using those if they start seizing the assets and then using it to arm Ukraine, then you're just dumping a bunch of weapons back. It's good for, again, Raytheon and all of those guys, but you're dumping a bunch of weapons to a military force that doesn't have the manpower to hold the weapons. They just don't have people. So how are you going to make up for the lack of manpower? Okay? And in the process, you're basically also giving up one point of leverage that you could have in terms of like being like, hey, if you fucking pull back from Ukraine, we'll give you $300 billion back, which a lot of liberals are going to get mad at anyway. And from what I understand, I thought European countries had already decided that they are using some of these Russian assets anyway that were frozen to purchase these weapons. And I suspect they will continue to do so.
Republicans and Democrats solidly agree on. It's rare that we see that happen. If you want something like guarantees, and you want a uniformity there, it has to come with strength. You know, here I am, the liberal Democrat from Chicago, but you know, the lessons from 19.
Let's not remember yesterday when you said there wasn't anything the U.S. can do, but he just listed a bunch that we can. We just don't leverage them. Wait, what? No, he's saying that we can keep giving unlimited weapons and unlimited money to Ukraine, but he won't recognize the reason why the battle lines look the way that they do, which is a lack of manpower. What do you mean? Yes, we can keep giving Ukraine unlimited weapons. I agree. Let's keep doing it. What is that going to change in the next 5 years? Who's going to shoot the fucking guns? I said this already, and it's not even my assessment. Biden said this too on his way out. Okay. Brandon, Mr. Defender of Ukraine, he did NATO jack, Mr. AUKUS. What did Biden say? On his way out, he told Ukraine, you have to lower your age of conscription. You have to lower the age of the draft. You don't have enough manpower. So in order to do so, you need younger and younger people to go out and fight. That process is long. It's costly. You train these people, okay? You're basically destroying a potential future generation of Ukrainians with no immediate guarantee that this is going to actually change the trajectory of this stalemate. And it's not even a stalemate because like Russia's still pushing. You know, it doesn't make sense. Ukrainian army is like 1 million people. They have a lot of people already. Okay, then I guess every Ukrainian that is reported on some of the major issues that they're facing is just lying when they say there's a lot of corruption. People literally pay not to go to the front lines. There's a lot of bribery. People are hiding in their homes as well to not get forcibly conscripted. The videos that we see of people just like getting brutally fucking put on a goddamn bus. All of that is a lie. Ukrainians that now 69% of Ukrainians that now want a ceasefire deal with Russia actually are faking it. They don't want that at all. That's also bullshit. Like it's not even, you can't even get away with saying like I'm doing pro-Russian propaganda anymore, because then you have to say New York Times is doing pro-Russian propaganda if you're just like doing an accurate reflection of the events. Like even the New York Times and Wall Street Journal are reporting on this stuff at this point. That's how bad that's how bad things have gotten.
39 are coming back. The voices of 39 are coming back, weak and strong. Chamberlain coming back saying, some sort of land swap, some sort of appeasement gives us peace in our time. That's not what Hitler understood. It's not what Putin understands. I truly want peace. But if you go at it begging and pleading a brutal murderer, it's not going to work.
Congressman Mike Quigley from Illinois, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much.
President Trump making major progress toward peace and high-stakes talks with Ukrainian President Zelensky and European leaders in the Oval Office yesterday. Look at that picture.
President Trump also confirming a meeting between Russian President Putin and Zelensky is in the works before he hopefully meets them together.
And joining us now on the phone with more details, the President of the United States, the 45th and 47th President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thanks so much for joining Fox and Friends this morning.
I saw pieces of this convo and it was so ass. Oh my Lord. It is, I would say you're not ready for this. It's going to be worse than your expectations. Whatever you were expecting, this is going to look like, I promise you it's going to be worse.
Good
okay,
morning.
get ready.
That's quite a crew. That's quite a crew.
Well, Mr. President, the whole world was watching yesterday as you got leaders from the European Union, NATO, as well, from all over the world. How did you get them to Washington, to the Oval?
Let me tell you how, okay? Let me tell you why they came. Because last time Zelensky came by himself, it turned into a spectacular failure, okay? So this time, the European allies, who are also fucking servile to Donald Trump's interests, regardless of what, no matter how insane it is, they came with him so that at least like there would be some semblance of decorum. And they glazed them the entire time, hoping that the dude, the president of the United States, the quote unquote leader of the free world, doesn't turn around and say something insanely childish in the process. That's it. It's so funny. All of these like incredibly well-educated, supposedly brilliant minds have to literally sit around this perfect portrait of Europe's century of humiliation. EU leaders lined up like school children as Daddy Trump lectures them behind his desk. These guys all know Donald Trump is a fucking moron. Okay? They all know it. They all know Donald Trump is a moron. You think they don't know? Of course they know. And they just have to sit there and go, yes, Mr. President, you're so brilliant, Mr. President. Please tell us more about how Graydon Carter is a pussy and his Vanity Fair parties suck now. Please. Tell us more about how, mail-in ballots are actually creating fraudulent results, even though you yourself voted by mail every fucking election cycle, Mr. President. We will sit in the cuck chair. What can we do? Nothing. They realized that Trump is a very simple guy. Vladimir Putin is nice to Trump and says, I respect you. And Trump believes it, and he will give him a favorable a deal. So they're like, oh, fuck, we got to do the same thing. We just got to brown nose him over and over again, in spite of the reality that, like, they all know he's a fucking moron. They have to sit there when he goes, everybody transgender. And they go, yes, oui, everybody is transgender. You are right, Mr. President.
Office so fast.
Well, I think really they have respect for our country again. A year ago, they wouldn't have.
Yeah, Lowokeism. Lowokeism is cancerous, Mr. President. Oui.
They wouldn't have even thought about it. Now we've become the hottest country anywhere in the world. Everybody wants to be here. When I made the call, they came, and they said there's really never been anything like it. You'd have one president or one prime minister, but there's never been, such a group. And these really represent the European nations.
You know what this reminds me of? I don't know if you will get the analogy here, but I feel like I'm seeing something that a lot of people don't see here. It feels to me like when I watch like those hating women podcasts of like these alpha bros, when I see these guys like yelling at women and berating women professionally, I can see how unimaginably insecure they are. But clearly their audiences don't see that. They look at these guys and they go, wow, these guys are so macho. They're so macho. You see the way that they put women in their place. That's how it feels like to me here, where Donald Trump is basically making it seem as though America still has motion around the globe, while simultaneously destroying what remains of America's soft power initiatives, and these kinds of like petty aesthetic, like, oh yeah, we came over and we visited the president personally. He uses that as an opportunity to say, see, I'm so hot right now. America is still so hot because I'm in charge. America wasn't so hot. They were abusing us. They were shitting on us. And it's just, all of these people are literally just playing this role so that you don't fuck up the bag. That's it. I see it, but I do feel like a lot of people can't see that reality. You know what I mean? I feel like people are just looking at this and actually believing what Donald Trump is saying, that like this is a show of force. No, man, this is a show of weakness. It's not a show of force at all. These are countries that have lost their dignity a long time ago, have lost their sovereignty a long time ago. Of course they're going to come and listen when an American president demands it. It's just that you have no motion with the adversaries any longer. We had a good like 40-year run at this point of dominating the planet, and that time is coming to a close, okay?
These people, and they're very good people, and they want to end the war, that horrible war with Ukraine and Russia. It's a horrible war.
It was such a sense of unity, and we all enjoyed watching it because America is on top, and it was on your turf, on your terms. I know yesterday you talked about arranging a meeting to take place in 2 weeks between Putin and Zelensky. Is there an update there?
They still pretend not to have motion over the Israel stuff too. Yeah, that's the other side of this story, which is that we do have maximum motion over Israel, and we don't do anything with it because, you know, it's been a fantastic success. Israel's genocide is going on, and no one can stop it because we don't want it to stop. So great, awesome.
And do you plan to
Big
attend?
W for America and
No,
Israel
I thought
overall.
I'd do first let them meet. You know, they haven't been exactly best friends. They haven't gotten along very well. And I called President Putin yesterday, and I do have a good relationship, but it, you know, only matters if we get things done. Otherwise, I don't care about the relationship. I do have a good relationship with him, but I want to get things done. You know, I've solved 7 wars. We ended 7 wars. I thought this would be one of the easier ones, and this has turned out to be the toughest one. India, Pakistan, I mean, these were big ones, and also all big ones, and some going for 31, 32 years, one for 35 years. The Congo, think of that, the Congo and Rwanda for 35 years. I got that one done. I got them all done, but this one is the one that is the most difficult, and I thought it would be an easy one. So I hope President Putin is going to be good, and if he's not, it's going to be a rough situation. And I hope that President Zelensky will do what he has to do. He has to show some flexibility also. The thing is a mess. This was started by Joe Biden. This was a war that should have never happened. Millions of people are dead. The country's blown to pieces, Ukraine, and it's a shame. You know, my wife Melania wrote that beautiful note to President Putin about children. The children are devastated. They're taken away from their homes. The whole thing. And this is a war that would have never, ever, ever happened if we had a real president.
So, Mr. President, it's been barely a week since you announced that first meeting in Alaska, and it's just been days since that meeting, and then you had the meeting yesterday. In the course of having these negotiations, what has surprised you the most between Zelensky and Putin in terms of their strength or weakness of their position right now?
Well, I think the fact that maybe they're getting along a little bit better than I thought. Otherwise, I wouldn't have set up the 2 meeting. I would have set up the 3, a trilat. But I think they're doing a little bit better. There's been tremendous bad blood. And again, this was all worked out by an administration that didn't have a clue. And if you remember, they said, well, if you made a minor incursion, that would be okay. That was the end. The whole thing when Biden made that statement. But minor incursion, what does that mean? So I think they're doing okay. I wouldn't say they are ever going to be best friends, but they're doing okay. And we're just going to see. So we're setting up a meeting. I sort of set it up with Putin and Zelensky. And, you know, they're the ones that have to call the shots. We're 7,000 miles away, in all fairness. You know, we've spent through the previous administration $350 billion. Europe has spent a lot also, $100 billion, but it should be reversed if we should have been in for anything. But it wouldn't have happened, so that would have been much better because so many people died. This is the biggest bad situation since World War II.
I think the reason why he's doing I'm the peacekeeper, I'm doing peace also is because like even his base recognizes that like Israel is getting unlimited funds to do unlimited baby murder. So he has to make it seem as though he's keeping up his promises of being like the anti-war president. And the dumbest motherfuckers you know are going to go along with this, okay? The dumbest people, the dumbest people that you know that never left their hometowns, they get all their notes from Facebook, are going to go along with this and be like, what do you mean? Trump is literally doing 6 wars. He ended 6 wars, dude. He's about to end a 7th. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? Shut up. Yeah, the number of wars have gone up to 9. 9 wars now. 69 wars. I've ended 17 wars. I've ended so many wars.
There's been nothing even close.
So, Mr. President, I know you've been doing deals your entire life when it comes to real estate deals, but this was something a little different. The thing that is surprising a lot of people is when it comes to the security guarantees. I know President Putin said no NATO, and you said, you know what, we're just going to take that off the table. But you did get President Putin to agree to NATO-like protections. So tell us about that. What does that entail?
Well, the war really started over NATO and Crimea, and they wanted Crimea back. That was given, not a shot fired by President Obama in perhaps the worst real estate deal I've ever seen. There's been a couple of them. I would say the Gaza Strip was a pretty bad one, too, given by Israel so they'd have peace. So they gave away a big percentage of their oceanfront property in order to have peace. How did that work out? Not so good. And Crimea is the apple of Ukraine. I mean, it's so beautiful. And Obama gave it away. Nobody ever mentions that. If I ever did that, the fake news would be writing about me day and night for years. He gave it away. He demanded that they let it go, and Russia came in and took it, just took it like from a candy from a baby. And it was really Obama's, not really, I mean, that was pure and simple, Obama's fault. What a terrible thing he did to that country. And so they lost their heart. They lost the heart and soul of the Ukraine 14 years ago, whatever it might be. And it was so unnecessary to do that. And that's when it really began, when Obama gave it away. And then you had a lot of other events, but you have, tremendous hostility. The people of Ukraine were mortified when that took place. That really began a lot of hatred when they gave it. And they didn't have to. Not a shot was fired. They just took over the most valuable piece and the biggest piece in a sense and surrounded on 4 sides by ocean, just a little passage to get you back onto the mainland. The most beautiful piece of property you've ever seen as a real estate developer. I look at it, I said, why the heck did he do that to them? And so there's great hostility, and maybe rightfully so. But one thing was NATO. They went in. They said, we want you. We want to get Crimea back. This was at the beginning. Now, Putin, in all fairness to him, he made a good deal. He got it from Obama. But they said, we want it back. And that was not exactly well received because it was like 12 years before. That's where Russia has its submarine base. And, that's been there long before Putin. They've been there for a long time, but long before Putin. And the other thing they said is, we want to be a member of NATO. Well, both of those things are impossible because, again, long before Putin, it was a no-no by Russia or the Soviet Union or anything you want to call it. Sort of a similar thing as it gets larger, but very similar. But it was always a no-no. You could not. Russia said, we don't want the so-called opponent or the enemy, let's use that term. We don't want them on our border. And they were right. They were okay. And yet they went in and they asked, with the United States, they said, put us into NATO. And everybody knew you just can't do that. They would never have agreed to it. This is before Putin. This is long before Putin. This was It was just a no-no. It was something that was never going to happen. So they asked for it, and they shouldn't have asked for it because it was, very insulting thing. Now, they could have asked for many other things. But the other thing they wanted to do is getting Crimea back, and, that was given. They had built, they were expanding everything and spending a lot of money, all because Barack Hussein Obama gave it away in one of the dumbest real estate deals I've ever seen.
But Mr. President, you got the Article 5 protections, though.
So here's what's interesting about this. If Barack Hussein Obama did a really horrible real estate deal by giving Crimea to Ukraine, okay, then what kind of horrible real estate deal are you doing by giving Eastern Ukraine to also giving Crimea to Putin? Then aren't you doing the same thing, but even worse? I'm giving Eastern Ukraine to Putin. I'm going to outdo Barack Obama. So much of this is literally just like, it's bad when they do it. It's good when I do it. When I do it, I'm doing it. When I do it, I'm doing it as an investment for peace. When they do it, they're doing it because they're pussies and cowards. Also, what does he think is going to happen in the aftermath of this? Like, there is going to be a legal recognition of Crimea as a part of Russian territory. That's what Trump is spelling out here. So he's basically signing it off. So I don't even understand what he means by this when he's like, Barack Obama gave Crimea a bad real estate deal, very bad, not good.
Ukraine. So they're not going to be a part of NATO, but you still got them the same protection.
So they're not going to be a part of NATO, but we've got the European.
It just reminds me of like when Donald Trump was being prosecuted for withholding like classified intelligence and refusing to cooperate with the authorities. And then there was a subsequent independent investigation that took place with Mike Pence and Joe Biden, who had also taken some documents, right? But they did cooperate with the authorities immediately. And he turned around and was like, Joe Biden should go to prison. He took away documents. He should go to prison. Me? I'm being persecuted. I should never be in prison. You should be in prison for saying I should go to prison. Like so much of Republican politics at this stage has basically gotten to, it's good when I do it, it's bad when they do it, and they should be punished for doing the same thing that I'm doing, if not the worst version of the same thing that I'm doing. I'm doing a much worse version of it, but they should be punished, and I'm actually good. I'm actually good for doing it. You should like that I'm doing it. That's it. Whether it be with Russia, whether it be with Israel, it's just everything. That's all it is. You do the same. Please point to what I do that is the same. Please. First of all, I am not the president. I am not the leader of the Democratic Party nor the Republican one. So I don't even know what you could possibly mean here. You do the same, lol. What? Yeah, did I take 20% of Ukraine? Did I do that? Am I Vladimir Putin? Am I doing it? You lead the Dems, dude. Stop pretending. Yeah. I wish. No, you're not Putler. Good for me, not for you. You still have not actually mentioned anything. You have not mentioned a version. You have not given me an example of what you mean by this. You gave away Crimea, the apple of Ukraine's eye.
Nations, and they'll front load it, and they'll have some of them, France and Germany, a couple of them, UK. They want to have boots on the ground. Not in. I don't think it's going to be a problem, to be honest with you. I think Putin is tired of it. I think they're all tired of it. But you never know. We're going to find out about President Putin in the next couple of weeks. That I can tell you, and we're going to see where it all goes. It's possible that he doesn't want to make a deal. I always said, you interviewed me, Lawrence, and I think Charlie also. Lawrence, I hate to tell you, Charlie was about the first.
What is this? Why is everyone so upset that he gives all this historical context? He's doing the same thing that Hassan does, just to a larger audience. You kind of do the same about how every time there's a global event, you explain all this historical context just like Trump does. You think Trump is explaining historical context? You think Trump knows the historical context of anything? Also, Trump is not a political commentator. He is the president. He said, you went to a Diddy party. 59 months up. He's just bored. He wants me to fucking pay attention to him. That's
person
it.
in the world to endorse me. He endorsed me about a year before I ran. And that's why he called me this morning, sir, would you do an interview? And unlike Biden, I don't need permission from my staff, okay? You know? And then only to be told that I'm not doing it. But Charlie endorsed me about a year before, I think, and he puts it up on his site. You know, it's still not checked. It's still on his site. I endorsed President Trump before he even ran. So I always like a guy like that, I must tell you, you know. Now, Lawrence is going to be a superstar, but he was a little later to the game, in all fairness. Lawrence.
Well, it's a lot more crowded these days than it was back then.
It's pretty
but, Mr.
crowded.
President, what kind of assurances do you feel like you have that going forward and, you know, past this Trump administration, it won't be American boots on the ground defending that border?
Well, you have my assurance, and I'm president, and I'm just trying to stop people from being killed, Charlie. Look, they're losing from 5,000 to 7,000 people a week in that ridiculous war that should have never happened. If we had a normal president, not even a great president, if we had a normal president, it wouldn't have happened. But we had a guy that didn't have a clue. And they're losing, think of it, 5,000 to 7,000 a week. So even these guys, they'll say, okay, let's meet next week. I say, you can't meet next week. Next week, you're going to have 7,000 more dead people. You can't do that. You got to get this thing done. One of the things at the table was one of the gentlemen, who's a great guy, but he said, I hope I didn't insult him. He said, well, let's meet in another month or two, and let's see if we can start, making some. I said, a month or two? You're going to have another 40,000 people dead in a month or two. You have to do it tonight. And I did, actually. I called President Putin, and we're trying to work out a meeting with President Zelensky. We'll see what happens there. And then if it works out, then I'll go to the trilat and close it up.
Oh, that'd be good. Mr. President, did y'all discuss any land swaps yesterday? Because we've talked a lot about the Donbass region. And what was the feeling in the room? What did the other leaders say about this?
Well, they understand. Look, everybody can play cute and this and that, but, Ukraine's going to get their life back. They're going to stop having people killed all over the place, and they're going to get a lot of land. But this was a war, and Russia is a powerful military nation, whether people like it or not. It's a powerful nation. It's a much bigger nation. It's not a war that should have been started. You don't do that. You don't take on a nation that's 10 times your size and military experts look, if it wasn't for the greatest military equipment, we make the greatest military equipment in the world, and we gave them, whatever. They took probably a lot of money, too, but they had tremendous, they had the Patriot missile, which is the best in the world. All the equipment, we make the best equipment in the world by far. Everyone else is like nothing. So we gave them a lot of equipment. Now, with that said, the Ukrainian soldiers were brave as hell. Because they're fighting a force that's much, much bigger and, in theory, much more powerful. And, it's not like they've stopped. I assume you've all seen the map. A big chunk of territory is taken, and that territory has been taken. Now, they're talking about Donbass, but Donbass right now, as you know, is 79% owned and controlled by Russia.
Oh, my Lord. This is like if... I feel like Brian Kilmeade is not on this panel, because if he was on this panel, he'd be like pushing back and being like, sorry, Mr. President, sorry, Ukraine didn't, like, he has a more, like, he has a closer to the liberal attitude on Russia and Ukraine. So good thing they have only the sycophants on today. But I mean, he's over here talking about how, like, Ukraine started it, all this shit. Why do you watch Fox? Oh, my God. Every day someone asks this question. One, because you have to learn what your enemies are saying. That's number one. Number two, they are interviewing the American president currently. Okay? Especially at a time when, like, unfortunately, the American president seemingly makes unilateral decisions. We just have to, we're at the mercy of this babbling old fool. So we have to understand where he's coming from, what he's saying. And also, last but not least, it is somewhat entertaining at times. Not right now, but
so,
the trilat, more like unilat.
They understand what that
means. But, Mr.
means.
President, what did the other leaders tell you? Because it seemed to be, this is unlike the first Trump term. There was great unity that was there, and we saw their public comments. But when you got them in the Oval Office, and we have this photo of you sitting at the Resolute desk and all of these world leaders are sitting in front of you. What did they say to you privately? Because it looked like they're on the same page as you, sir.
Yeah, they are. They're very good people. They're very good leaders of their countries. And they want to get back to leading their country. You know, they're consumed far more with this than we are because they're right there. You know, we have an ocean that's separating us, right? Thing called an ocean, a big, beautiful ocean. And they don't. You know, they're right there. So they have to, you know, it's a different kind of a thing for them. When it comes to security, they're willing to put people on the ground. We're willing to help them with things, especially probably if you could talk about by air, because nobody has the kind of stuff we have. Really, they don't have. But I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think if a deal is made, you know, famous last words, right? But I think if a deal is made, I think Russia's had it. They've all had it. And for a very extended period of time, I don't think there'll be a problem. But there'll be some form of security. It can't be NATO because that's just not something that would ever happen. They couldn't do that.
So
who would want that? I mean, if you were Russia, who would want to have your enemy, your opponent, sitting on your line? You don't do that. So it was always thought that Ukraine was sort of a buffer between Russia and the rest of Europe. And it was a big, wide buffer. Everything worked out well until Biden got involved. You know, when Biden gave them $100 billion right up front, I don't give them anything. You know, I don't know if you know it, but since I've been there, we don't pay. First of all, I made a deal to take rare earth. That's the equivalent of much more than the $350 billion that Biden got away, because I felt so foolish. It was so stupid what he did. And I was able to make a deal with Ukraine, and they were very nice. They have great rare.
I do think it's fucking annoying that, you know, just like with Biden, the leader of the nation is supposed to be a decent communicator. And Biden failed on that because he was too old. And Trump is failing on that because he's also too old and insane. So, like, there's not even a fucking moment of clarity here where he could just be like, because there are some things that he's saying. Like, he's trying to do the Mearsheimer. He's been watching Mearsheimer videos on YouTube. He's like, hey, Ukraine is supposed to be a buffer zone between Russia and NATO. It's unique to hear that perspective from an American president because NATO is your thing, okay? But like he can't even get a salient point across because he's too fucking insane and too narcissistic to present anything.
Earth, among the best in the world, and we took much more than the $350 billion, and they were great about it. So we got that, handled. But now we don't pay any money to Ukraine. They buy through NATO, because I got NATO to go from 2% to 5%, 2% when they didn't pay, 2% of GDP, 2% when they didn't pay, and 5% now they do pay. So it's trillions of dollars. So what we do is we make the equipment, the military equipment, and sell it at a full price. We sell it to the NATO. We sell it to NATO, and NATO pays us immediately. And that's the way it's working. And then NATO takes it and does what they want with it, because they really have the right to do what they want with it. But for the most part, they give it to Ukraine.
So President Trump,
so we're not losing. We're not like we were with Biden, where we were paying hundreds of billions of dollars out. We're paying nothing.
President Trump, during the meeting yesterday, when you decided to call Vladimir Putin, what was the reaction among the other people in the room, and what was President Putin's reaction to being brought into a phone call in the middle of your meeting?
Well, I think they expected it. I didn't do it in front of them. I thought that would be disrespectful to President Putin. I wouldn't do that because they have not had the warmest relations, and actually, President Putin wouldn't talk to the people from Europe. I mean, that was part of the problem. They had no communication. They had no communication with the White House for years as people died. Years with Biden and his people. No communication. Putin told me years. It was years that he didn't speak to anybody from the White House, and it was a long time that he didn't speak to anybody from Europe. No, it's a fractured relationship. And when I came in, I always had, despite the Russia hoax, which truly was a very dangerous thing for our country, but despite that, I maintained a very good relationship. I mean, you saw that when he got off his plane, I got off my plane. There's a warm.
I think one of the craziest aspects of like all of these guys behaving in the servile way is that they also normalize what Trump is saying. They prove what Trump is saying is correct in the eyes of the broader public. Because all of these other European leaders that have routinely criticized Donald Trump, all of these European leaders that spent the last 3 years being like, Russia is a madman, Putin is a madman, we have to militarily defeat Russia, now have to turn around and be like, Mr. President, it was so amazing that you were actually the only person who could bring Vladimir Putin to the table. You were the only president who could do that. They said that yesterday. Okay? They said that yesterday. Now, we understand why they're doing that. They're doing that so that, you know, the bag doesn't get fucked up. They know that this is the only language Trump listens to, responds to. You have to glaze them. It is what it is. But what's crazy about it is that ultimately makes them look fraudulent. And ironically enough, Biden had that same capability as well. Biden could have just as easily been like, we have to talk to Russia directly, instead of just casting that aside and having all the European leaders also take that position over and over again for 3 years. And then you cede ground to Donald Trump when he inevitably comes into power and then not only talks to Vladimir Putin, but also does so in a way that like offers no mind, no attention, no interest to the Ukrainian position here at all. None whatsoever.
There that you can't, you know, there's a decent feeling, and it's a good thing, not a bad thing. People would say, oh, that's such a terrible thing. It's not a terrible thing. You know what? We've got the most nuclear weapons in the world and the most powerful. He's got second.
So
okay?
Can you describe for us how that happened? Did you just announce that you were going to go into the other room to make the phone call, and then you got up and left and then came back?
I think they sort of knew I was, at the end of the meeting, I was going to call President Putin, and President Putin expected it, and he was there. Now, by the time I called him, it was 1 o'clock in the morning in Russia. Russia's a big place. You know, they have 11 time zones, I believe, 9 or 11, but I think it's 11.
But
think
Mr.
of it,
President,
11 time zones. That's a lot of time zones. So it was late. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, but he picked it up very happily. He's sure he works very hard, like we all do. And we had a very good call. And I told him that we're going to set up a meeting with President Zelensky, and you and he will meet. And then after that meeting, if everything works out, okay, I'll meet and we'll wrap it up. But, you know, it takes, in this case, 2 to tango. They have to have somewhat of a relationship. Otherwise, we're just wasting a lot of time. I don't want to be doing that I just want to end it. I want to end it. You know, we're not losing American lives. We're not losing American soldiers. We're losing Russian and Ukrainian, mostly soldiers, some people as missiles hit wrong spots or get lobbed into cities like Kiev and towns. But, you know, if I can save 7,000 people a week from being killed, I think that's I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I hear I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven.
It is wild how much he glazes Putin. Like, it's truly, it shocks me. I'll be honest. Like, he does not have this level of respect for anybody, dude. It is crazy. It's not necessarily a bad thing to show respect to a foreign adversary, especially if you're pursuing the path of peace. But if you're a guy like Donald Trump and you're constantly undermining, bullying every single person around you, all of our foreign allies, and then you only have this kind of fucking glaze for foreign adversaries, it is interesting. It also doesn't make sense because, like, it's not like he's changing. Like, he glazes Xi as well all the time, and that's great. But it's not like it reflects in the policy-making side. He will glaze Xi while simultaneously actively doing everything he can to try to fight China's influence around the globe and fail to actually achieve that objective anyway. And I don't even know if there is any capacity to undermine Chinese influence around the world at this stage. So if you're going to be so nice and if you're going to glaze them, then why not cooperate, you know?
Heaven, this will be one of the reasons. Well, I think I saved a lot of lives with India, Pakistan. They were going at it. The planes were being shot down. That was going to be maybe a nuclear war if I let that go. And I did that through trade. I was negotiating with both of them. I said, I'm not going to make a trade deal with you guys. You're fighting until you get peace. And I got them on the phone. I made a peace deal. And many deals, you know, 6 actually 7. And then we took out the nuclear capability from Iran. That was a big one in those pilots and those planes. When people say, we had the B-2 fly right over President Putin as he left his plane. He looked up, he said, "What the hell is that? That's a hell of a noise." We didn't make it environmentally friendly, okay? If that's okay with you guys.
Did the First Lady let you read the letter that Mrs. Zelensky wrote to her?
I purposely didn't. I did not do it purposely. It was given to me sealed, and I'm sure it would have been fine, but she gave a letter to Melania, and Melania told me it was absolutely a beautiful letter. So.
Yo, you think he's getting cucked? Putin, he's so handsome. He sent, isn't it beautiful? He sent a photo of himself shirtless riding a horse. I loved it. And she loved it too. We love it together. I sit in the chair. I watch and watch. It's great. This whole time, I thought Melania was the one getting cucked. It turns out maybe Trump is getting cucked.
So I'm going to see it. She's sending me a copy, but I gave it to her yesterday, sealed. It's nice when you give something sealed. I don't like when things are open. I don't like it. So anyway,
Mr.
but
President?
it was a beautiful letter, I'm sure.
Mr. President, there was a lot of talk yesterday when we were watching this about what happens after your presidency. How can we ensure that this conflict, that Putin doesn't inch in closer or more into the Ukraine territory? Is there anything that we can do? Can our congressmen and women pass any laws that would involve Article 5? How would that be handled?
All you can do is make sure you get a good president, not one of these wackos like in California that that runs the worst state anybody's seen, or that guy in Illinois who his family threw him out of the business because he was no good. Now he's running Illinois and he wants to run for president. He's got zero chance. Maybe Newsom has a little bit of a chance. I don't know, but it's hard to believe because his record's bad. But all you can do is hope you don't get that as president. We have a great bench, as you know that. We have great talent. And J.D. and Marco and Scott Bessen's been great, and Howard. They're all, we have such superstars. Remember this. Take a look at the border. The border was a disaster. Millions of people were pouring through, open border. Within 2 months, it was perfect. And within now, every week, every month, they say zero people are coming in illegally. We were taking people from prisons all over the world, gang members, insane asylum, mental patients from the worst insane asylums in the world that dropped into our place. So now we have a very secure border, beautiful border. I built hundreds of miles of wall. Without that, we couldn't have a secure border.
Mr. President, it's clear that you have operational control of the border. I mean, when the numbers hit zero, that is clear for the whole world to see. I'm curious.
3 months in a row.
Right, without new laws even having to be passed. But, Mr. President...
now I'm doing something that I'm having such fun with because I'm helping people. I've made Washington, D.C. Just an incredible place in literally 4 days. I have friends that say they're going out to dinner. Did you see what's happening with the restaurants? They're bursting. Yes, they were all closing and going bankrupt. I mean, it would be great. There's a guy named Sean Hannity. He might take a very lovely young lady that he knows very well to dinner in Washington, and they don't have to. And she's sitting right next to you, by the way.
That's right.
But
Mr. President,
I don't want to get him in trouble, so I better explain exactly. We don't want any secrets here. 4 days. I have friends that say in Washington, D.C., just an incredible place in literally 4 days. I have friends that say they're going out to dinner. Did you see what's happening with the restaurants? They're bursting. Yes, they were all closing and going bankrupt. I mean, it would be. It would be great. There's a guy named Sean Hannity. He might take a very lovely young lady that he knows very well to dinner in Washington, and they don't have to. And she's sitting right next to you, by the way.
That's right.
But
Mr. President,
brother, he is so messy. He's so messy, dude. He's so fucking messy.
I don't want to get him in trouble, so I better explain exactly. We don't want any secrets here. But
that's
that's the greatest relationship. I hope I'm not breaking any news. This could be the biggest. Hey, this could be the most important thing I said. But let me tell you, those are two great, Ainsley and Sean. great people. And when they go out to dinner, I don't want to see them get mugged. Now they can go out, they can hold hands, they can walk down the street. They're both superstars. I want to know who makes more money, because she's got to be making a lot.
Mr. President, we're so happy for them. But on a serious note, Mr. President, when you had those world leaders, because this is the topic of conversation for the whole world, when you had them sitting in front of you, did they express concerns about the next president, that they're not going to get the same type of treatment, security guarantees? Part of the deterrent of future attacks is your peace through strength. So that they say to you, Mr. President, we're concerned about the next leader?
They did. We talked about it. You know, it is what it is. I could say the same thing about them. I said, supposing you get a terrible leader in UK or France, or, you know, we had Ursula there, who runs the whole gamut. You know, we just made the biggest trade deal in the world. She's in charge of the Commission, the European Commission, and she's the boss. She was there too. I mean, that was really an incredible array of people. But, you know, they say that actually maybe even more with regard to the economy. We have $17 trillion being invested in the United States and committed, and numbers that nobody's ever seen for AI plants and for this and for that. And we're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars. That's why we're doing so well. Plants are being built all over the country. Our country has gone from a
Dude, for sure. For sure. That's definitely happening. Things are so good. If only he just keeps repeating this over and over again, then maybe people will believe it. Now, of course, there are some people who do believe it. Those people are insane. It's a cult. But I think this will consistently diminish the number of people in Trump's base, like the Trump loyalists. It's virtually impossible for them. It's virtually impossible for them to not recognize. Drop that Addy, bro. What? Listening to Trump is one thing, but if your wallet is hurting, you're going to feel that, okay? And as long as Trump keeps saying, oh, it's so good, it's so good, so many incredible opportunities for Americans to work like good paying manufacturing jobs. If it doesn't happen, and people are eventually going to go, all right, dude, you fucking lied to me. And every day, there is always going to be another person that decides for one reason or another that this shit is not working for them.
Country 1 year ago with a
cannot, just like the Brandon administration tried, you can't just like wish cast away the impact of inflation or the impact of not having viable, well-paying job opportunities. You can't do that.
This country in the world. And every one of those people said it yesterday. They said, in 6 months, you made this the hottest country in the world that we are. We have $17 trillion coming in. And they said, well, what happens if you're no longer president and somebody comes in and cancels the tariffs? And we've invested hundreds of billions of dollars in building these plants, and now you have some anti-business person come in. I said, well, life is full of nasty little surprises, but I don't think it's going to happen. We have a great bench, and the bench is really talented. You see a lot of the people, and I think you're going to get great people in government.
Well, President Trump, we want to thank you so much for joining us this morning. We know that you have lots of other wars around the world that you need to end, and that's more important than anything. So we appreciate you joining us this morning.
No, thank you very much,
Mr. President.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's so funny he does not want J.D. Vance to be president. Yeah, that's going to happen regardless, though, whether he wants it or not. What? I mean, it might not happen, but like J.D. Vance is eyeing that top spot as aggressively. Your thumbnail looks like you got Trump on the phone. I do. I've been talking to him directly. He's been communicating with me in my dreams.
It was a day of consequence, a day of achievement, and yet also a day which left a sense of great uncertainty ahead. After Putin in Alaska, came Zelensky to Washington, but not alone this time.
So here he is, 6 months after that Oval Office meltdown. He's back at the White House for a truly unprecedented gathering.
The American president, the great disruptor, was on this day the great convener. Never before have the leaders of key European nations all been here in the White House at the same point and at such short notice. They weren't in the room in Alaska. They needed to dominate it this time, to influence what happens next.
It's a great honor to have you here.
Due to the tariffs, imported manufacturing parts are going to be a lot cheaper. Could it now be that Trump tries to use those rare earths to secure supply for manufacturing in America for a much lower price? Wait, what? You think Ukraine is going to make up for the refinement and procurement process of rare earth minerals that is a damn near monopoly in the hands of China? Like, do you understand how the fucking what the runway on something like that looks like? First of all, due to tariffs, imported manufacturing parts are going to be a lot cheaper is wrong. That's just objectively, it's the opposite. I'm not dunking on this person, by the way. Make no mistake. I'm just trying to clarify that this is just incorrect. Okay, don't assume that I'm like shitting on this person and or pile on this person at all. I think this is just like someone who is a little bit confused. But tariffs are an entry tax, so things that American middlemen are importing into the country, the price of that goes up like automatically. They have the capacity to, I guess, eat some of those costs and lower their profit margins. Okay, that's part of the reason why you haven't seen like gigantic, you haven't seen like enormous inflation so far. But then also on top of that, you're talking about like a massive amount of runway to build, develop refinement and procurement strategies in Ukraine that still would not be a part of the domestic economy and the domestic manufacturing part anyway. So it doesn't really do anything for American interests. So it just doesn't make sense.
And with the required flattery too.
I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock.
Something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you.
In relation to a conflict which has gone on for 3 and a bit years, and so far nobody's been able to bring it to this point, so I thank you for that.
The leaders were here for 5 hours, public moments and private talks, all after Zelensky's return to the Oval Office.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. If I can, first of all, thank you for invitation and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you.
This time, the tone, the vibe and the result were a world away from that day in February.
Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
And this time, a suit too for Zelensky. He's learned that style here is as important as the substance. And on that substance, a key commitment from Trump, the outline of one at least, on American security for Ukraine.
There'll be a lot of help. When it comes to security, there's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good.
One thing I don't see brought up is fatigue of keeping up with the changes. Where I work, we try to get ahead in November to reduce costs. After all the changes that destroyed that work, it became easier to just raise costs to cover what may happen.
We are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe, but we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Trump was not willing to say that in February. We do not know any of the detail or how Putin would react. But with a map in the Oval Office too, there was talk of territory. What is Zelensky prepared to negotiate? Again, we don't know. But the other major achievement, in the middle of the talks, Trump spoke by phone to Putin. I called President Putin and began the arrangements for a meeting at a location to be determined between President Putin and President Zelensky. After that meeting takes place, we will have a trilat, which would be the 2 presidents plus myself. But we know now with this president that the course can change fast. Achievements now can amount to little later. The meeting was unprecedented. The tone has shifted. But the endpoint, still impossible to chart. Mark Stone, Sky News at the White House.
Oh, this guy's back. Mr. Maps. This is the English Harry Enton.
So why have these...
Holy Toledo! The war in Ukraine is waging, and the battle lines are drawn. It's not good. I haven't seen territorial acquisition like this since Tsarist Russia.
Security guarantees suddenly leapt up the agenda for the international leaders. Now, if Putin is genuinely serious about bringing the war to an end, one of the things that's going to be a key part of the negotiation is land. The other one is security guarantees. Now, President Putin has been very clear so far that in any security arrangement post-war, Ukraine can't join NATO and also Ukraine must disarm. But it is worth remembering that's purely his pre-negotiation position, in the same way that President Zelensky has been very clear that he doesn't want to cede territory, and the West has to work our way around it. Now, it's quite possible that during the Alaska summit that President Putin alluded to President Trump that he might be prepared to consider some sort of security guarantees. I think what's more likely is when the European leaders all got together around Washington, that they turned around and went, we've got to have a coherent line, because whatever happens, if we're going to get to a peaceful settlement, we've got to look after this part of security. Now, what form will they take? Ultimately, they have to be credible and they have to have teeth. One of the challenges that Ukraine faces is they've got at least 1,000 miles of frontline border, even more if you include the border with Belarus. And let's give an idea of the scale required for troops on the ground. If you were to put troops 60 feet apart, which doesn't appear that credible as a deterrence, you'd need 100,000 troops to man the border. Now, you've got to give them a break, so they've got to have 4 months on, 4 months off, and then 4 months training ready for deployment. So you actually need 300,000 troops to be able to man that. Where would these come from? Well, the harsh reality is, even if you use the whole of the UK army, about 30,000 deployable, that's about 10%. There's potential for France to provide another 10%, but it's pretty clear Italy wouldn't provide any. Poland is worried about its own national security, and there's no way that America wants to get itself bogged down in Ukraine. And therefore, where would the rest of these troops come from? It's just not a credible option. And besides, it would bog down NATO in Ukraine, and that would leave a green light.
Maybe if it's maybe if it's Sky News explaining the thing that I was explaining to you earlier, some of the people will be more interested in understanding how fucked the situation truly is and why this is not a likely outcome here.
Available for people around the rest of the world. It's not the only way that you can deal with security guarantees, though. There are several others in addition to boots on the ground. One of the other options is a no-fly zone or a no maritime zone. This plays to NATO's strengths because NATO air power is an order of magnitude better than the Russians. The Russians have been badly bruised. This would be a very credible deterrent. Another way, of course, that America could get involved is around intelligence. Clearly, American intelligence is a game changer. The big advantage is
there is functionally no difference between a no-fly zone and boots on the ground. It's, again, it goes back to the exact same issue, which is nation states and their air forces that are either under the nuclear protective banner of NATO or are nuclear armed nation states themselves going into direct war with Russia, which is also a nuclear armed nation. Both of these options lead to mutually assured destruction. Both of these options are also incredibly difficult to pass through. There is no domestic appetite for this. Everybody speaks a big game about defending Ukraine until it comes down to actually militarily defending Ukraine. Think about it. America is a warmongering nation, and one of the worst, one of the hardest things to sell has always been a permanent occupation in the Middle East, because you got troops coming back in body bags. It's just nobody wants to see that. People don't even want to give Ukraine money and weapons. They think, like, why aren't we using that money on ourselves? Now, imagine if you're also not only doing that, but also sending military. They're just not going to get on board with it. I don't think there's any amount of like, this is actually for the good. This is actually to better. This is actually for the betterment of like, or defending Western Europe or whatever the fuck. I don't think that's going to convince people, especially at a time when I see a lot of animosity from younger generations towards their own governments, because they recognize how shitty their circumstances are. They recognize that there's no more hope left. And it's like, why would I fight for this country? I'm reminded of those interviews that those man of the street interviews that they do with like British youth, where they'll be like, no, I wouldn't fucking defend England in a military, in a situation where there's like war. Why would I do that? England won't even defend me. Fix the fucking trains.
That they could continue to support Ukraine, but not be overtly antagonizing Russia because Russia wouldn't know what was being provided. And likewise, logistics has also been mentioned as a way of ferrying stuff in and out of the country, potentially providing munitions and the like. This is
you
more.
got multiple decades of austerity and a crippled welfare state structure. Good luck. Good luck getting people on board.
More of an enabler than anything else. But whatever the solution is, and it's going to take a lot of negotiation, it's got to be credible and got to have teeth. The other thing that they'll be looking at is land. Of course, this land swap or whatever has been talked about, but it's all got a little bit quiet on that. And I think that's really good news because ultimately what President Putin wants is probably the whole of Ukraine, but certainly the whole of this Donbas region. What President Zelensky wants is to liberate some of this land. And that will be the really difficult conversation. But if Russia is really serious about bringing this war to an end, ultimately he will need to have a break. His forces need a break, the equipment is tired, and his economy is on its knees. So one of the things that if I was a military advisor to Putin at the moment, I'd be saying for the next 3 months, push hard until the end of the fighting season, until winter falls, and play all of these negotiations long, these bilateral and trilateral talks, put a few weeks between them and play it out until you get to the end of the fighting period and hope to put yourself in a really strong negotiating position. And that's why I think there's so much effort in the international community at the moment. I'm very positive that there is at least some progress towards a peace. There's a glimmer of hope that there's progress to be made. But I have to say at the moment, there's very low expectation of any significant advances anytime soon.
I just don't know why Ukrainian European leaders came out of that meeting making it seem like there was some good discourse happening, you know, some productive stuff happening. I don't get it. I don't know if they're keeping up appearances or if there's like commitments to continue doing a flow of weapons to Ukraine. I don't know if it's like Trump lying to them directly to their faces, being like, oh yeah, I'm going to do a security partnership and I'm going to get Russia to commit to a security partnership. I can explain to you, being Ukrainian myself, explain it to me. I don't get it. Because like Trump literally, when he's talking to Vladimir Putin, is like, you're the best. You're the GOAT. You will take all of Ukraine. Okay. I will give you whatever piece of Ukraine you want. And then Trump is like basically saying, I will not do a ceasefire because Putin doesn't want a ceasefire. But then seemingly yesterday's meeting certainly came across like they were happy with whatever Trump told them. So there's just like something that doesn't make sense.
Yes, that is one of its results. Territorial changes are often an essential component of conflict resolution. There are many such examples.
This sounds like TikTok voice, TikTok AI voice.
Мы никогда не вели речь о том, что нам просто нужно захватить какие-то территории.
I would like to emphasize once again that we have never talked about the need to seize any territories. Neither Crimea nor Donbas nor Novorossiya as territories have ever been our goal. Our goal was to protect Russian people who lived on these lands for centuries, discovered these lands and shed blood for them. They founded cities in Crimea and in Donbas, such as Odessa, Nikolaev, many others, cities, ports, factories, plants.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said on Tuesday that peace talks over the Ukraine conflict should begin at the expert level and move forward gradually, step by step, through all the necessary stages. Speaking at a press briefing, Lavrov stressed that any negotiations must be carefully structured, starting with technical discussions among experts.
Okay, so does that mean Ukraine gets some Russian territories? Yeah, no, of course not, dude. What the fuck? No, obviously not. I don't know why they keep saying territorial land swaps, because it just don't make no sense. Trump is lying to Russia, lying to Ukraine. He wants to finish it ASAP to achieve his Nobel Peace Prize or whatever. Ugh. I mean, yeah, I don't know if he's lying to Russia. I'm gonna be honest. I think he's more in a listening position when it comes to Russia. But I do think he's lying to Ukraine, and I think he's lying to the European partners. I guess he's lying to himself, and he definitely does want a Nobel Peace Prize. I just don't understand why why other people don't see through it.
Before advancing to higher-level political talks, he emphasized that progress cannot be rushed, highlighting Russia's preference for a systematic, staged approach to diplomacy. Lavrov's remarks come as international pressure mounts for renewed dialogue aimed at ending the ongoing conflict, with global leaders.
Ни от каких форм работы, ни от двусторонних, ни от трехсторонних. Президент об этом неоднократно говорил. Главное, чтобы любые форматы 1+1, 1+2, в том числе, включались не ради того, чтобы...
Wait, they just gave up. They gave up.
If yesterday's extraordinary
They just gave up translating the rest of it. That's crazy.
Events in the White House are perplexing the rest of us. Try being Ukrainian. Told they must consider giving up land.
Lavrov is bad cop. Any Putin-Zelensky meeting has to be prepared extremely carefully. Russia will only agree to a deal that respects its security interests. The foundations of Ukraine's recognition as an independent state would disappear if it aligns with the West. Yeah, I mean, this is literally, this is what they've been saying. Maybe they'll say, like, Ukraine has to be in the Russian periphery, and in exchange for that, we take LPR, DPR, and then you keep the rest. We don't just go in further. I don't know. I don't fucking know anymore.
And in exchange for vague security guarantees, like MP Lesia Vasylenko, they need so many questions answered.
Who is going to be there backing Ukraine in case Russia decides to revisit their imperialistic plans and strategies, and in case they want to restart this war of aggression?
For many here, there is an uneasy sense of déjà vu. In 1994, in the Budapest Memoranda, Ukraine agreed to give up not land.
Major L for Ukraine with the whole nuke situation.
But its nuclear arsenal in return for security assurances from Russia and other powers. Putin tore them up with his invasion of Crimea in 2014. And once again,
biggest L of all time.
With his full-scale attack 3.5 years ago.
Mr. Yeltsin, Mr. Clinton, Mr. Kuchma, and John Major.
Veteran diplomat Yuri Kostenko helped lead those negotiations in the 90s. Trusting Russia now, he says, is laughable.
President Trump says that he believes President Putin when he says he wants to stop the killing.
It's not true. It's not true. Russia never, it's my practice more than 30 years. Russia never stop the aggression plans to occupy all Ukraine. And I think that Mr. Trump, if he really believe Mr. Putin's, I think it will be a very big mistake, Mr. Trump, very big mistake.
This week's whirlwind diplomacy must be set against the backdrop of Ukraine's sacrifices over 11 years of war. They have seen their hopes dashed many times before.
Unlike in other European capitals, no one here is talking up the chances of success that lie ahead. Most people reserving judgment instead. The one grim certainty they can be sure of course, is that the war goes on, with many more lives at risk.
Ukrainians are desperate for signs of progress, but too wary to hope for too much.
We still feel not sure, not confident, and we do not really believe that for any good ending for us. We are all a bit tired of the missile attack and the drones, and we all aware that most probably it will take some time again for us.
I felt the disappointment. I remember that in any of the previous meetings nothing changed after them, so I don't expect much.
While the diplomacy moves on in an unclear direction, events here are depressingly predictable. Hundreds of drone attacks every night and Russian advances on the front. If Putin really wants this war to end, he's showing no sign of it. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, in Kyiv.
Russia continues to hammer the country with missile and drone strikes, even as talks continue. Holly Williams has covered this war since the beginning, and she's once again in Ukraine speaking with people about the latest developments.
For many Ukrainians, it's difficult to believe that Vladimir Putin really wants peace. A swarm of Russian drones killed at least 5.
I like to close my eyes and imagine them talking about Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu sometimes, just to see what like accurate coverage would look like on that issue. You know what I mean? Just closing my eyes and imagining them going, Israel seemingly is not interested in real peace. Here we are interviewing Palestinians in Gaza who have withstood a 22-month genocide. They are starving because Israel is starving them.
5 people in an apartment complex yesterday, according to Ukrainian officials. Rescue workers tried to save this baby girl, but she didn't make it. Volodymyr Zelensky has survived nearly 3.5 years of war as Ukraine's leader, but he may now face his biggest challenge. If Zelensky makes territorial concessions as part of a ceasefire deal, permanently giving parts of Ukraine to Russia, some here will see it as weak or foolish. Too many people have suffered and died, said this woman in Kyiv. Did they die for nothing and will give away land? But if Zelensky doesn't make concessions, he risks alienating President Trump again, as he did back in February.
You don't have the cards right now.
So, of course, it hurts to see that Russia is not being pressured, that nothing has been done to Russia.
Alexandra Ustinova is a member of Ukraine's parliament.
Do you think that President Trump understands Ukraine and this war, or is he somewhat naive?
I think that President Trump still believes that Putin can be negotiated. And we, having all of these years of negotiating Vladimir Putin, do not believe a single word he says, because he always lies and breaks his own word.
Ukrainians know that international agreements have failed to protect their country in the past, and some fear it wouldn't be any different this time, even with security guarantees from the US. Vlad.
All right, Holly, President Trump was pretty adamant that a meeting between Zelensky and Putin is imminent. Are we on the brink of peace here?
Well, look, none of the players can afford to simply reject President Trump's efforts and his optimism. That would be political suicide. So they have to do the diplomatic dance. They have to play along, Vlad, willing or not. Now, for his part, Vladimir Putin, I think, is thrilled to have the red carpet rolled out for him by the US. But it seems unlikely that at this point he really wants to end the war. After all, Putin has called Ukraine's democratically elected government a, quote, illegitimate regime.
All right, the clock is ticking. Holly Williams in Ukraine for us. Thank you, Holly.
Okay. A little tan, you good? Great.
Thank you for being on.
I can't believe they're thanking him, dude.
President Trump.
Okay, French President Macron says any deal must allow Ukraine to live in peace. Yeah, no shit. Okay, but are there any hardline stances that he's going to take after fucking sucking Donald Trump off
was
earlier?
Overheard on a microphone talking to you, and he said, quote, I think he wants to make a deal.
We saw the hot
Putin.
mic yesterday. He was talking about how, like, Putin's going to do it for me.
I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that? As crazy as it sounds. What went through your head when he said that to you?
I think if, at the end of the day, if we have a deal which is compliant with this long-standing and robust peace, this is a great news. And your president, indeed, is very confident about the capacity he has to get this deal done, which is a good news for all of us and can break this, I would say, this daily killings.
Bro, he's literally just repeating what Trump is saying, which is so crazy. Where was this energy a year ago? Where was this energy 2 years ago? Why did it take for these guys to completely engage in a role reversal on positions that they held firmly? Like, Macron went from, I'm going to nuke Russia, I'm going to send troops to Ukraine, to Donald Trump is actually a brilliant fucking, a brilliant negotiator, and he's really bringing Russia to the table. I can't believe it. It's like, you guys could have brought Russia to the table straight up, especially with these conditions. If the conditions are, if the conditions for bringing Russia to the table is just like literally giving them everything that they wanted, you could have done so 3 fucking years ago with significantly less death. Especially because right now, I want to stress something here, okay? Right now, Ukrainian interest or Ukrainian sovereignty is not a factor in their considerations. Okay, it's not. Because Ukrainians want ceasefire, but they don't want territorial acquisition, right? They don't want Russia to permanently annex Ukrainian territory. Okay, so if they don't give a shit about that now, that means they wouldn't have given a shit about it 3 years ago. So why didn't they do this 3 years ago without so much more bloodshed? It doesn't make sense.
Which has the responsibility of of the Russian aggressor. So I think it's a great news. My point, and this is why we've worked so hard during the past few months, and we need this convergence, is to be sure that this deal is not detrimental to Ukraine and Europe. And all of us, we want a deal and we want a peace deal. But we want to make sure that this peace, and so this deal, will be something which will allow the Ukrainians to recover the country and live in peace, to be sure the day after this peace deal that they will have sufficient deterrence power not to be attacked again, and to be sure for the Europeans that they will live in peace and security.
We're expecting a formal Israeli response within days, possibly, to this proposal, which Egypt actually had a key role in brokering. And that's important because they're a big player in this region, and also because the previous round of talks broke down with no outcome. But the Qataris, as you said, who are also involved in these talks, pretty optimistic because, as you made that point, that it's a similar deal to the one that Israel previously agreed to, that was put together by the US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Conflicting signals, though, here in Israel tonight about it all. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office.
I talked to people in Gaza, and they're not very confident about this. Like, they don't think that this is going to hold. They think that it's going to be just for a couple days and that Israel is going to continue bombing. They've just completely given up on a permanent ceasefire ever taking place, which is, of course, understandable. It's such a devastating situation. Kind of interesting, however, having this ceasefire conversation right after the Russian-Ukrainian one, where Trump is basically conceding on all the demands, and yet the media understandably is talking about the Ukrainian position, talking about the Ukrainian victims of all of this. Meanwhile, the belligerent is like starving the Palestinian population to death, bombing them into oblivion, and has dropped the metric ton equivalent of 8 nukes on this tiny sliver of land where 2 million people are held captive. It's just not like this change in the commentary, where the media so quickly turns around and after spending a good deal of time talking about the victimhood of Ukrainians, as they should, to only turn around and act as though, and the cynical, sinister ways in which the belligerent here, Russia, operates, only to turn around and act as though the belligerent occupier in this conflict, which is a genocide, it's even worse than a war with a litany of war crimes, is totally a valid state actor that has like real security concerns.
Anonymously, we think that these 50 of the hostages must be released all at once. They're not particularly interested in a partial deal, but at the same time, you've had Israeli officials saying that they're still studying these proposals and there's still discussions going on about them. Any reprieve, though, cannot come soon enough for the people of Gaza. Several more people reportedly killed trying to get food aid tonight. And today the UN said that the risk of starvation there may be a direct result of the Israeli government policy of blocking humanitarian aid, which Israel, of course, denies. This is how these families survived in central Gaza today. It is no way to sustain a starving population.
Yeah, according to local sources, I saw that. According to local sources in Gaza, Israel has assassinated a Palestinian national basketball team player and one of the top stars of local clubs, Mohammed Shaalan, nicknamed the Earthquake, after he was sniped while waiting to receive aid for the American-run GHF in Han Yunis to feed his children, one of which is literally suffering in a hospital bed. I think like they killed his daughter as well. This is what you mean whenever you talk about Islamophobia. Breaking: New York City Mayor Eric Adams just slammed Muslim communist Mamdani for vowing to decriminalize prostitution. I don't know where it is in the Quran it states that it's okay for a woman to be on the streets selling her body. God bless Eric Adams. Oh, it's just like you made up what your opponent's positions are, and now you are saying like he's not abiding by Sharia. Like, what the fuck? When did Zohran Mamdani say he was going to do Sharia in fucking New York? I hate this shit so much. It's just, yeah, instead of being like, well, I guess my opponent is not actually a fundamentalist who wants to abide by the text of the Quran. Nope, not that at all. It's that he's actually being hypocritical to values that I ascribed to him.
And for a fleeting moment, hope that another way might be possible, should Israel join Hamas in agreeing a pause in the fighting to get aid in and some of the remaining hostages out. In Khan Yunis, 8 people were killed overnight, the number of dead now passing 62,000 according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Awad says he's been bereaved and displaced.
It's so crazy that they're saying that the death toll has gone up to 62,000 when it's been locked at 60,000 for the past, 4 months? And I can count more than 2,000 deaths that we have directly talked about every single fucking day. Like there has been more than 2,000 deaths in the past 4 months that we have covered on this broadcast, okay? The idea that it's just it's up to 62,000 is so unbelievable.
God willing, he says, Israel...
Is that number not coming from the authorities in Gaza? Yes. It is the most conservative estimate. The Gaza Health Ministry is only capable of logging a death and confirming a death if it's a person that was shot and directly killed by Israeli bombs. Like when they say this is a death, this is 62,000, that means that person was shot by the Israeli forces or bombed by the Israeli forces, and then they were able to recover that body and try to treat that body in a hospital, and obviously the patient still died. That is calculated in the 62,000 number. There are so many people who are just unaccounted for. There are so many people who have died due to health complications as a consequence of Israel's blockade. There are so many people who have died directly as a consequence of Israel's destruction of the health system in Gaza in its entirety. Okay? The true number is far, far larger than 62,000 at this point. There are mass graves that keep getting unearthed. There is no way to figure out what the real number is. Part of the reason why is because Israel will not let any independent investigators into the Strip. Israel has also destroyed deliberately all of the hospitals. So if there's no hospital, you can't actually count. Israel shoots ambulance drivers. Israel shoots the aid workers. Israel kills the doctors. Israel kidnaps the doctors and tortures them in their prisons. The health ministry in Gaza does not have the capabilities of correctly issuing an accurate death toll. I'm not a warmonger. I'm a realist. You think you can negotiate with a man that has no intention of negotiating and that definitely has leverage over the U.S. president? That's just placating to a wannabe emperor who's built a legacy and nothing else. You can negotiate with something like that? What? Oh, you're still talking about Russia. Okay. He's like Moldova and Georgia will be next.
Will give a positive response, and it will be today. Omar says even a ceasefire won't end the war because Israel has other goals, the complete destruction of Gaza. These Israeli tanks are preparing to take control of Gaza City. An offensive Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is pursuing despite growing international and domestic condemnation. So, could it be halted by a ceasefire plan that is, after all, on terms he very recently appeared to support? The proposed deal accepted by Hamas would reportedly see the release of 10 of the 20 remaining living hostages, the return of more Palestinian prisoners by Israel, a 60-day ceasefire, and talks for a full end to the conflict. Now, this is all remarkably close to what Benjamin Netanyahu himself put forward just last month.
We have a 60-day ceasefire, get the first batch out, and then use the 60 days to try to negotiate an end to this.
But this month, Netanyahu's ceasefire conditions have changed dramatically.
Oh my God, again? That's crazy. How shocking. Color me surprised. Yeah, meanwhile, here's the reality, of course. Reports of insanely intense Israeli bombings of the Sabra neighborhood in Gaza City. That was 22 hours ago. A large number of casualties reported, but no way anyone can get there to evacuate them. Just as Hamas accepts another ceasefire proposal, Israel escalates its Gaza extermination campaign. This is happening side by side. On the one hand, they're like, oh, here's a ceasefire proposal. Hamas is like, sure, we'll join it. We'll do it. Israel then increases the intensity of the bombing campaign once again because they have no real interest in a ceasefire. Their goal is the complete extermination of all Palestinian people from the Gaza Strip. It's not like they're hiding it. They've shown that with their actions. They've shown that with their statements since October 7, 2023. I can't believe we're about to hit 2 years of this genocide, this live streamed Holocaust. And every step of the way, Israel has openly stated their ambitions, their genocidal ambitions. Israel is trying to kill every single Palestinian person that they can get away with killing. And it seems like their numbers are in the hundreds of thousands. And the world stays silent. And worse than silence, the Western world continues to offer Israel intelligence and offer Israel the weapons to do so. America being the number one belligerent here.
Instead of a partial release of the remaining hostages, he's been insisting on the full release of all the remaining hostages all at once.
Regarding our terms, the release of all the hostages, both alive and dead, definitely. We're at that stage, and we're not going back.
Crucially, that position appears not just to have Donald Trump's endorsement, but appeases the far-right parties propping up Netanyahu's coalition government. Hard-right Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir says the Prime Minister has no mandate for a partial deal. But on Netanyahu's other flank, one of the biggest protests since October 7th took place on Sunday, opposing plans for more Israeli force in Gaza and demanding the hostages were immediately brought home.
I want to say to my Guy, my son, how deeply I'm sorry.
Michelle's son Guy died in Hamas captivity, and his body is still being held there. It looks like there is a deal on the table now that Benjamin Netanyahu could accept today if he wanted to, albeit it's a partial hostage release. Should he accept that deal?
He must. He must to accept it. I want to see the last hostages back home.
You had hundreds of thousands of people on the streets here over the weekend. How many more people do you think have to take to the streets to get the Prime Minister to change his position?
At least 1 million people to shout our shouting, to say enough is enough for us, enough is enough for us. And I want to be able to pray and to bury my son. This is the only thing, the last thing that I ask. Enough is enough for me. I don't want to be suffered anymore.
Protests planned for this Sunday in Tel Aviv had just been cancelled, though, while Benjamin Netanyahu ponders his response to the ceasefire plan.
Hello, you said that all the remaining hostages are IDF soldiers. I couldn't find any sources of that. Not saying you're lying. They are. All of the hostage releases that have taken place so far, up until the last batch, I would say, like the last couple of hostage releases were all non-combatants. And the rest of them are just like they already released all of the civilians that they had held captive, and now the rest are all IDF soldiers.
Well, back to Gaza now, and a ceasefire between Israel and...
Wait, what the fuck was that? That title change was crazy. Health officials, 3 more starved to death in Gaza. They went from Egypt, Israel refuses Egypt of something. I forget what the title was originally, to that. They changed it.
Hamas would allow for a huge surge in critically needed humanitarian aid. Right now, much of the aid that arrives at the Gaza border, should it get there, is refused entry by Israel. The executive director of the Egyptian Red...
Wow, it's interesting that the article title originally, like the headline of the video originally, was actually actively saying Israel was responsible for denying aid into the Strip. And I guess they got a boss call and they changed it to health officials, 3 more starved to death in Gaza.
President Amal Emam showed me a warehouse full of medical...
Yeah, the original title was Egyptian Red Crescent shows CNN aid rejected by Israel. I wonder why they changed that article title. I wonder why they changed the title of that YouTube video. Oh, perhaps the tone it was taking was too critical of the genocidal apartheid state. Oh, well. This kind of stuff might come across as like little changes and ultimately marginal, inconsequential. It's not. Okay? It's not. This plays a very important role in manufacturing consent because headlines are the things that people pay attention to the most. Okay? It's very important. The reason why they change those headlines is because they do not want to criticize Israel at all. They do not want to use active voice when talking about Israel's war crimes. That CNN headline was a direct accusation of Israel committing a war crime, denial of aid to a captive civilian population. Make no mistake, that's why the term genocide is important as well, especially by politicians. When they don't want to use that, term, they say they don't want to get bogged down by legality or whatever, but they don't want to use that term because genocide opens up additional restrictions for any kind of partnership or cooperation with the supposed ally. That's the reason why they don't want to fucking say it.
Supplies that Israel has turned back, she says. It includes medicines.
But of course, remember, as they were worried of saying ceasefire initially, now they say it all the time. As they were worried to say Israel's doing war crimes initially, and now they say it all the time. Eventually, with more pressure, they will start saying it's a genocide as well. It's inevitable because, as I've said over and over again, especially if you don't let people fucking forget this, okay? If you don't let people forget these crimes, if you don't let people forget that this is ongoing, today will be the most popularity that Israel enjoys. Tomorrow, Israel will be even more unpopular. What is this? What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think we don't know Putin can be trusted? Oh my God, these guys are still arguing over Ukraine. Okay.
Oxygen tanks that she says have been received and have had the necessary approval from Israel, only to be turned back after inspection by the Israelis. This
Roach King said the U.S. should kill Maduro. Can you comment? What? Why does he give a shit about Maduro or Venezuela? God damn, these guys are so one note. They just like hear what the Trump administration wants them to pay attention to, and then they immediately go, ooh, yeah, he's got to do something about this. Trump's got to do something about this Maduro guy. We should kill Maduro. Okay, man. It's just you have a child's brain. That's it. You have the brain of a child. Not even a child. You have the brain of like an insect. You're just responding to stimuli. You're flying in the direction of a fucking fly zapper. It's so stupid. Yeah. Oh, great Politico article headline. Americans are changing their views of Israel. That's a problem. Is it a problem, Politico? Is there a welcome shift towards a realistic public understanding of what Israel's doing? Yeah, of course. Politico and Business Insider is owned by Axel Springer, the German publishing house and owner of Politico, that makes all of the fucking people sign, all the people that work under it sign a loyalty oath to Israel. It's not even a joke. Business Insider, Politico US and EU, Die Welt, Germany's biggest tabloid, Bild. Bild is the one that's famous for being directly collaborating directly with Benjamin Netanyahu, right? They've gotten in trouble for that. Anytime you want to see a leak that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to fucking put out there, it's Bild, right? Am I thinking of the right one? Anyway, requires all employees to adhere to the corporate code of conduct, whose value number 2 is support the right of existence of the state of Israel. CEO Matthias Döpfner, who is also one of the company's largest shareholders, once wrote in internal memos, Zionismus über alles, Zionism above all, and Israel, my country, Zeitlich. Döpfner also sits on the boards of Palantir, Netflix, and Warner Music. Palantir CEO Alex Karp previously served on Axel Springer's supervisory board. Look at this. We hold these principles today and embrace our social responsibility to democracy with clear intent and transparency. Axel Springer distinguishes itself in the media industry with our unique corporate constitution, the Essentials, written in 1967 by Axel Springer and slightly adapted over time. It is a living testament to our enduring values. We stand up for freedom, for free speech, the rule of law, and democracy. We support the right of existence of the state of Israel and oppose all arms of anti-Semitism. We advocate the alliance between the United States of America and Europe. We uphold the principles of a free market economy. We reject political and religious extremism and all forms of discrimination. Okay, what about number 2 then? That makes no damn sense. That's crazy that it's number 2, by the way. The order of priority is so fucking insane.
Is what we saw
This truck has been rejected actually 4 times. This is the 4th time that has been rejected in the last 2 weeks. And what's carrying? It's carrying ICU beds coming from the WHO.
Wait, did they change the title again?
Well, back to Gaza now, and a ceasefire between.
No, they haven't. They didn't change it. It's not showing as changed for me.
So he said that since the 2nd of August, he has entered 4 times. Every time it goes in a very good shape, and then it comes this.
And that's how it comes back.
Exactly, you see. And then, of course, our
Unpacked.
teams here, they are working on repelletizing them, as you see.
Well, what you saw there, of course, were critically needed medical supplies, ICU beds. As I say, we also saw oxygen tanks and wheelchairs and anaesthetic equipment. There is, of course, an awful lot of food aid, which is loaded onto trucks to go into Gaza, which isn't getting in at this point. Look, the situation could not be more urgent. Another 3 people have starved to death in the enclave in the last 24 hours, according to local health officials there. For more now, I'm joined by the spokesperson for the United Nations Office of Humanitarian Affairs, Olga Cherevko, who is in Al-Mawasi in Gaza, supporting the operations there. Olga, you just saw, and our viewers just saw, these materials that are being held up on the Egyptian side of the border. How is this rejection of aid in this vetting process, as it were, by the Israelis impacting the situation on the ground where you are now?
Thank you, Becky, for having me. This is one of the many obstacles that the cargo has to go through before we can even get it inside of Gaza. And of course, in addition to that, once it is on the platform in Gaza, we face a massive line of various impediments in order to collect it from the platform. So as you were speaking to the colleague at the crossing there and talking about the palletization and repalletization and the scanning and the manifesting. And one of the biggest issues that we face before cargo arrives in Gaza is the fact that everything is kind of centralized through Kerem Shalom. So regardless of the corridor the cargo comes through, it has to be scanned at Kerem Shalom. And of course, there are only so many hours in the day that this can be done. So many times the trucks are turned away because it becomes too late in the day to even scan them. And so they have to basically start from zero the next day all over again.
Can you just explain what is going on the ground where you are and how people are coping?
The situation here is so dire. I have never seen it at the level that it's at now. Everybody has obviously been enduring nearly 2 years of this war. Virtually everyone in Gaza has been displaced, and many people several times. Some have actually lost count how many. And of course, if we look at the map of Gaza, over 86% of it is currently under displacement orders or in Israeli militarized areas. So the space where people can still survive and exist is very, very small. And it just keeps getting tighter by the day with more displacement orders, with, of course, the strikes ongoing and the looming possibility of the offensive in Gaza.
Well, how about not doing the bad German accent and realizing instead why German outlets would see themselves in a different responsibility towards Israel, even if it's misguided? Really beats me how you call people insect-brained while moving on the intellectual level of a 13-year-old yourself. I don't think we should ban this guy. I think we should unban this guy. Okay. First of all, I don't care. Okay? What do you mean? Germans broadly feel the responsibility of the Holocaust, so they have to fucking defend Israel doing its own version of the Holocaust is not a correct argument you can use here.
Gaza City has everybody extremely worried. And this is what people tell me everywhere, is that they really cannot fathom how much worse it can get if hundreds of thousands of people will have to potentially be forced.
It's so stupid. And secondly, not only does that argument hold zero fucking weight. This guy, who is German himself, is a media mogul that fucking controls American outlets too. Why do you think you made a coherent point here? It's so stupid.
To displace yet again.
And Olga, you're talking about the decision by the Israeli Security Cabinet to widen the war, to ratchet up its operations, to expand its operations into Gaza City. This is what mediators that I have spoken to here in Cairo and in
Hassan Abi
Qatar
is
tell
on
me.
Al Jazeera Live now, Pog? Wait, no way. Am I? Wait, hold on. Someone link it. Someone link it. Someone link it. Al Jazeera Live? No, you... Am I on Al Jazeera English?
Its military campaign,
I'm
but
not.
on the ground,
You
Israeli
guys cooked
forces
me.
are still actively operating,
No, it's
demolishing
the
residential
podcast.
homes.
I did a podcast with Al Jazeera. I was on The Take. I am. It's not wrong. He was so excited. No. It's this video. It's this video that they're talking about. Twitch to Politics, Hassan Piker on Gaza and the U.S. right wing. The Take. It's on YouTube. It's on their YouTube. I'm on Al Jazeera English's like channel, but not on. Wait, did this guy fuck off afterwards? I unbanned him. Your ego couldn't help it. Wait, what? Bait got him. Your ego couldn't help it. I mean, it's pretty awesome if they actually broadcast it on their main channel. What do you mean? Why wouldn't I be happy? What the fuck? Yeah, I watch Al Jazeera all the time. It's an important resource for accurate news and information. Of course, I'm going to be excited. I just did a podcast with them. I thought maybe they were broadcasting it on their main channel.
Is really worrying them. It's the reason that efforts have been ratcheted up to try and get a proposal agreed to by Hamas and Israel to get a temporary truce. I mean, even a temporary truce, of course, I know you would agree, if it were a truce of 60 days, would provide some relief in that it would allow for a surge of humanitarian aid in through the borders, and indeed, as you speak to, the plight of people on the ground and the catastrophe that continues to unfold there. Again, a period of relief, if nothing else, for people on the ground. What is your concern, and how concerned are people who speak to you about what seems to be the hardening position by Israel at this point? Its determination that Hamas is on the ropes
totally new.
and that it can defeat them, whilst we still await an official response to this proposal that's on the table. There does seem some concern that Israel's hardened position will mean that it will just carry.
Totally new. This hardened position is totally new. It wasn't like the same from the get-go when the fucking defense minister Yoav Gallant said we're fighting human animals and therefore we must deprive them of food, water, and electricity on October 8th, 2023, and then did exactly that. Totally new position that they arrived at. I guess it's totally new to you if your job is reliant on you avoiding the truth about Israel's ambitions here.
Carry on with this war.
That's exactly my concern, because we have a population that is teetering on the brink of famine at this stage. And of course, as I've said, they are completely exhausted from these almost 2 years of war. And the prospect of another displacement, massive displacement, and the possibility of having to figure out how these people will survive here in this tiny area of the strip is unfathomable. I was in Nasser Hospital just a couple of days ago, and I've actually visited it several times over the past week. And every time I go there, there's more and more patients being accommodated because they're operating over capacity. The hospitals in the south are barely, they're hanging by a thread. And there are patients being hosted in every hallway, in the balcony, in the parking lot, outside in the tents. And to think that there might be a possibility that hundreds of thousands more people will displace from the north. And of course, the patients that are now in the north will have to somehow be accommodated in the south in a healthcare system that is on the verge of collapse is a very scary thought.
Olga, we appreciate your time. I know the work that you are doing is extremely tough. We thank you.
What is this? Oh, it's on the Al Jazeera main page. That's what the chatter was talking about. That's pretty cool. All right, let's continue.
Thank you very much indeed for at least freeing up a little bit of time to give us a sense of what's going on the ground. Thank you. Well, this past weekend, in cooperation with the World Health Organization, or the WHO, the UAE also successfully delivered trucks of medical aid into Gaza as the hospital systems we've been discussing crumbles under crippling Israeli restrictions on aid. And as thankful as Palestinians...
By the way, chatters who are mad that she's not calling it a genocide and instead calling it a war, I have to realize that when she is operating as an official envoy for any number of different humanitarian organizations that have to work with Israel to even get entry into the Gaza Strip, there are certain things that they just simply cannot say. They have to play ball. So I'm sure that they have to make that calculation. It's not even about being murdered, chatters. No. These people are very brave. It's not that they're worried that Israel's going to kill them. They're worried that Israel's not going to allow them entry into the Strip. Ironically, this entire conversation is about how Israel is not allowing them entry into the Strip. If you are talking about Palestinians who you might have access to, Palestinians that are currently living in Gaza that appear on broadcasts and stuff, they also have to choose their words very carefully when they're speaking. For them, it's the second thing. For them, they are worried that this will potentially stop Israel from letting them leave the Strip, or even worse, kill them or their family members. This is a real fear, especially considering the constant surveillance that the Israeli state has over the Gaza Strip while it is implementing its genocide.
Are for any amount of assistance at this point. One doctor gave a stark reminder of the dire scale of need inside Gaza.
This supplies only a fraction of our needs and will cover us for only about a month, no more than that. We asked for consistent sending of aid in order to meet the needs of the people of Gaza.
Evil in America is a force for good around the world. This is the idea that is presented to people in the Western world. Speaking of Al Jazeera, here is my conversation with The Take. I'm on Al Jazeera English.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, the online streamer speaking out on Gaza and the alt-right pipeline.
I want to make America a better place. I want America to truly achieve its potential that I know it has, that I believed it had when I first moved here when I was 18 years old. And so I just keep pushing.
Who is Hassan Piker and why is he making waves? I'm Malika Bilal and this is The Take.
My name is Hassan Doğan Piker, or Hassan Doğan Piker. I am a Turkish-American political commentator and I talk about politics on Twitch at twitch.tv/HassanAbi. And I have my live streams rebroadcast to the YouTube in shorter formats at Hassan D. Piker on YouTube.
Hassan, welcome to The Take. It is really good to have you here. So on paper, you present as the kind of guy that the internet might slot into the right-wing gym bro category. 8 hours of live streaming on Twitch, gaming marathons, intense workout routines, creatine tubs, adoration by legions of mostly young men. But there's a plot twist. How do you describe who you are and what you do?
I describe what I do as just straightforward news commentary, or walking people through the journey of understanding the world, going through the experience of consuming news media. I am very progressive. I'm not shy about calling myself a socialist. And so I guess on that front, despite the way I look, the things that I believe and the things that I'm saying, I guess, don't correspond to the stereotypical bro type person. But my goal is to hopefully change that, to show the world that, there are guys out there who like to work out, who enjoy these things, and and they're still not invested in undermining marginalized groups and the like.
Yeah. Okay, you mentioned how you look. For our audio only podcast listeners, how do you look?
I mean, I think I look fine, but I'm 6'4", 194 centimeters, and I'm 235 pounds. I don't know what the actual conversion to kilograms for that is. It's been a while since I've used the metric system. I grew up in Turkey, but you know, I'm a fairly large, hairy Turkish guy, so it's not the usual stereotype that I think a lot of people are used to when thinking about like a progressive commentary person.
Yeah. Well, clearly it's a look and something deeper that is appealing to people, because it has been quite the spring and summer for you with lots of mainstream attention. You were just photographed in a bathtub for GQ magazine. I have it on my screen here. There might have been an article with some actual.
It's crazy. All the Arab unks and aunties are gonna see me in a bathtub now. That is crazy. Okay, that's why I was laughing and I was a little embarrassed by it, because it's like I know that this is like, I know the demographic of who watches Al Jazeera. Yeah, they're all gonna say astaghfirullah in unison. Arab unks and aunties, especially Arab unks, standing up and watching Al Jazeera on television are going to see photos of me in a bathtub.
Words to accompany that photo spread, but there was also a New York Times profile. You made it to Time's list of the top 100 creators of 2025. Why are you so rare in this space?
I think left-wing commentary, specifically left-wing commentary that's anti-imperialist, is very rare by default, by design, because the entire media environment is against you and against your worldview. It's propped up to defend the American State Department position. The other part of the reason is because a lot of right-wing commentary, a lot of right-wing reactionary ideology, I think just simply revolves around propping up guys that look like me into positions of power, and then consistently advocating for the continuation of this hierarchy. But the biggest reason, like I'm stating, is that even on the independent media sphere, even on YouTube, even on TikTok, even on all these other platforms, I think that being a leftist in general, being a socialist, or specifically being anti-imperialist, I think is a dangerous proposition. A lot of people are preconditioned into thinking that you're a bad person. You're wrong. You're advocating for evil because all of America's enemies are evil, and America is a force for good around the world. This is the idea that is presented to people in the Western world from an early age. So there's a lot of death threats. There's a lot of swatting, and so it's a dangerous environment for sure for leftists who. What the fuck are you chirping about? I wish it wasn't one of your blind spots to be able to see how to not F that up, dude. What is going on, man? Are you still debating a chatter about Ukraine? Oftentimes we'll even get attacked by liberals, and we'll also directly get targeted by the right all the way to the far right.
Yeah.
New Philly D. Oh no. What do you put up?
Hassan, you're speaking as the collective, but we also made the point that there just aren't a lot of you that are popular in the space that you're in. So when you're saying there's a lot of swatting, there's a lot of death threats, you mean you get a lot of death threats.
This is Son, Piker, Ethan, and Eel.
Oh shit. Uh-oh. This is the first time Philly D is mentioning Destiny. We'll do that after the fact.
You've been swatted, right?
In the past, yes. But I still get a lot of death threats, of course. And not only that, but also I get called a terrorist every day. I've been detained by Customs and Border Patrol at the point of entry back into the country. I'm an American citizen. It's not a secret that not only is this administration not exactly favorable to people like myself, people who go out and protest, but they want people like myself to go away. They want people like myself to not feel safe.
A lot of people look at you as someone who can potentially save young men from falling down what's known as the alt-right pipeline here in the US, this pernicious algorithm-driven force that leads young men looking for dating advice or workout advice down a rabbit hole that leads right to the right-wing white supremacist idea space. So when did you go from being a guy with a streaming channel who happened to have a lot of political opinions to a political influencer, someone that people can look to and say, there's a different way here?
I think from the very beginning, I always had a political ambition, a worldview that I wanted to advocate for and convince people to get on board with. And all of the other things that I do in the process, I think, feed into that goal. And what I mean by that is just like I like playing video games. So I happen to play video games, but I still am invested in talking about politics. I like playing basketball. I'll go and play basketball tournaments with other content creators, other influencers. But that's just something that I'm organically invested in and interested in. And it happens to be, I guess, it happens to open doors into apolitical spaces where a lot of right-wing content creators tend to dominate.
Okay, let's talk specifics here for people who have not had the pleasure of hopping onto Twitch or seeing you on YouTube or Instagram or the other places where your platform exists. Give me a rundown of the topics that you might talk about in an average day, yesterday, for example, or today, because I'm assuming you already know what you're going to talk about when you go live, right?
Yeah. So today, obviously, I'm going to be talking about the Trump-Putin summit that's taking place in Alaska. And as a matter of fact, for the past week, I would say that's been a... It's so funny that people go, you're a liar, you don't play any games on stream. Yeah, I'm a human being who also exists outside of what you see me as in front of the camera. I still play video games. I just don't do it on stream. I'm telling her my interests, my hobbies. Chatters are like babies that lack object permanence, that think that because I'm not doing it on camera, I'm just not doing it at all. Like they think I just cease to exist when I hit the stop streaming button. And I guess it makes sense because a lot of you guys unironically do freak out when I have like a momentary F, when the broadcast actually like goes out for a brief moment due to limited bandwidth or something, and you lose your minds like you think I died. You're like Kaya when I leave the house for like an hour and I come back and she's like, oh my God, you're not dead. I thought you were dead. You left me. Big focus. But every single day on top of that, I talk about the genocide that is going on in Gaza and the apartheid regime in the West Bank, the illegal occupation and pogroms that take place in the West Bank. So I offer updates from different facets of America's involvement all around the world, whether it be Israel or whether it be Ukraine and Russia. And also I talk a lot about domestic issues. For example, I have been actively covering the civil struggle that people are engaging in against the unjustifiable black bagging operations that ICE is engaging in all around the country. And then also on top of that, I every now and then tend to cover viral stuff that's going on as well. There was a lady on TikTok who fell in love with her psychiatrist, and she had like a 58-part TikTok series explaining that in gruesome detail. So I covered that as well. Sometimes I watch reality TV shows from the early 2000s era. And even in that regard, even when I'm doing that, I like to cover the underlying political attitudes at the time as well. So everything still has like somewhat of a political slant to it, but I like to also have fun too.
Yeah, and clearly, so do the people who follow you and subscribe to you for just that. You've got nearly 3 million subscribers on Twitch, 1 million plus on Instagram and other platforms. I was on one of your Twitch streams just the other day, this week, and I saw a comment from someone named Bemi Moo. So I'm pulling it up here. Bemi Moo says they're celebrating their 60th month anniversary with you and writes, I wouldn't be where I am politically or morally without your streams. And you posted a video recently of something similar from a young man of color talking about how your videos pulled him.
Chatter got pulled up on Al Jazeera, dude. I wasn't talking to you specifically about what was in the interview law. Was no one chatter added? I wasn't arguing with them about Ukraine personally. Okay. Bemi Moo.
Back from the brink of the alt-right.
Bemi Moo, perfect chatter, 60 months, no times out. No timeouts. Goddamn.
Pipeline.
I'm not ashamed to admit that I started off at the right pipeline. I guess I was part of the mix of kids at 2017 era YouTube about edginess. I watched him briefly to see what he was about. I grew awareness and I grew more clarity on situations that I wouldn't have thought about me being myself more nuanced.
How does that feel? And is that your goal? Is that what you set out to do every morning?
Absolutely. That's primarily my focus. My goal is to get people who are in the center or people who are liberals to recognize that the Democratic Party has to actually advocate for the good policies that we all want, Medicare for all, anti-war, things of that nature, free college. And my goal is to get people who are on the right all the way to the far right to pull back from that reactionary rabbit hole that they find themselves in.
You were born in the US, but grew up partially in Ankara and in Istanbul, Turkey.
Yeah.
You've said in the past that
Hassan is a terrorist, Lemao. Caught. W chatter, VIP. This chatter literally saw 66 months, no timeouts, and was like, it's time for me to get timed out because I'm a bad chatter. He said, hold up. Let me fill the void of having no bad chatters in here. There are reporters in here. How do I wipe my logs? Nope.
growing up there really shaped your politics and your understanding of the American empire. How so?
Well, as your international listeners will be very familiar with, when you grow up on that side of the world, your attitudes about American interference and American involvement are very different than growing up in the United States of America, where you take for granted all of the actions that America is engaging in, and you think to yourself, well, America is the world's police, and it's a force for good, even if it sometimes does bad. Even when it's doing bad for a greater good. And also America's enemies are far more evil and far scarier. If they were to win, then who knows what the world would look like. That's the attitude. That's the prevailing attitude I've seen from Westerners in general. And as far as domestic policies in Turkey, I saw a lot of social repression from the Erdogan regime coming into power. I was very young at the time, but I saw the environment around me change. Bum Hassan, you used to be cool, but I guess I just fell for the propaganda. The streamer's wife comment made it clear as day. Thanks, little man. What is this? Streamer's wife? Favorite streamer's wife? You said that shit embarrassing. I thought you were cool, but you're just a little man. Did you really say that, Hassan? Watch Philly D. Don't care what you're watching. Just watch Philly D. Give me the news. Fuck this Zionist. Ethan sucks. I'm a Hassan head, and Hassan is clearly winning the debate, but Hassan should have treated Ethan more brash from the start. Give me the news. Fuck this Zionist. Damn, Bad Empanada really has helped you change your politeness. Oh, wait, this is a different chatter. Did I click on a different chatter? No, that can't be the same chatter, right? There's no shot. What? No, it is. Ethan is a literal moron. Ethan sucks. He's below average IQ. You win nothing debating Ethan. Damn, Bad Empanada has really helped change your politeness to Bum Hassan. You used to be cool, but I guess I just fell for the propaganda. Dog, we can see your older comments, right? When you come in here and you're like, when you come in here and you say stuff like that, we could just like pull up things that you've said in the past, demanding that I be more brash, demanding that I be more aggressive towards Ethan, only to come in and be like, actually, I thought you were a good guy. And then I saw the Philip DeFranco video and I realized you're not a good guy because of the insane framing on a statement that you made, which is an accurate reflection of international law and not a fucking death threat whatsoever. I got radicalized. Fake outrage nonsense? No, it's awesome.
Klein.
Oh, we're gonna do that in a second. Erdogan, not dissimilar to Donald Trump, actually ran on a big wave of. I don't know what Philly D said, but he didn't reach out. Sometimes he before he makes a video, he'll reach out for a quote. But in this circumstance, he didn't actually reach out at all. So I have no idea what his assessment of the situation is. He does every now and then. He will do legit the due diligence that most YouTubers never do. But I will get to it. He just showed everything and said, "What do you guys think?" Oh, classic populist sentiment and specifically religious conservatism. Now, of course, there was, I would say, some legal forms of repression in Turkey against,
Yeah, women not being able to wear hijab in government offices, universities.
Absolutely. Which, ironically enough, at the time, I didn't have an issue with those laws at all. But I guess that is also social conditioning. So I saw that when I was growing up. So I developed animosity towards that kind of reactionary politics in general from the start.
More with Hassan after the break. Hassan, I want to talk about something that we've touched on, and that is near and dear to many of our viewers and listeners' hearts. And that, of course, is Gaza. Because, as you mentioned, it's something you speak about every single day.
Yeah.
Have you seen a shift in how your audience interacts with you on this issue? What's your view from behind your screens?
Absolutely. It's not like I ever sheltered my opinion on Israel from my audience at all. And in the past, I would bring it up with regular frequency, especially during sieges or as the Israeli occupying force calls it, mowing the lawn. Whenever things of that nature were happening, I would regularly talk about it. But I guess for a lot of progressive people in my audience, that was just something that they could avoid thinking about. But I would say that before October 7, this was not an issue that many American and Western progressives were super privy to. So what I personally experienced in my audience after October 7 was a lot of people who fancy themselves to be progressives, I think, were not ready for a guy whose name is Hassan to say, no, this is a direct consequence of 75 years of occupation, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid. They were not ready for that at all. And I lost a big chunk of my audience in the process. A third of my audience left. And people were just like, you're a terrorist. You had to do the whole, how I seduced the New York Times is so funny. Condemn Hamas back and forth every single day. People set up websites to track every single thing that I was saying, just to clip it out of context, and then they could send it to like every advertiser they could. Can't believe they posted send it to on Al Jazeera. Every outlet that I was speaking to tar and feather me to the best of their ability, to say this is a bad person, this is a terrorist, he hates America, which under different circumstances you would expect from the right. A guy like Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro, I've heard that a lot. You know, you hate America. But now I was getting it from supposedly progressive people who consider themselves to be progressive. Having said that, slowly but surely, a lot of Americans and a lot of people in the Western world started paying attention to exactly how Israel was operating. Things that we knew, things that people were aware of for years, for decades, all of a sudden was being openly discussed in not only progressive circles, but liberal circles and even conservatives as well.
There is this disconnect between the anger that so many people feel about what Israel's doing in Gaza on the left and the right, and elected officials who don't want to use the word genocide, who are reluctant to cut off funding for Israel, even politicians that a lot of young people look up to. I'm talking Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, don't want to say the word genocide. Most recently, the former Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, got a lot of blowback from you included. You talk about him a lot on your stream for calling Israel a friend and not giving a direct answer on whether he would vote to oppose sending weapons to Israel.
I think that we, as Israel's strongest ally and friend, you put your arm around your friend when there's something like this going on and talk about what we're prepared to do together.
Could Israel become the new litmus test for potential Democratic presidential candidates in 2028?
I think it already has, because the very fact that Pete Buttigieg, who's supposed to be the North Star for establishment Democrats, who's supposed to be the best communicator for the establishment Democrats, had to go back to Politico and basically engage in some kind of ass covering. I can say that, right? That's not a curse.
Yeah, you could say that. And for context here, it's because he went on the podcast, Pod Save America.
Yeah.
Got a lot of blowback.
Yeah.
And then did an article with Politico in which he slightly walked it back.
He slightly walked it back, but he still was very wishy-washy. And I don't think these guys understand that that's not going to work. No half measures on this issue. It's the most black and white issue you could ever have, is genocide.
Some of our production team here, myself included, were watching your Twitch stream the other day when you started talking about our Al Jazeera colleagues who were killed by Israeli forces in Gaza. And the consensus among my team was that it felt good. It felt cathartic to see how angry you were.
Hassan, thank you. I really appreciate your work. I know you usually pull people to the left, but I was too much of a nihilistic leftist who initially saw you as a lib and a reformist or not left enough or whatever, but you helped me see things from a more pragmatic lens. Hell yeah. I didn't realize I had that capability, but that's cool.
Do you think that anger is a useful emotion when talking about messaging around Gaza?
The Pete Buttigieg thing is awesome, I'm going to be honest, because as this one chatter also correctly points to, for the longest time, it was very difficult for me to explain to people that Pete Buttigieg is a mercenary, right? Because he uses his language very carefully to present himself as aesthetically progressive. And he does so in a way that is very appealing to center-left liberals and maybe even, I don't even want to say leftists, but like people hear him and don't think too much about it, and they match his statements against other politicians whose brain is leaking out of their ear. They see a young guy who's gay, who's clean-cut, and is a very decent orator, and they think, oh, this could be the leader of the progressive movement in America. They don't think too much about it. And I would always try to explain it, but like most people did not understand it. Most people would refuse to hear me out. But this issue is so black and white and so important for a lot of people that they saw him take this exact same substandard, wishy-washy, fake, nonsensical tone, middle of the ground approach that they were like, oh, I get it. Yeah, this guy sucks. You do and more. Yes and no. It's entirely dependent on the audience that you're speaking to, and it's entirely dependent on the time and place that you're at. But I'll give you an example. I used to go on Piers Morgan's shows. I stopped doing it because I just can't deal with people who are going to sit there and talk about how Israel is the most moral nation on the planet without absolutely losing my mind. And the first couple of times I did it, I would yell at Piers Morgan and it was fine. But I think the last time I did it, there was this guy who was trying to talk about both sides and how Hamas was also responsible for these atrocities that Israel was engaging in and how they had, egged Israel on to do a genocide.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fine type bullshit. Or you're talking about how you want to free Palestine, but also simultaneously, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the up. You don't know anything.
And he was shocked. He was like, he couldn't comprehend that he was being yelled at for this issue. And at first I thought, oh no, I messed up. But the catharsis that you're describing was reflected by the audience because people loved it. It just entirely depends on who the audience is and what the broader audience's perspective is. Because I feel like at this point, at every point, anger was justified. But even if someone like myself, who has to actively successfully communicate this reality, this truth that many Americans have never seen and refuse to entertain or are outright terrified by, right? Because of all of the Islamophobic stereotyping that worked in favor of justifying America's war on terror post 9/11. So I think nowadays it's not as it's not as hard.
Yeah.
It's not as difficult. I think many people who originally were naysayers have kept quiet. And the reason for that is because the environment has changed and swung dramatically in the opposite direction. And that is entirely because of Israel's barbarity. That's also entirely. Has Piers had you on since then? He's asked a bunch. I just consistently have said no. I'm sure he would have me on if I was down to do it. Like, Piers Morgan does not care. Like, I don't think there's any person that he would just like refuse to have on unconditionally. Maybe like Nick Fuentes or something. I just personally feel like it's unproductive. If I think it's productive, I do it. But because of the courage and the bravery of every single Palestinian person who has experienced this, both in diaspora, but also Palestinians that are living in Gaza, Palestinians that are living in the West Bank, who have bravely put their lives on the line to show exactly what's going on, down to your colleagues at Al Jazeera, and have been able to finally break through decades of Islamophobic, anti-Arab propaganda that normalize this kind of hateful attitude towards people living in the Middle East.
Hassan, thank you so much for this conversation. You speak off the cuff, really, for 8 hours every single day. And so I appreciate you giving us about 30 more minutes of extra talking time today before you head into your stream. Really, really enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Boom. All right. Now that we did that good thing, let's look at this bad thing.
This is Hassan Piker, Ethan and Hila Klein, Destiny situation. It was one of the most requested stories.
W move by doing all this press public appearance because Ethan's a fucking idiot who lies about you being this public means all he says is lies. Otherwise, they'd never talk to you. I mean, I don't do the W press because of Ethan. I don't think about Ethan Klein at all. He's not a person that occupies any kind of time in my mind, if we're being real.
Stories over on the text line, and it's crazy. With many saying it's gone past the line of drama, and this is something else. And with this mix of podcasters and political commentators, there is more history here than what's happening now. This latest controversy appears to start when you had Hassan Piker making a remark that many believe targeted Hila Klein.
Any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal, okay? It is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank, 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids. The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal.
Right, so it appears.
So thank God, respect to Philip for posting the full scope, okay? Because when you see it with the actual context, even though the original clip that they like circulated kind of was like cut short weirdly, but I still very clearly was talking about like participating in an illegal raid, okay? It just doesn't, like when you see that, it just makes no fucking sense to try to like spark up drama. Because even the clip chip version also fucking featured the context. I want to see what people are saying. The Destiny Hassan H3 history is a can of worms you do not want to open. This goes much deeper than this one current conflict. I bet the comments will be very normal. Ethan not being live while this drops. I see you, Philly.
Here's that he's talking in general about current ongoing violence there, but the call out to your favorite podcaster's wife has gotten a lot of attention because Hila previously served in the IDF. And this also has a...
Well, no. She didn't just previously serve in the IDF. She participated in an illegal raid in the West Bank as a part of her service in the Israeli occupying force. And not only is what I'm saying not like a gray area or anything, it's just international law, right? Ethan Klein himself has, on numerous occasions, agreed with that sentiment. He has actually presented it in his context nuke, talking about his bona fides for how much he is an advocate, a stalwart ally of the Palestinians, as he has said. Ethan Klein has said West Bank settlers are valid military targets. Ethan Klein has admitted that his wife is a terrorist on stream. Were you saying if your favorite podcast wife was in Israel performing illegal war crimes that they would be illegal target? That's how I understood it. No, I'm saying in the process of anyone at all, it could be your mom, your dad, your fucking favorite podcaster, anyone that engages. Okay, because the conversation that I was having was more so about the way that people look at those who adorn the garb, like state violence versus non-state actors, right? Versus any kind of resistance against state violence. And what I was trying to do there was to say it doesn't matter who it is that puts on the Israeli occupying force gear and participates in an illegal raid in the West Bank. They are, if they receive violence in retaliation from the occupied force, that is legal. That is a legal act of resistance. Okay? This is not a threat. This is not a threat to Ethan or Ethan's wife or anything like that. All of it is stupid. And anyone, and I mean anyone, that even remotely entertains this as a direct threat is actually 100% playing the role that a lot of these guys want you to play by creating additional drama around this. Okay? Like this person right here is duped. You yourself are refusing to recognize that in that moment, whoever this person is that has gotten because she did participate in an illegal raid in the occupied West Bank in a kidnapping operation of a Palestinian. That's why. Okay? Does that hurt your feelings? Does that make you feel bad? I'm sorry. That is something that happened. Within the confines of that illegal operation, my statement is 100% correct. There is no like seeking out vengeance after the fact. Okay? Again, you are not interested in the actual thing that I'm saying. You are invested in either the drama or your parasocial relationship that you have with content creators. And that is why you're doing this. If you truly understood that Palestinians were human beings, you would feel the same way. You would look at the situation and go, Israel is doing a genocide, okay? And people who have now understood that reality can reflect on their prior feelings, their prior analysis on the situation of a person that participated in an illegal raid in the West Bank, an illegal military occupation, and its occupational forces, including Hila Klein, who was a part of the illegal occupation, conducted an illegal raid in the occupied West Bank to kidnap a Palestinian, something that the Israeli military has processed and serialized. Okay? I hate Ethan, but you're just as bad because there's no mention of... Again, your feelings do not factor into this consideration. That is a real thing that happened. Now, maybe it didn't happen. Why would I know this, right? Well, I know this because she has reflected on this. She has talked about it, okay? And when she talked about it, neither do yours about Hila. Yes, exactly. My feelings about Hila or Ethan have nothing to do with this conversation at all. Remove myself and your feelings out of this equation, okay? Also, to say just as bad about like a podcaster or a podcaster's wife that you enjoy the content of is so fucking stupid. Now, here's the thing. Before you continue freaking out about this, before you engage in endless hysterics, I have interviewed people who have served in the IDF on this broadcast because I don't hold people's past actions as a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. I do not hold people's past actions against them, especially if they've reflected on them, especially if they've changed their minds. Okay? Nothing I said is about, nothing I have brought up in that point has anything to do whatsoever with like what to do with Hila Klein today. Okay. That is hysterics. That is bullshit. There has never been a single moment where I've ever advocated for any harm to be done to Ethan or Hila. As a matter of fact, I have condemned things that other people have done to the Klein family. Make no mistake, whether it be CPS calls or whether it be skulls being sent or whatever, this is not something that I'm interested in. This is not something that I've ever engaged in. It's not something that I would ever fucking condone. Okay? And you know this because I've made it very clear, even though I have nothing to do with it. And Ethan desperately tried to make it seem like it was my doing somehow. And everyone and anyone, anonymous Redditors, anyone who's ever said, you know, Teddy Fresh sucks, was responsible for the CPS, was responsible for the skulls. He just kept saying it over and over again. Okay? He said I was responsible for it. I didn't even know what the fuck was going on. There's never been a moment where I haven't wished them well, even at the point of the debate, even in our private correspondences. It's all fucking bullshit. You will not find me fucking demanding that, you know, any sort of harm befall either of these people. I have actively condoned that. I have never, ever in a million years would advocate for something like that. It's fucking bullshit. And I'm saying that even though both of them have spent the last fucking year and a half spending every waking moment seemingly. What do you mean? What did I say? Did I say I've never, what did I say? You mean condemn? No, I'm saying I've never condoned. I've never condoned like violence. Did I say it wrong? Okay, well, whatever. Regardless, you know what I mean, okay? I think it's fucking ridiculous. Oh, I've actively condoned that. I've actively condemned that. Sorry. Here we go. Can't wait for that fucking fake clip to circulate. I think I said it right though. In any case, this is just people who are desperate to perceive themselves as victims, okay? That's it. People are desperate to perceive themselves as victims after spending years and years like lighting their entire careers and their franchise, their businesses on fire in an effort to get one off on a person that made Ethan Klein feel small. Okay? That's it. And he just never gave up. I wanted what was best for him. I thought I could convince him. I was wrong. But this situation is completely ridiculous. Let's keep going.
Little extra background here. Hassan and Ethan and Hila have been very publicly at odds over their clashing views with Israel and Gaza, as well as just, a number of other things. But in the here and now, you had Hila seeing Hassan's latest remark and accusing him of calling for violence against her specifically, with Ethan then later echoing that, posting a video yesterday saying,
"Why even include a specific person who hasn't served in the military in 20 years? Why does he mix up past and present tense while he's discussing?"
I didn't do that. I didn't. I said actively participating in a raid. It doesn't matter who it is.
This, you know, is this a responsible use of his words and his platform? Don't you think that even if what you're saying is...
I like that one chatter was just straight up repeating this take, by the way, in the chat. That's funny.
True. And you meant only people on that raid would deserve violence? That invoking a specific person is really appropriate and true. And doesn't that have the risk for provoking?
If this standard was evenly applied, don't you think that spending the last year calling me a fucking dangerous Hamas mouthpiece, a Hamas terrorist, actively demanding that people take action against me would put you directly in harm's way for legal repercussions? You spent the past 22 months of genocide actively making a villain out of anyone and everyone, firing off hundreds of Instagram stories, so much so that you couldn't even fucking imagine yourself. You couldn't believe the amount of Instagram stories you'd posted before this fucking debate. You thought it was a lie when I brought up the receipts. You couldn't believe it. And then you turned around and fired off 10 plus stories every fucking day. To this day, it's ridiculous. What do you think? Spreading misinformation about me, constantly fucking clipping me out of context, regularly demanding that like people take action against me at a time when the government is taking action against me. What do you think you're doing? You know exactly what the fuck you're doing. Okay? The notion that like I was invoking Your wife, that you also openly recognize, participated in an illegal raid in the West Bank as a part of the occupying forces that did a war crime for any reason other than the fact that she did do that is ridiculous. Okay? I wish that both you and your wife would really reflect on the harm that you are still actively causing. Every day, he just like hits the Hen Mazik lines over and over again while also directly retweeting Hen Mazik, reposting Hen Mazik, who is a Hosberist, definitionally. Brother, I would just stop watching this. They're doing some fuck shit today that will fuck the vibe of the stream immensely, just saying. I have no idea what you're talking about.
The craziest people in your audience to think that maybe it would be a good idea to kill my wife.
With that, then getting a lot of attention online, and even had the likes of Destiny discussing Hassan's comment in a chat, writing, I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking/killing Hassan IRL for statements like this. With many then saying that escalated the situation to a whole new level, and you had a number of people calling out Destiny for seemingly condoning violence. With Hassan then also posting, this sociopathic cult leader is actively telling his audience that it's moral to kill me in real life because I said Palestinians have a legal right to resist against an illegal occupying force conducting a raid. When anyone joins an occupying force and participates in a raid in a legally occupied territory, the occupied people have a legal right to defend themselves through armed struggle. With them then also addressing the Destiny situation on a stream on Sunday.
That's definitely actionable, I'm pretty sure. It's also weird that this guy gets to have a YouTube account. Like, that is a real death threat. What I'm saying is not a death threat at all. What I'm saying is just what the law is right now.
So you had Hassan arguing that he wasn't even trying to give an opinion, he was just discussing international law and acts of resistance. With Hassan then also claiming that many people were taking his initial remark out of context and that he by no means was trying to condone or encourage violence against Hila Klein.
There is no point where I have said violence against someone who is not actively in combat is permissible. I don't believe that. That is illegal. This is not, and also immoral. It's a big part of the reason why I also advocate against what Israel is doing. I have also specified that IDF veterans are not valid military targets. If someone were to attack Hila Klein right now, of course they should go to jail. What kind of idiocy is this?
So there you even had some who said, hey, I don't think that you were calling for violence against Hila, saying that it's at the very least very weird that you would bring up your former podcast partner's wife, right, in the context of what's happening in the here and now. Also, something you saw is that what people asked,
hope your beeper doesn't go off. Oh yeah, did he also tell you hope your beeper doesn't go off? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. And I'm glad that Philip is like literally posting the full context of this. I'm sure that will be very frustrating for a lot of the foot soldiers because, oh no, why couldn't we get away with just like slandering this person? And why couldn't we just like keep the clip completely out of context? This is an honest assessment. At this point, if people watch this and still fucking have a hate boner for me and they go, nah, fuck that, then it's their own prerogative. It's going to be very difficult to convince them otherwise.
Him, why are you addressing this? Asking him, why are you feeding into people dragging you into drama? He said,
so it has led to people issuing active death threats to their communities against me. So I think it's a little bit different than just like immature online gossip slop. At what point does it turn into like a real crime? I think this is the point where it has turned into a real crime. But will you consider it to be something beyond online gossip slop when I either get deplatformed or when I get killed?
With Hassan saying it's the goal of the people going after him to get him banned and fully deplatformed. And in terms of platforms and deplatforming, in the video that Ethan ended up posting on Monday, he took aim at what content Twitch platforms in general, arguing that the site allows too many calls for political violence, including from Hassan. And then with that, suggesting that since neither Twitch or Amazon are doing anything, the sponsors who advertise there should.
If you use Twitch.
Yeah, this is again, a dude who has like spent the last year demanding that like advertisers pull out from Twitch for its anti-Semitism platform. I think it's important to remind people that he literally is trying to fucking go and get a kick deal right now. A platform that this past week was in the news again because a bunch of French kick streamers actually ended up torturing someone to death. He's going to that platform after spending an entire fucking year complaining about how dangerous, violent, and anti-Semitic Twitch is, in collaboration with Destiny and Destiny's partner in crime, Dan Saltman. People who have said unimaginably anti-Semitic things, not that it matters because they're pro-Israel, and so is Ethan, and he doesn't give a shit when someone is pro-Israel if they're being anti-Semitic. Okay? This is a call to brigade, for the record. This is a violation of Twitch's, or this is a violation of YouTube's terms of service, for the record. Just so you understand. The notion that, like, a guy who is getting a deal from a competing live streaming platform that is a cesspit of anti-Semitism, pedophilia, and all different kinds of awfulness would then turn around and try to fucking harm the revenue streams of a market competitor with cynical attempts like this, demanding that his fan base go and fucking actively spam advertisers with falsehoods, is so transparent. It blows my mind that people don't even fucking understand. I mean, this is like, I don't know what to say. This person used to be an Ethan Klein fan, by the way. Headband, what a bitch made move. He stood on his fucked going after sponsors is. He made his name off railing against Keemstar and how much of a scumbag move it is to go after sponsors. He has lost the plot so fucking hard, by the way. You made him quit going live. They only do 2 days live a week now. It's only 2 hours. I don't know anything about whatever the fuck's going on over there. Okay? But I will say this. This dude is literally trying to get a kick deal. Okay? He's trying to get a fucking kick deal. And before he gets his kick deal, he spent the last year talking about how much he cares about anti-Semitism. He's demanding that people spam advertisers. He's using whatever fraction of clout he has remaining, whatever loyal fan base he still has, to literally go after a platform that has a way more rigorous terms of service than even YouTube does, than certainly Kick does. This doesn't harm me. This harms every fucking content creator on this platform, on Twitch. Okay? What the fuck are we doing? And the dipshits like Asmongold lean into it too. They don't give a fuck. This doesn't hurt me. Let's say I get deplatformed from Twitch, okay? I go somewhere else. Ironically enough, I'd probably go to YouTube, okay? But in that process, you are, through cynical smears, utilizing the backdrop of an active genocide that's happening to go after an entire fucking social media platform that has tens of thousands of people that rely on it for their careers, their livelihoods, in an effort to play out a revenge fantasy for a guy who was right all along. And people recognize that I was right all along on this issue and you were wrong. It's far past the point of defense, and he's still doing it. The reason why they're going after the advertisers on the entire platform is because they want to put pressure on Twitch to ban me, because I don't have any advertisers that they can go after. I don't run ads. And not only do I not run ads, but I also do very limited ads in general, like limited sponsorships in general. It's so crazy that every fucking Israel defender does the same shit. Just immediate calls to the manager. Oh, wow, this person disagrees with me. I don't care if they're right or wrong. Can we please get him fired? It's one speed, no matter what. Can we get him fired, please? Can we get him fired? Can this guy get fired, please? Can we fire this person, please? That's all. That's all. Is one note, is one speed, same script every time. It's crazy. Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. The only thing that you can do if you want to support me is subscribe. That's it. And if you don't have money to do that, that's also fine. It's not like you're going to see ad breaks. I don't run ads. I don't do none of that shit. The H3 podcast lost 280,000 subscribers and 75% of his monthly viewership over the past 2 years. The show is now testing uploading pre-recorded episodes as revenue has fallen. Why so many people dislike you, though, like all the top streamers? No, the only reason why you feel that way is because the only people that vocally speak out against, the only people that speak on me, on my name, are vocally speaking out against me because they're fucking right-wingers like Asmongold or Ethan over Israel, Palestine, the fallout, or Sex Pestiny, who has been a stalker of mine in perpetuity. I have plenty of friends in this space. It's just that when they do actually actively defend me, these guys go after them as well, and they fucking dox and harass them too. So it creates this environment that, like, this platform itself is actually incredibly, incredibly hostile to my worldview, and this platform is comprised of only streamers that are right-wing. That's not the case. The issue, however, unfortunately, is that many people are just afraid of speaking out on this stuff. That's it. And I can't even fault them for it. Look at the amount of shit that I have to put up with. I don't want anyone to go through that. The reason why most people don't want to do anything about it is because, like I said, they're just worried about the harassment. They see what's going on. They speak behind closed doors. They know who the fucking weirdos are. They just don't want to say anything because they don't want to invoke the anger and wrath, because there's not really anything that authorities or anyone else can do against this kind of behavior, against like mass brigading and endless harassment and basically stalking every single thing that you're doing in an effort to negatively frame whatever you're doing. Ultimately, these guys are powerless. Okay? I think my resilience shows that. They're not powerful. They're only as powerful as other people make them. And if other people are afraid and choose to not recognize that we do have the numbers on our side, and they don't want to like invoke the wrath and actively chastise people who behave in this kind of way, then unfortunately these spaces are going to get more and more right-wing, more and more toxic. And then one day we'll all look back and go, how the fuck did this happen? It happened because no one spoke out. That's it. That's it.
If you're watching, when you get an ad, write them and say, hey, I would like to know why you're spending directly your dollars to support violent extremism. Why are you supporting a platform that sanctions, protects, safeguards, encourages, promotes language like what Hassan just...
Yeah, this is also true. Why is the onus now not on E to condemn the actual death threats made against you by his sponsors, podcast co-hosts? Because like that right there, Redact Dev, is sponsoring Ethan Klein's podcast. Okay? It's one of the last remaining sponsors they have. It's owned by Dan Saltman, who is a psychopathic stalker of mine, as many of you probably know. And he also happens to be Sex Pestany's co-host on their podcast together. And what's really interesting about this is that while I have, without any affiliation to the people that, and we don't even know the details of the CPS shit or the skulls or whatever, immediately, as soon as I heard about it, I was like, that's fucked up. That's completely unacceptable, right? So why has Ethan Klein not come out and said Destiny's direct death threat that he issued against Hassan Hasanabi Piker, my former podcast co-host, is also completely unacceptable? He still is advertising with them. He's still getting money directly from them. It's so crazy. The double standard is insane. It blows my fucking mind. Sometimes I feel like it's just, he hasn't condemned it. What is this? Hassan doesn't like death threats. Yeah, but again, when he posts this, doesn't he realize that if there's any remaining liberal or progressive people in his fan base, they're going to see this and go, yeah, this is kind of fucked up. Why is Ethan Klein not condemning this? His Canary Mission subreddit community is reporting to the FBI with receipts of the FBI report. Still up with 2.6K upvotes. Yeah, again, once again, I'm a very visible, very sizable leftist content creator, a progressive content creator, a socialist content creator in the Trump administration. I've already had brush-ins with the law, as you all know. They're actively trying to get the attention of the Trump administration to engage in some kind of prosecution. Now, of course, because this is such a ridiculous thing that they're doing, I doubt that even the Trump administration is going to take note from this and be like, wow, I can't believe he said that people who are engaging in an illegal raid are actually can receive violence in retribution, and it's actually legal for the occupied to do so in the process of that raid. I don't think the FBI is going to fucking find that to be actionable. But if they did, that would be an issue of major consequence. But it's crazy. You have to ask yourself, like, is this really, if you are in any way, shape, or form a progressive person, a liberal-minded person, a person who voted for the Democratic Party or whatever, right? I didn't know that Dude Dan was a sponsor. That's insane. Yeah, that's what Redact Dev is. That's his company. That's Dan Stalkman's company. But it actually blows my mind when people are like, oh, I'm a liberal and I like watching this Goofs and Gaps podcast. And as a liberal, I'm going to spend every waking moment going after a person who should be ideologically aligned with myself, with the hopes that this fascist administration arrests him and throws him in fucking jail. Good luck. Actually crazy. Are you aware that there's a Discord dedicated to stalking your parents and lying about them, and Dan Stalkman is a part of it? It's crazy. They're even putting your parents in danger. It's not new. I've been hunted by fucking Nazis my whole career. So it's not new that they're still doing it. Yes, I didn't know about that, but let me tell you, it's not surprising to me at all. His audience are not socialists, they're liberals. They don't give a fuck because they want socialists over. No, that's not true. The average liberal is not going to fucking entertain the Trump administration going after a left-wing content creator. Like, that's ridiculous. I think you're out of your mind if you think that. No, these are people who have baby brains, who are parasocially invested in playing out the desires of their favorite content creator. It's so sad.
Deployed against Hila.
But ultimately, that's where we are right now. And in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts on this whole situation. One, just in general, no matter who you are, but also two, I know there's at least some crossover of who's watching my show and who's watching these other three. So as people that are more involved and more invested, what are your thoughts with where things are now? But also, I'll say, as we're talking about creators that are speaking out about platforms, we've got to talk about how creators are continuing to speak out against a different platform, and that is Roblox.
Okay, so then he moves on to Roblox. Let's see what else. Let's see what the comments are saying, dude. Most of it is just like in the Roblox side of things. I think it's pretty obvious why Hassan mentioned Hila. He wasn't calling for violence on her, but she's a proud ex-IDF soldier that still defends their monstrosities, and she's also one of the most prominent ex-IDF soldiers. So he was saying no matter who they are, and Hila is at the extreme end of that spectrum, although it is not a call of violence on her particularly. The whole call out to Hila was a direct reference to a specific story she has talked about. She wasn't part of the actual military. She was a desk worker, but she was bored one day and joined a raid on a Palestinian house one day with the actual militaristic part of the military just for fun. So calling her out was appropriate since she's talked about raiding homes before. That's it. And I think a lot of people don't know that, and that's part of the reason why they're like, why is Hassan talking about Hila? She was just a secretary or something, which, by the way, I mean, that's still, you're still participating in the military, but like, that's not even the reason why I was mentioning that specific story. And I think it's because people don't know about that. And that's the reason why, they act as though it's like so out of pocket. And where is the video? I mean, we've covered it on this broadcast before. She has herself personally explained it. So I don't know why Ethan tries to actively lie to his audience and everyone else out of shame when he should also be he should be proud of it. No, I mean, after all, they did boast about it at the time. It's still on their pocket. It's got 1.2 million views. I mean,
and your whole family served in the military, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was your experience in the military?
It was okay.
Right below.
I didn't do anything like, I wasn't like a combative role.
Yeah, you weren't a fighter.
I wasn't a fighter, so.
This one's better.
2 years that I served in the West Bank.
Oh, yeah. This is actually a comparison that I've made on the broadcast as well. A side-by-side comparison of a former IDF soldier who actually participated in the same style of night raid that Hila Klein had participated in, and how he's reflecting on those events versus how she has consistently defended Israel to this day. This isn't to like bring up any sort of this in and of itself is not to say like this war crime in and of itself that she participated in is reason to do any harm to this person. I don't believe that. I think it's fucking ridiculous if you were to claim that I believe that. I think it's ridiculous if you were to do anything at all. Okay? Shut the fuck up. That's not my commentary. That's not my beliefs. I don't believe that at all. Okay? But just look at the difference between how she speaks about this experience versus how he describes the great details. This person is also a part of Breaking the Silence, a group of former IDF veterans that are against the apartheid and against the occupation. On the left, you have a person who has reflected on some of the cruel acts that he has engaged in. On the right, you have someone who has not.
Very different than defending Israel.
You can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out. And if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army. I ended up in a better place that I liked, a base that was far from my house.
Will you revolt
by what you had witnessed?
Yeah, definitely yes.
It was kind of like just more of an adventure.
Every Palestinian in front of me was not any more human being like me, was an enemy, a potential terrorist.
You went on like a mission with them
Mm-hmm.
to like a terrorist city?
Yeah.
If Palestinians will get the feeling that the IDF is all the time everywhere, they'll be afraid to attack. So what do you do to give them this feeling? You make your presence felt. You start your night shift patrol.
They would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Ramallah. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Break into a house, Palestinian house, of course. Not a house we have intelligence about. I'm the sergeant, I lead the patrol, I choose a random house.
I walked with them to one house.
Wake up the family, men one side, women the other side. Search the place, you can yourself imagine the dynamics, yeah?
You see people in the house and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit.
Jump from one roof to another, come out through another house, wake the family, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It didn't stop for 1 second.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
The idea is that every Palestinian will feel
These raids are illegal under international law. Israel's presence in the occupied West Bank entirely is illegal anyway. Don't listen to the fucking designations that they specify, like, oh, there are 3 different zones or whatever. It's all fucking bullshit. Every single settler that has settled in the occupied West Bank has settled there illegally, okay? Don't listen to Israel's own legalese will try to create like a security presence in the West Bank or whatever. No, that's all bullshit, okay?
the military is right here. It's to do what we call in the military ליצור תחושת נרדפות, to create the feeling of being persecuted. This is not an action of a rogue soldier officer. This is your mission. There is no way of doing it nice.
People are so easy to judge Hila for
these raids are illegal in Israel law since it's Area A2. It's even illegal in Israeli law, but it doesn't matter.
Doing mandatory service in Israel, right? Everybody goes, I would have objected. I would have chosen to go to jail and be ostracized by society.
They took me with them one time, even though they're not supposed to, because it was not my job. They did it just because I asked and I'm cute.
You asked and because you're cute?
Is it possible for an Israeli soldier to serve in the territories with a clear conscience?
I don't believe a soldier who served in the occupied territories has clean hands. It's not that every soldier murders innocent Palestinians, but no Israeli soldier who served in the occupied territories, his hands were clean after that. Because at the heart of what you do, there is no way of seeing Palestinians as equal human beings to you.
That's it. And that is why people act as though what I said is so ridiculous, because they don't know. They don't know that. And I didn't know at the time either when I did this podcast. Like only a year after I was done with Leftovers did I ever even find out about Hila Khan's participation in an illegal raid in the West Bank. And for the record, I know people will get mad at me for saying this, like pro-Palestinian people will get mad at me for saying this, but like the reality of the matter is, even if someone had done something so inhumane, if they had actually reflected on that behavior and spent every waking moment advocating against that sort of behavior from continuing with that experience that they had, I would never hold them. I would never hold that against them. I would never be like, well, you served in the IDF at one point. Okay. That is also something to remember. That's the difference, is the very fact that like she's also still unconditionally defending the actions of Israel over and over again, promoting girl boss fighter pilots that bombed Iran, and on the way back with the additional munitions that they had, deployed it in fucking Gaza, saying that Orthodox Jews, or the Hasidic Jews that don't want to serve in the military, are actually selfish for not wanting to serve. Like all of this stuff that they've done over the course of the past year and a half, actively trying to silence any kind of dissent, not only against them, but also against the Israeli state, is crazy. In a just world, if people truly did see Palestinians as human beings, they wouldn't be coming in here and being like, wow, I can't believe you invoked Hila's name for participating in an illegal raid in the West Bank. You'd be going, I am horrified with this new information that I just found out, and you'd be going over there to ask them, do you still think what you did was appropriate? How do you value your service within the Israeli occupying forces with your current understanding. What is your current understanding of what Israel is doing? Do you have remorse for the actions that you engaged in? That would be the appropriate line of questioning. The appropriate line of questioning isn't to be like, Hassan, I can't believe you brought up an illegal raid that Gila Klein participated in. It's so crazy. Yeah, this is what I was talking about when I said girl bossing. Female pilot who participated in attack on Iran. Israeli women are heroes. And then she apologized because people yelled at her. I would like to apologize for a recent story reshare about the female Israeli pilot being a hero. It came off as glorifying violence, which wasn't my intention at all, but I understand how it came off. I wanted to highlight the difference between women's lack of rights in Iran under the Ayatollah and women in Israel being given agency to even fight in combat. That being said, it's not the best timing or situation to make such a point. War is terrible and should never be glorified, and I'm very sorry for the post. Yeah, this is the Orthodox refusing to enlist to kill Palestinians in Gaza, utter confusion to their employee, Tom.
Well, the big disagreement was that people are fighting for the Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well to the army because they're not.
Motherfuckers, dude.
But Israel...
That's an issue?
Yeah, the Orthodox don't serve.
They don't serve.
Yeah, it's like Amish people, too. They don't do that.
But everybody else has to. Everybody has to do it.
Sure.
So it's like, what the fuck?
Dude, the Orthodox are such leeches there.
Oh, you're saying the Orthodox Jews in Israel
Yeah.
don't serve? I thought that like everyone had to.
Exactly, except the Orthodox.
Oh,
And then the
because they need to sit and pray for God all day.
Oh, I'd be Orthodox as fuck. I would have the things, the
Yeah.
wrath
Hell yeah.
and everything.
Hell yeah.
I'd be all about it. The film.
Yeah. They're more mad at the Orthodox Jews not serving than Israel forcing people to serve in a genocidal army, than Israel doing a genocide. I understand why you don't want the streamers that agree with you to put themselves in harm's way, but to your second point, we need more people in power to speak up and combat these lies about Palestine primarily and about you too. It's like how we want the Dems to speak up, use their power and numbers to push left. I speak up, but in real life, and I'm no one, it would help prominent streamers across platforms set up for what's right too. Yeah. Sarah Seam, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. It's also funny because like I got out of mandatory conscription in Turkey, and Ethan has said I was selfish for doing so, and so is Hila. And also the new meta is claiming that I'm a Turkish ultra-nationalist who throws up the fucking Grey Wolf sign sincerely because I'm secretly dog whistling. I can't even go back to the fucking country that I grew up in to see my goddamn family, okay? And there are motherfuckers living in like Iowa and in the comforts of New Jersey and Philadelphia and all around the country being like, this Hassan guy, I learned a lot about Turkey in the last Reddit thread that I read. And this Hassan guy seemingly is famously a fucking nationalist. It's so crazy, dude. Even when I literally, then they'll point to me criticizing a prominent Turkish national team player throwing up the fucking Grey Wolf sign and then go, and he knows what it means, so he's clearly doing it as a fucking dog whistle. Okay, then why would I not defend the other guy? That literally, it does not make sense. That is so inconsistent. You're using a video of me criticizing a prominent Turkish athlete throwing up that sign and saying it's a fascist symbol, and then you simultaneously go, oh, dude, you're throwing up the Grey Wolf here. Clearly, you also are an ultra-nationalist, a Turkish fascist or some shit. Did you go to a Gulen school? Fuck no. You fucking kidding me? Fuck Gulen. Yeah, the funny thing is, yes, as this Turkish chatter says, the Turkish nationalist broadcasters fucking hate me, and they say I'm racist against the Turkish race for all of my criticisms of ultra-nationalism in Turkey. The Erdogan guys hate me because they say I'm a agent of the West. Ironically, Erdogan is the biggest agent of the West, but that's besides the point. They say I'm woke and gay. I just don't understand how you can be so far off base with the reality. Like, even if you're just an onlooker, you look at the things that this guy is presenting, and then you look at like what I'm saying, and you still go, yeah, this Hassan guy, he's bad news, man. Like, look at this. This motherfucker is like, this is his 4th thumbnail. Hassan Piker put my family in danger. I need your help to stop this. And then it's a photo of me holding up a fucking airsoft gun, okay? And he's making it seem as though like I'm literally trying to hunt down Gila Klein or something. Like, well, this is just so psychotic. This is just pure defamation, you know? Good luck, man. I'm sure this'll do it. I knew you were grifting 10 years ago when you were saying the same things you are saying now. Exactly. Like, how are you going to A/B test thumbnails and one of your A/B tests is just straight up pure fucking slander? Roach had a similar thumbnail with "Killed him" next to you. I know. Anyway, it is what it is. It's not the first time a bunch of fucking hyper-nationalist weirdo reactionaries have actively called on my death and my deplatforming at the same time while perceiving themselves as the victim. And it most likely won't be the last. Now let's
This
get to
episode-
a fun podcast appearance that I did with the I've Had It ladies.
0.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, Mr. GQ Pumps, go ahead and get it out of your system.
Oh my God, I loved it. Loved the bubble bath. Here's the deal, Hassan. You're the only person. Like, I hate everybody.
What is this completely off topic but funny clip about Jason? About you?
Bro,
Hassan?
Hassan? He's a big dude. I mean, we played on the same team. He's a big ass
That's a
dude,
big
bro.
fucking dude. But he's
massive.
old. But he's old.
What?
I think hard fight. I'm the underdog. Or is he? Chat? Is he sleeping me cute a butt? Like, he put all the way 1,000 right now. He might just be. We might just be dying.
No, me, I'm low-key dying. You, bro, come on, bro. Stop being humble.
Wait, he thinks he could.
He's.
Damn.
I feel like
fighter though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Marlon says he could beat. Is that Cash, DDG, Duke Dennis, and me? Your back is fucked though. No. Cinna, I'm dying. GG. Keizo, I'm dying. GG.
I'll go. I'm the underdog. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take underdog.
Come on, Hassan. Yo, you keep doing that moaning shit.
Am I moaning?
Show chat Jason at peak performance.
3, 2,
Oh, I see. Bro has ping. He has ping. He's using all the bit rate for his streaming. Bro, you were crying about your back throwing up clankers on the court this morning? That did not happen. What the fuck are you talking about? I was not complaining about my back at all. What? He's on the Vietnamese server. Yeah, he's got dial-up. He's just he needs to reboot. Okay. All right, let's continue. Do you see Bloodlines 2 release date trailer that dropped today? Hey, yo. That is one of my favorite games of all time. You got cooked, bro. I mean it.
You gotta protect that better, bro.
I hit it the whole time. Yeah, she cooked me. That's true. Yeah, there's a Sekiro anime that came out too. She's a baller, dude. She can ball. Yes, I saw the Sekiro anime announcement, and I'm very stoked on that too. But we'll get to that in a second. Let's do this.
That posts their workouts on the internet. I hate everybody that posts their outfits of the day. I fucking like yours every single day because you're so cute and so smart and so everything.
I do it for you specifically. So that's why I do it. But thank you so much for the kind words. I'm honored to be on the most radical progressive podcast in North America.
That's right.
This is the headquarters. This is the headquarters of the actual resistance, and not like the 2016 era resistance liberalism, like the real resistance.
This is it. You are in the epicenter of it. We are not fucking around. We have had it from top to bottom, and we're calling every motherfucker out. No one is safe. No one. We have had it. Fox News is on our trail. They're wound up like cheap clocks, which is always just a bonus.
Of course.
When they get wound up. But Hassan, what have you been up to, and what have you had it with?
Oh, I have so many things that I've had it with, but first and foremost, I wanted to say I've had it with Democrats who are not fighting. If you're a Democrat, you have to fight. If you can't take the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen. That's the number one thing I've had it with, because we know that Republicans are bad. We know that they're going to ruin the country. They're doing it already. They're doing all the fascist stuff. They got the military takeover of the Capitol. But we need Democrats to be out there putting their bodies on the line. It can't just be the American public. I'm out there at the protests. We're getting shot at. I don't see any Democrats with us. I need to start seeing Democrats at those protests. I need to start seeing like actual, visible, prominent politicians that are making a big fuss about the kidnappings that are going on all around the country, and also even the unlimited funding that's seemingly going to Israel.
Well, that was a real aha moment for us because it's such an easy layup right now to take down MAGA, to say MAGA isn't America first. They are clearly Israel first. Moses Mike Johnson packed up his toys because he didn't want his base to find out that Trump is in the middle of a pedophile ring. And he went immediately to his home district of Israel. They are Israel first.
Yeah.
And so I was waiting for the Democrats to say this. And they can't say it because they're beholden to the same people that Moses Mike Johnson is. So when the only bipartisanship that you see in Congress right now is support for killing marginalized Palestinians and starving them out, that's a huge problem for the Democratic Party. And I mean, here's the thing. And the Democrats are being really stupid about this. I played a clip yesterday, Hassan, of Marjorie Taylor Greene bashing Israel and talking about an economic populist message, like Americans are sick of funding wars. They're sick of not having health care. And I just said, she's a nut. She's clearly anti-Semitic, all this stuff. But I said, when you consume news, you're a middle information viewer and you just see those clips. The Democrats are leaving us vulnerable to more fascism, to more conservatism, to more Christian nationalism by not taking the lead on this. And it enrages me.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene should not be the leading voice on this. Like she should not be she should not be outflanking any Democrat on this issue whatsoever. The Democrats are leaving a massive they're leaving this space and discourse completely void, and it's allowed Republicans to basically capture this issue because they recognize, at least some of these do they hide their power level to the audience? These two do not look radical whatsoever. That's the point. Do you expect someone that looks like me to say the things that I'm saying? No, right? Well, they're in the same boat in a totally different direction. Okay. I'm not saying they're like card carrying Marxist Leninists or whatever, but like this is a good thing. Okay. It's a good thing. It's a great thing. Republicans recognize that this. Does the chat not know they were on Fear End? Yeah, they've been, I've been connected with, I've had it for a minute. This is a way to communicate earnesty because it's a 92 to 8% issue at this point in the Democratic Party's base of support. The majority of Republicans don't even support Israel as they once did. You got basically just a base of evangelical Christians who are evangelical Zionists, who are some of the most rabid supporters of Israel. American Jews don't even fuck with Israel like that anymore. And, the Democrats are still seemingly leaving this conversation out there for the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene to take advantage of, to make themselves seem like they're earnest and not grifters.
Totally. And she's a total grifter. But, we've been keeping an eye on her, and she has been hanging out with Steve Bannon a lot. And they're nuts. But Steve Bannon has good political instincts, and he always returns to an economic populist message. Now, does he want to deliver that populism once he gets power? Fuck no. Absolutely not. But he knows that he can use it to lure them in. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's figured out how to game the stock system. She's made her money. And I think she is starting to realize that Trump's 95. He's got cankles, clearly has dementia. She's starting to see beyond Trumpism, and she is evolving in a Darwinian style to say, how am I going to survive after this cult? And once the damage and the debris field of all of this shit that he's done, there is going to be a rise of economic populism, and the Democrats are leaving us so fucking vulnerable.
No, absolutely. They are. I think the real scary person in this league of villains is Tucker Carlson.
Really?
I'm truly terrified of that guy. And the reason why I say this is because he was early. He was an early adopter of the fake populist messaging. When he was on Fox News, he was one of the only guys in mainstream news that was actively talking about like workers' rights and how important it is that like the right wing actually care about American labor, right? And Donald Trump, in many ways, actually adopted that framing when he was talking about why he was going to do when he was going to do this tariff strategy, when he was like, oh, we got to revitalize American manufacturing. These kinds of like anti-NAFTA positioning, all of this is actually trade protectionism. It's technically supposed to be like a left wing economic message. Now, of course, the way that Trump has implemented it is ridiculous and has been disastrous. But I think a lot of that actually stems from not only Steve Bannon, like you correctly identified, but also even someone like Tucker Carlson. And I truly am worried about what kind of damage he would do if he was actually in charge, if he actually ran for president.
Well,
TV guys won before.
Because they also have the support of what you called them Christian Zionists. I call them rapture preppers because I live in the Bible Belt, and these people are genuinely prepping for the rapture. And this percentage of the population are what leave us most vulnerable. These religious rapture preppers. This is the way Putin entered, is through the prayer breakfast. This is the way everybody gets radicalized to Trumpism. This part of the electorate is the worst part of America. I think you may remember during...
Wait, you think that Tucker will run for president? Yes, I do. I'm very worried about that prospect, actually. I do think that Tucker has elements of being a true believer as opposed to even Donald Trump. The outcome is still obviously... it's either like the maximum bad or just really awful. But because like Donald Trump is not a true believer and he's still doing a lot of damage, right? But Tucker Carlson, I think, is a little bit of a true believer as well. I think I could totally see him adopting just straight up Hitlerian, like even more so overtly Hitlerian policies. I don't even fucking... I mean, it's kind of crazy to say like Tucker would be even worse than the Trump administration because the Trump administration is trying to do mass deportations, or at least communicating that they want to do mass deportations because immigrants are a parasitic force that's like violent and whatnot. And that's Hitlerian. We're there already. But like, there's always a step that's worse than that. You know, it could get worse. Tucker Carlson is like having Stephen Miller not be a policy writer, but like being a charismatic version of Stephen Miller himself and putting him directly in charge. If you think that Donald Trump's calls to violence against marginalized populations is scary and damaging, think how much Tucker Carlson could utilize that very same bully pulpit.
This last election, a guy in France that worked in the French government, he was a politician, said, we have to have more independence than waiting every 4 years to find out how the voters of Wisconsin vote, because other countries are recognizing that we have a dipshit problem in America with part of the electorate. And the thing that pisses me off, Hassan, about the Democrats is there's still this like that they want to lure some of them their way instead of just saying, look, we need to get new voters. Those people are always going to vote right. Yeah. But there's still this kind of like, you probably saw when I got into it with Rahm Emanuel. I got in a fight with him and he was trying to bend to like say, hey, I don't like trans people either. And I'm like, that's not the way. Randy Brashear proved that we don't have to throw any group under the bus. And he got elected in Bible thumping Kentucky, like Mitch McConnell land. And so I don't know why the base beyond the Israel thing, I don't know why they want to, if it's just still upholding patriarchal structures or protecting capitalism. But at this stage, I'm so mad as a Democrat. And listen, I was in the tank. I was Hillary. I didn't vote for Bernie. My oldest son, browbeat me for that, called me a conservative, and I was that Democrat, okay? I was that Democrat. And people use the word radicalized, and I don't think that's the right language to what happened to me and what's happening to a lot of white women that look like me. I would say it's being deprogrammed, and this is what pissed me off. The Democrats won. Joe Biden won, and we all saw what happened on January 6th, and that motherfucker got elected again. They should have charged him. He should be in prison. And I just saw the breathtaking pussy at the core of that party, that y'all are playing two different games here. And that's what pissed me off about the Democrats. And I still see that going on right now with the Democratic Party. They're not standing up to him. Like, it's like, come on.
Yeah, no, that's you have to at some points punish a child that's misbehaving. Otherwise, they're never going to learn the right lesson. They're never going to grow up to be a healthy adult. The Democratic Party, on the other hand, is so cowardly, so feckless that they are utterly devoid of any sort of counter messaging campaign. They're just incapable of combating anything that the Trump administration is doing. I have begged consistently Democrat Party consultants, the Pod Johns, when I go on their podcast, to be like, the Democrats should behave more like Donald Trump, but with good policy rather than the evil policies that are damaging to the working class that the Republicans present, damaging to marginalized groups that the Republicans present, like, you know, taking away women's bodily autonomy, fantasizing about potentially taking away gay marriage, things of that nature. The Democrats should do Trump-style politics, but with good policy instead. Oh, we're doing student loan debt relief. What are you going to do about it? Sorry, everyone is actually going to enjoy that. Republicans are going to enjoy that. We're going to do paid family leave, right? Whether you like it or not. We're going to do healthcare, whether you like it or not. Sorry, sucks to suck. Oh, you hate free healthcare? Well, you're going to get it regardless. I think that's how they should legislate in a bold way, and also punish people both within their ranks that step out of line for corporate interests. And I'm talking about, of course, Kyrsten Sinema and the Joe Manchins of the world, who are playing the role of a villain, a revolving, rotating villain within the structure of the Democratic Party. Whip those votes. Why am I talking about all this? Well, the reason why I'm talking about it is because before I actually met Democrats, before I actually went to the DNC, for example, before I met the consulting class, I always used to think that these guys are just like cynical, amoral monsters who are cold and calculating. They are just simply, actively behaving as the controlled opposition party. That they know that they have a role to play here in the grand scheme, but American politics is a duopoly, but it's actually uniparty when it comes to a lot of stuff like Israel and foreign policy and even tax cuts and deregulations. And their role is to broadly just stand aside and allow the Republicans to dominate and shift the Overton window further and further to the right. And I thought they were doing that on purpose. And then I met a couple Democrats. Did you do this the same day as the other interview we watched earlier? No, obviously not. I have a different outfit on. And then I started meeting their consultants, and I realized, oh my God, it's not even that. They're just stupid. Like, they literally are so stupid that they genuinely think, like, when they say, oh, we got to go along and do a song and dance with Liz Cheney, there are some dumb fucks in there who unironically thought that this was a banger. Like, they literally, what they were communicating to the TV channels about how, like, we have to hug and kiss Liz Cheney because we have to, like, bring over this mythical moderate Republican voter. When, have you met a Republican lately? Like, 90% of the things that they are, 90% of their grievances are just made up. They're hallucinating it. You know what I mean? They're living in an alternative playing field. Like, you're not winning those guys over. They think you're like a pedophilic vampire, you know what I mean? They don't think, like, they're not like, oh wow, reasonable foreign policy, that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. No, they literally have hallucinated an alternative reality. So they didn't win any of those voters, but the intention behind those actions are, I guess, genuinely stupid, but genuine nonetheless. So I guess there is like there is some hope there.
I do think when you think about the way the base moved the Republican Party so far to the right, we have to be that bold and move the politicians that we have right now that far to the left. And none of them are perfect. Like Gavin Newsom and the, what's his name? Charlie Kirk interview. I mean, double thumbs down, annoying as fuck. But what he's doing right now, the cap lock tweet and like acting like, sending that out, those unhinged tweets, kind of like Trump did, and threatening to gerrymander. We have the leaders that we have right now. And I mean, here's the thing, Hassan, between you and me, I think, most people would probably rather earn their money on their back than being an elected politician. So these are the guys that we have right now. So I think our best plan, we have to beat up on them, but we also, when they're showing good fight, we have to support them and also continue to move them to the left, because the people that live in these all MAGA supermajority states, the damage is already happening and has been happening. And so I share all of your disenchantment, but I think we need to, as a base, keep pushing them. The ones that we have now, the ones that won't push, primary them, but the ones that we have, I think they can evolve, because look at how quickly the whole Republican Party changed. I mean, these guys used to just, not that long ago in my lifetime, they told Nixon to resign, that they wouldn't support him. They used to think Russia was bad.
Yeah. Well, they had a sense of shame back then. I feel like, I mean, they were still doing a lot of shameless stuff, but there was like broadly some level of wanting to preserve, some decorum, wanting to preserve the sanctity of institutions, right? Like at this point, it's just like pure domination. They don't care. They will utilize. They understand the resentment that people have towards these institutions after multiple decades of not getting any progress for anyone in a meaningful manner. So they recognize that animosity and they use it. They use it to their advantage to basically pick apart the corpse of America at this point for like profits for a couple of their friends. I mean, the president did a rug pull meme coin, like with cryptocurrency. What are we doing?
I think a lot of us see that what I spoke about earlier, the failure in Joe Biden's term, the biggest failure of his term, and what that term will always be defined for, regardless of any legislative accomplishment he did. In my opinion, that presidency would be considered a failure because it led to not incarcerating Trump and protecting voters and protecting democracy.
And Gaza.
Yeah. Right.
And Gaza too.
Yes. And that like, that left us so vulnerable. And then when you see Zoran Mamdani, like we're all dying for like a savior, right? And you see this Barack Obama Riz kind of look, that larger than life kind of celeb politician arrive on stage where you're like, oh, who's this guy? He's good looking. Oh, he's spitting facts.
By the way, Barack hasn't said anything about Zoran. I don't know if you noticed.
I know. And so that's my next point. So my next point is then you're like, oh, okay, the Democratic Party, everybody needs to endorse him. And then I see Cory Booker, abject disappointment, puss out on it. I mean, just a total puss. I see Hakeem puss out on it. And you see all of them. And I'm just like, and he's still like, I just saw a poll come out today, Hassan, where he's ahead of Cuomo 20 points. He's getting the Jewish vote. He's getting, the white vote, the minority vote, all the votes. Yeah. And I'm just like, and I think go back to
he's winning the conservative vote. Did you know that?
Yes. And I go back to you, Hassan. They're stupid. The Democratic, they're stupid. They don't understand. They're all about charts. I mean, these are the same people that thought we're going to spend, what was it, 10 million to learn how to talk to men?
20 million to learn how to talk to young men. That's what the Democratic think tank did.
And what you're saying is how you talk to them. You say, you don't like health care for everybody? Tough titties, son. You're going to get it anyway because that's what we stand for. We don't let poor people die. Tough titties. You don't like your student debt being forgiven? Fine. We'll exclude your ass and you can pay.
I love that. That's like those are the same kinds of bars. That's my language. Okay. That's my language. I'm going to give you free healthcare, whether you like it or not. Okay. Turns out the liberal Joe Rogans were here all along. It was just two white ladies from Oklahoma.
All the interest. But to not be such pussies and govern like that, it would be incredible. But I don't see it from the Democratic leadership. And I've been so disappointed that Obama and others have not endorsed Zoran.
Yeah. And I think it's by design. And I think Israel is a major reason here. That's it. Because for Zoran, within the limited confines of the New York mayoral race, within the limited powers that he has as New York mayor, he looked at that problem. He went to the voters. He said, what do you care about? They said, we want better public transit. We want affordable housing. He said, bet, I'm going to give that to you. And he ran with those policies. And he was uncompromising in his worldview. And he got rewarded for it. People thought, and I think there are still a lot of Democratic consultants that try to claim that Israel is a third rail that you can't touch, that you can't actually criticize Israel. Otherwise, everyone will call you anti-Semitic, and then your career is over. You'll never be able to get AIPAC money ever again. Oh no! And it turns out the voters rewarded Zoran for that. There were so many people. There were so many right wingers that saw that famous like four of the candidates getting asked, like, where would you go after you win the mayoral race? And they're like, I'm going to the Holy Land. I'm going to Israel. I'm going to Israel a 10th time. I'm going to Israel a 4th time. And then Zoran's like, I'm the mayor of New York. Like, I'm staying in New York. And they were like, do you hate Israel? Why wouldn't you go to Israel? And that actually helped them so much. And this is something that I've been trying to tell politicians. Obviously, there are politicians that I'm friends with and friendly with and talk to with regular frequency, but they already know this. we need to stop treating voters like they're incredibly stupid.
Agree.
I think like we can be honest with voters. We can tell them like this stuff sucks. I mean, you're seeing the dead children. Nobody likes that.
Right.
Why are we giving money to Israel to do that? It's illegal under American law, even before the genocide. Because that's a word that even Bernie Sanders sometimes is too afraid to call out openly, which, pains me because I love Bernie. Even before that, it's war crimes. It's illegal. Right. Like Israel has absolutely done war crimes. It's unquestionable. Israel's doing a genocide. That's also unquestionable. But even if you don't want to say that, Israel is doing a litany of war crimes. It is illegal for America to give weapons to a country that is doing war crimes.
For the ethnocentric American voter, you can take the big message that you just took, the right moral message, to a deep thinker who wants to absorb that and understand the human rights issues and violations pertaining to it. But to the selfish, me, capitalist, I'm so important American, these Democrats have to take the message that you, and it's not as pure as maybe the leftists want, but it's effective. And they have to take a message that says, you don't have health care, but everybody in Israel does. Yep. You can't access a college and without massive debt, but everybody in Israel can. Oh, yeah. And by the way, all those kids that you're seeing dead that Miss Rachel, the YouTuber, is showing you, you're paying for that, and our politicians go ahead and autograph the bombs before they send them over. That kind of language with flyover rural people fighting, and which brings me to something I wanted to talk to you about. So Zoran has been one, I'm like, okay, this is great messaging, but somebody who I thought kind of came out of hiding that I thought was kind of a good messenger that I enjoyed recently was Hunter Biden.
I mean, I've always thought he's a very telegenic individual. I've always had a fondness to Hunter Biden for his proclivity towards crack cocaine, the incredible stories that come out of his life as far as strippers falling in love with him, and he's like advocating for prostitutes to unionize and stuff like that. Like, there's so many different stories like that, and he's just been like a very charismatic fail son. Everything that the Trump children never could be. Right. Handsome. He's got a big penis. And also and very charismatic. Now, do I think Hunter Biden should be the guy that's running for office? No, I don't think so. But there are real people out there. I think with respect to what you said about rural voters and middle America voters and an environment that is ripe to capture. You're absolutely right with the way that we could be communicating this message. It's like, why is the Texas governor saying it is anti-Semitic for towns in Texas to want to take back $4 million in tax revenue that they're sending to Israel so they can spend it on infrastructure hardening, so that when the inevitable floods and chaos that unfolds with natural disasters happens, like they are better protected. They can protect their constituents better. Why is the Trump administration saying, oh, if you want FEMA dollars, you literally have to sign a loyalty pledge to Israel? That's insane. That's not America first at all. What are we talking about?
What about Sarah Huckabee Sanders' tweet where she's talking about the Arkansas Israel connection? Did you see this?
Yes.
It was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It was just,
those are the evangelical nuts. Like,
no, those are rapture preppers. Yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot of them. Right. But there are so many more people that look at that and I think you go, oh, that's weird and gross. Like,
here's the thing that politicians need to know, because we live around rapture preppers. They're also anti-Semitic at the same time. The Jew jokes are constant and nonstop in WASP environments. And yes, they will say we're Israel first, but all of the tropes about, oh, I'm going to Jew him down. I've heard that my entire life. From rapture preppers, and they are the most.
Remember the story I told you guys about a Jewish friend of mine who went to the Midwest and unironically encountered evangelical Zionists who love Israel, the types that have Stand With Israel as their pickup truck bumper sticker, who legitimately were like, so what's up? Do you guys have horns or not? Like, there are people out there who are that stupid. It sounds insane, and I know it sounds insane, it sounds fucking insane to say, but there are legitimately human beings around us, okay, who exist and drink the same water as us and breathe the same air as us, that have a vote that they vote for Donald Trump with, of course, every single time, sometimes illegally, who legitimately are standing with Israel proudly and for forever, that think Jewish people have horns and tails, bro. It is fucking insane. You sure they don't live next to a data center? I mean, this is before data centers were popping up. So there are hella people who are pro-Israel and insanely anti-Semitic, like comically anti-Semitic, okay? And it sounds insane because you're like, there is not a person that can be that stupid in 2025. We got phones, we got internet. No, there are motherfuckers that are that stupid right now, okay? I'm not saying every Trump supporter is that stupid, but I am saying that every single person that has that opinion voted for Donald Trump. 100%, okay? Like, not even a question.
Anti-Semitic people I know. So that is just an insane.
Is this show called Kankles McTaco Tits? No. This is the title of the episode. The show is called I've Had It.
Way to capture support. But again, these are the people that leave us prey. These are the people that the Israeli government is able to manipulate for support. And these are the same people that Vladimir Putin enters into manipulating through the prayer breakfast.
I do find that really interesting. Like, the Putin stuff is... I saw a lady with a stand with Israel button at a Catholic church in Bakersfield. She is anti-Semitic, almost always. So strange to me because, like, these guys hated Russia for years and years, even after the USSR fell, right? And then almost overnight, they like I went into a couple Telegram groups or a couple Facebook groups, and now they're like, oh no, actually, Vladimir Putin is invading Ukraine to like stop trans people. And you're like, what? Like, how did you arrive at this? Like, how were you so easily duped? How can you be so easily convinced by a couple tweaks in the algorithm in a somewhat sophisticated influence peddling operation? But like, it does shock me that they that something that I thought was world defining for a lot of conservatives, especially, you're supposed to expect the liberals to be like, oh no, Russia are our friends, they're a foreign country, but like, let's not fight them. Like, nope, it's the Republicans who are now saying like, Russia is our friend and we should fight Ukraine instead. Right. Or the country that was invaded, we should fight those guys because they're woke and gay, which they're not. I don't know where they got that from either, but they're just like, no, they're Democrats. Ukraine is the Democratic Party country and Russia is the Republican Party country, so they're good. And it blows my mind that it works.
There's so much homoeroticism in the Republican Party and so much suppressed sexuality, bisexuality, homosexuality, closet cases, and Vladimir Putin did his topless photo op on top of that horse, and they were just frothing at the mouth. He did look good. I hate to give him that. He did look good on that. He did look. It's cool. I wish more politicians would do stuff like that.
Oh my! Please don't tell me Trump is going to get topless. I mean, that is just.
Oh no! I hope not.
So bad. So
I hope not, because I'll be too turned on. You know, there are people who think he's hot, which is so crazy. That's like one of the things where I'm like, oh, you're like actually hallucinating.
Right.
Like
There's no way.
When ladies at like Trump rallies will be like, I would want him to grab my pussy. I'm like, oh, what? Like, you think this guy is like a sexual dynamo.
But you know
what?
This is what's interesting to me. They're all so, like, a lot of the men are so deeply attracted to his aura, to him.
This is Chatters. This is your opportunity, by the way. This is something to show your moms, okay? This is a mom-approved podcast. Like, remember when I tell you, like, when I do these kinds of appearances, like, it's a perfect way to introduce the guy yelling at you every day for 8 hours a day to your friends or family members. Like, if I do a bro podcast, you can show it to your bros. If I do a podcast that you can show your moms, this one is it. Your you know, unks and aunties living in the global south is the Al Jazeera one. You know what I mean? It's like your entrepreneur friends, you can show the iced coffee hour one or the Tom Billier one that I just did. Bro, I ain't ever introducing you to my mom Why are you worried?
But they have to Photoshop images of him. So you get all this homoeroticism that comes out of MAGA. Like to me, MAGA is the most.
My brother watched the clips of you on Twitter and decided you're a bad guy, but he's one breakup away from Red Pill Scary. Oh no. Show him Andrew Schultz. The one I did with Andrew Schultz. He'll see, or Theo Vaughn, a recent one. If you want to find a recent one, do the one with Theo Vaughn. Like, there's always something out there. I've done so many media appearances. Okay, trust.
Homoerotic movement. It's more gay than Pride Month because
for sure.
It's just they talk about genitals. They're talking about sex, bathrooms. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, they're obsessed. Yeah, if you have esoteric political ideology focused friends, then Doom Scroll Pod, that's a good one. You got your friend that's like maybe a little too into weird shit, like weird politics shit. You can show the Doom Scroll one. I got something for everybody.
Yeah.
There is definitely like an unhealthy sexual pathology associated. Like when they were talking about Trump as daddy, Tucker Carlson went on. I don't know if you ever saw that video where he's like, Trump is daddy and daddy's home. And I was like,
yes.
Dude, you're a grown ass man. What are you saying right now? Like, and I don't know where that stems from. And I think there's like a lot of repression. And then there's a lot of like straightforward homophobia, queerphobia, things of that nature, of course, like just like pure bigotry. And you can kind of tell, like you can tell who's the Lindsey Graham in the situation and who's just like a straightforward bigot and not even like repressed.
Let's identify those. Okay. Moses Mike Johnson, is he a straightforward bigot or would you say he's the Lindsey Graham?
No, I don't think he's a closeted gay man, even though I have heard people make this inference. I think he is into like weird kink shit though. Like I think he's the type of guy who like is into BDSM and because like he has that porn app, right? Like he has the porn watchdog app that him and his son monitor each other's like porn consumption to keep one another on the ball. So they're not like, they're not like looking at porn. And to me, it's like, dude, if you have your son doing that for you, you got to be a real freak. You know what I mean? It's just like, just don't watch porn. What's wrong with you? Or just watch porn. Who cares? Like, but like you got your son involved in this. Like that's crazy. And then why do we know this? Because he volunteered this information. Right. How crazy is that?
He told us.
You're a real freak.
With a camera rolling. Okay, what about JD Vance?
Ooh, JD Vance is an interesting one. I think he's just I think JD Vance is I mean, he's a straight guy, but he's gay for pay. You know what I mean? Like he will do it. Like he will do it as long as there's like a higher office that he can reach. Because he is like a real he's one of those like real sociopathic brown nosers. Like he knows Trump sucks.
You've
but
seen his drag photos, right? Where he has the wig on.
Well, he was in the Navy.
He's like posed up. Yeah, I always tell Pumps, I just envision that he gets home from work and he's like, hi, Usha. And he's like, tells the kids, Daddy's got to have time in the bathroom. And I picture him, that scene from Silence of the Lambs where the serial killer is like putting on makeup and tucking his penis under and like dancing. I picture JD Vance doing something that dark after work.
I don't know. I don't, like I said, I think he's just more so, I peg him as a straight man, but he's definitely experimented. I mean, he was in the Marines, like those guys get down, they do wild stuff. It's not even until recently, it wasn't even an issue. I'm 19. Why is this the type of podcast that actually entertains me? These ladies are television stars beforehand, like reality TV. I think they did reality TV beforehand. And also, we're being entertaining. This is normal. I'm not saying these kinds of podcasts are just for the specific group that we're talking about. Oh my God, wait. Inside the controversial world of skinny talk? Ain't no way. But yeah, go watch Chatters. Yeah, Jen was in Bravo for years. Go watch the rest of the episode, okay? I don't want to give you all the goods. Go watch, go show support, and show some love. Feel me? There is one thing I do want to talk about, which I think is pretty insane. The updates from the story have been crazy. And it's another one of those stories that just is not getting any mainstream coverage, I feel like. And I don't know why. Well, I have some ideas as to why. Okay. I'm sure, I mean, I've covered it a couple of times at this point, but you guys are probably aware of this. Have you guys heard of the pedophile, the Israeli pedophile that is an advisor directly under Benjamin Netanyahu that was caught in an anti-pedophilia sting alongside like 6 other people? And of course, he was the only one that was able to escape criminal prosecution and then released and then fled to Israel. And then the Israeli state claimed that they had no prior knowledge of his pedophilia, even though it turns out he did call the embassy. Interesting. Why is the media not covering this story? I wonder. How odd, guys. How odd. How odd that the only place that you can find information on this pedophile who, yes, intended to sexually assault, rape a 15-year-old who was caught by the authorities and then subsequently released, who was able to flee to Israel, a country with a non-extradition treaty, who a country that has actually gotten criticized internally by Israeli outlets and even by American outlets in the past for being a pedophile safe haven, was able to receive this person. How did this happen? How? That's crazy. He hung out in Vegas for 2 days after he was released. He was making the rounds at the casinos before the flight to pedophile land. Here is the Haaretz article. A senior Israeli cyber official questioned in Las Vegas over alleged sexual solicitation of a minor. Got caught in a sting, even though he's like the head of a fucking cyber defense agency for Israel. That's weird. How did that happen? How did that happen? Las Vegas Review-Journal confirms that the Israeli official Tom Alexandrovich, caught up in a child sex sting, has hired celebrity attorneys Dave Chesnoff and Richard Schoenfeld. Chesnoff was appointed by Trump to the Homeland Security Advisory Committee. Prominent Las Vegas attorney David Chesnoff and Richard A. Schoenfeld are representing Alexandrovich. Any suggestion that anybody in authority did anything special for him is completely inaccurate, Chesnoff told the Review-Journal Tuesday. He was treated just as anybody would be who got arrested. I thought we voted for Trump, all of us, myself included, illegally, to keep pedophiles off the streets. What do you mean? What do you mean a raid took place? They caught this man trying to solicit sex from a minor, and then they interviewed him, and then they let him go.
Left.
Oh, that's right. Sigal Chattah, the acting U.S. attorney who enabled the flight of accused Israeli child sex predator and cyber spy Tom Alexandrovich, campaigned for Nevada Attorney General by boasting her Israeli citizenship and pushing crass hatred of Muslims. Her campaign ad was called Israeli Born. Update. Acting U.S. Attorney for Nevada, Sigal Chattah, just deleted her X account, Chattah for Nevada. Fortunately, many of her posts showing her Israel first bias were achieved. There are 2 million terrorists in Gaza. Leary was in their homes and their children. Now let's do Gaza. 90% proud Hamas, 10% scared Hamas. Now no two-state solution with terrorists. It's kind of crazy because like dual loyalty is a trope, right? It's an anti-Semitic trope. This person is literally an Israeli citizen, a dual citizen, and is basically saying like, fuck tropes. This is me. Israel first. What the hell?
The radical left is burning down our country and attacking Jews in the streets, and Ilhan Omar is fanning the flame. I'm Sigal Chattah, an Israeli-born lawyer running to be America's #1 conservative attorney.
Yeah, she's a freak, by the way. People were like, do not do this. This is an insane person. And of course, they did it anyway. Great. Shocked, I tell you, though. Shocked. Can I tell you how shocked I am? This is my surprised face. Okay? This is my surprised face. Imagine my surprise when I found out that a high-ranking Israeli cybersecurity, quote-unquote, expert that works directly under Benjamin Netanyahu was caught trying to rape a 15-year-old and then was immediately released and was allowed to go to Israel, a country that a lot of pedophiles flee to because of its non-extradition policies to the United States of America. Here's the State Department, U.S. State Department releasing. The Department of State is aware that Tom Artyom Alexandrovich, an Israeli citizen, was arrested in Las Vegas and given a court date for charges related to soliciting sex electronically from a minor. He did not claim diplomatic immunity and was released by a state judge pending a court date. Any claim that the U.S. government intervened are false. I am a lawyer from Israel and this is my law. I am cybersecurity expert from Israel and my expertise is solicitation of minor for sexual intercourse. What happened? How'd he get out? I didn't know they just let pedophiles roam free. This ain't a motherfucking kick pedo hunting stream. This is the fucking government. The government that did a raid on a minor sex trafficking and sex solicitation ring. Yeah, he's an engineer, a pedophile engineer. Israeli official posted standard bail, never saw judge before release, DA confirms. Now they're saying that he actually never saw a judge before the release. So why is the State Department saying that he was released by a state judge? Huh. The story gets weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder. Las Vegas, the Israeli official arrested in a Las Vegas sexting operation never appeared before a judge and posted bail before leaving the country. The district attorney reaffirmed Tuesday. Tom Artyom Alexandrovich, 38, faces charge of luring a child with a computer for sex acts, according to police. The charge carries a prison sentence for 1 to 10 years. Alexandrovich was in Las Vegas for the Black Hat USA 2025 Cybersecurity Conference, police said. A post on an Israeli government website indicates Alexandrovich works as the head of the Technological Defense Division at the Israeli National Cyber Directorate. On Wednesday, August 6, Alexandrovich chatted online with a decoy, posing as a 15-year-old girl about meeting for sexual contact. The 8 News Now investigators first reported on Monday. Citing court documents, police then arrested Alexandrovich as he prepared to meet with the decoy. Criminal cases in Nevada begin in Justice Court, which townships administer. The courts, including Henderson Justice Court, offer a standard bail schedule where defendants can pay to bail out of jail for most charges, including felonies. While the FBI and federal officials were involved in Alexandrovich's offense, the Clark County District Attorney's Office is prosecuting the case. Most sex crimes cases in southern Nevada are handled by task forces comprised of federal, state, and local partners. Alexandrovich posted $10,000 bail shortly after his arrest, court records showed. The process allows defendants to pay the fee and waive their right to a probable cause hearing, which the Justice Court oversees. There was no court involvement. Oh, I was there. They arrested him during the ending of DEF CON? Wait, really? There was no prosecution involvement. This is the normal practice. It is very standard in this community and many communities across the country. To what? Let pedophiles roam free? To let them escape legal scrutiny by fleeing the country to go to a nation state that is famous for doing this? Like exactly this, okay? Exactly this. This is something that happens in Israel so much that Israeli advocacy groups have fucking complained about it, where they're like, dude, anytime there is a fucking rapist pedophile, they just fly to Israel to evade scrutiny, and then they continue doing rape and pedophilia here. Straight up. A 2020 Nevada Supreme Court decision changed the bail system, making the payment necessary to reasonably ensure the defendant's appearance. He was booked into jail. He posted the $10,000 bail very quickly and was released before his case even needed to go before a judge. And it's not only this individual defendant. There were 3 or 4 others like him, posted the bail right away, so there was no court appearance. Alexandrovich did not appear before a judge and then posted bond before his state-entitled probable cause hearing and before prosecutors filed a criminal complaint against him, the 8 News Now investigators reported Monday. Thus, no judge could put any added restrictions on his release. While the judge later reviewed the bail, there was no physical hearing and the judge had no mechanism to add further restrictions. In addition to Alexandrovich, 7 other defendants face similar charges connected to this thing. Interim U.S. Attorney for Nevada, Sigal Chata, blamed Wolfson and the state court judge for failing to require Alexandrovich to surrender his passport after posting bail. However, neither had anything to do with the process. The Justice Court sets the standard bail schedule and the process to bail out. At that point, post-arrest does not involve the district attorney's office nor any judge. Interesting. For $10,000, you too can also escape legal scrutiny. Incredible. Yeah, she's anyway, Hatta is trying to fucking cast the blame on liberals somehow. A liberal district attorney and state court judge in Nevada failed to require an alleged child molester to surrender his passport, which allowed him to flee our country. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, just called me outraged, and she also called the FBI Director Cash. The individual who fled our country should have had his passport seized by the state authorities. He must be returned immediately to face justice. What country was he from? Wow, that's crazy. What was his job? Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Yep, that's crazy. I can't believe they fucked this one up. Fucking hot dog suit meme. Yeah. We're all trying to find out the guy who let this happen, dude. We're trying so hard. Breaking Points reported he was here for a conference for his job. I know, he's a cybersecurity quote-unquote expert who clearly is not very good at being cyber or secure. And not only that, but again, it wasn't just the conference he was here for, seemingly. He was here for some other shit. It's crazy that your job is to do OPSEC for the Israeli state, and you literally don't have any OPSEC for yourself. That you were so horny as a pedophilic rapist that you got duped by some fucking FBI agent posing as a 15-year-old online, and you got in the short time frame that you had on U.S. soil. That is crazy. Max Blumenthal. Alexandrovich told the police he was going to flee the country, so he was allowed to flee the country. Here's Ali Abunima from Electronic Intifada. After Israeli official Tom Alexandrovich was arrested in federal pedophile sting, he immediately started talking about fleeing to Israel. Will we ever find out who let him leave and why? After he was placed under arrest, police said he was shocked and started asking for a way to contact someone about his international flight back to Israel. He did not know the numbers for the Israeli government, according to the report. Alexandrovich told his family lives in Israel, the report said. According to a social media post, he's like, wait a minute. I got caught soliciting sex from a 15-year-old? Hold on, authorities. I would like you to know I am Israeli. I would like to fly back to Israel immediately. Please, give me the number for the Israeli embassy. I am going to escape the law. And the cops were like, oh, I guess we got to do it. Cops hate this one simple trick. According to a social media post from the U.S. State Department's Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs, the U.S. government did not intervene in his arrest. Any claims of the U.S. government intervened are false, the State Department said in the post. A November 2024 article on the official website of the Israeli government referenced a person with the same name as the head of the Technological Defense Division of the Israel National Cyber Directorate. Israeli official was interviewed by the FBI and Department of Homeland Security agents after his arrest. They knew exactly who he was, and yet the Trump administration just let him go. Alexandrovich stated it was very important to get numbers for his flight. Alexandrovich stated his flight is on Friday to New York, and then he will fly to Israel. Hey guys, just want to let you know, this pedophilia investigation and the court date is really going to fuck up my plans to escape the country and go to the non-extradition country that pedophiles famously flee to, Israel. Hey, I just want you to know, I'm a fucking flight risk. It's a guarantee. Let me out of this room. I'm flying back. Also, this part is really funny. This guy is a cybersecurity official, and he says his phone doesn't have a password, but uses biometrics. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not a cybersecurity expert. I'm a fucking boomer. And the first thing I learned was to literally not use thumbprints, because that allows authorities to literally access your phone. The most viable way to ensure that they cannot access your phone without a search warrant is by having a fucking password on your phone as opposed to a thumbprint. Biometrics, unfortunately, as it stands currently, is something that cops and authorities overall can use to access your phone without, having it be illegal. I can't believe Jeffrey Epstein's famous friend, Donald Trump, would allow this to happen. How could this have happened? Guys, I'm going to tell you once again, very shocked. This guy's the head of cybersecurity, bro. That's crazy. They got the worst people in charge over there, huh? That's fucking awesome. Man, I'm starting to think that our government is not trustworthy. It's weird, dude. That's got to be a nepotism hire. Yeah, they probably hired him for the other thing, okay, which is, you know, his proclivities, his interests, his special interests. They hired him for that reason. They were like, this will be our guy. What is this? Jack Paulson and Harrison Berger report on a major leak within Israel's Ministry of Justice that reveals over 2,100 international legal requests, including multiple U.S. extradition cases for child sex abuse suspects that Israel. Oh, I shouldn't be laughing at this, but this is such a common thing. Holy fuck, dude. The revelations come as Tom Artyom Alexandrovich, executive director of Israel's National Cyber Directorate, was arrested in Las Vegas for allegedly soliciting sex from someone he thought was a 15-year-old girl. He posted bail and fled to Israel, where he's now on leave. They put him on leave like he's a cop. Dude, you know, in America, they put you on desk duty if you're a cop and you shoot like an unarmed black teenager. In Israel, because it's so common, right? And in Israel, it's like, oh, you got caught trying to fuck a 15-year-old. Desk duty. You're on desk duty for a little bit, soldier. Stand down. Holy pedito. Jesus Christ, you guys are so stupid. Genuinely, how do Israel supporters defend this? What do you mean? They don't address this shit at all. And even if they were to address it, they would just call you a fucking anti-Semite, like everything else. Oh, you know love Israel? Anti-Semitism, huh? What are you? You are Hamas. The child was Hamas. It was a terror child. It was a terror baby. Why you not love Israel? Are you Hamas? No politic here. No politic here. That's crazy, bro. 2,152 international legal requests with the state of Israel was hidden within last year's Anonymous of Justice leaks. Among other things, the leaks showed the delayed or failed attempts of the DOJ to extradite various sex abusers from Israel where they had fled to evade justice. That's wild. Yeah, and before you accuse people of anything, here is numerous investigations that were concluded. I Googled pedophile safe haven, CBS News, how Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel, February 19th, 2020. Exposing pedophilia and legal failures in Israel by Humanium.org. I don't know what the fuck Humanium.org is, but this is a CBS report. Like, that's also concerning Google search, for the record. Don't do that. I just realized that's a wild thing to Google. BRB, the cops are at my door. Your Honor, hold on. Your Honor, hold on. You don't understand. I can't even flee to Israel now. Haaretz has reported on this as well, and numerous Israeli advocacy organizations have reported on this as well. Yeah, check my logs. I have 5 links to help illustrate your point. Yeah, here's another one. The child rape assembly line. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. That's insane. We got the CBS one. This is from the Independent. Well, that page doesn't exist. Oh, this. You got auto-modded. Jewish Community Watch says 32 pedophiles moved from countries around the world to Israel over the past decade. It's a lot larger than that, the number. Turns out it's 2,154. Haaretz wrote about it. Israel's becoming a refuge for pedophiles, warns advocates for child sex abuse victims. Times of Israel wrote about it as well. Many accused Jewish pedophiles in the U.S. flee to Israel. J-Post wrote about it. Israel's trying to legalize pedophilia. Cool, man. IGN has an article on it. Error not found. Israel game developers pedophilia. What the fuck? Why would somewhere in Tel Aviv? This is the 4th time, Alexandrovich. Turn in your turntables and headphones. You're on desk duty until further notice. You will not be playing Psytrance anywhere near the field once more. What is this? This one is 15 years ago. You're a cybersecurity engineer from Israel. You're free to go. My mistake, sir. I didn't mean to be anti-Semitic in conducting this investigation into your criminal acts of child predation. It's really fucked up of me to even question this further. I apologize. Anyway, Alexandrov is the only person caught in this thing to not have a criminal complaint filed against him. These agents informed Alexandrovich immediately they could contact the Israeli embassy It remains an open question why Alexandrovich is the only person. So what happens here? So the feds, like, the feds catch a bunch of pedophiles. One of them is an Israeli cybersecurity expert. And then they go, oh, you're an Israeli cybersecurity expert. Like, of course you were doing pedophilia. You're free to leave. Is that what it is? Like, is that what happened? Oops, my bad. Like, what? To catch and release a predator. Yeah. Yeah, that's the real catch and release. Anyway. Yes, I saw the report. 654 migrant workers were surveyed in Israel, and 100% of them were sexually assaulted. Out of 654 Thai foreign workers questioned, all of them said they had been exposed to sexual assault. Again, also from Jerusalem Post. 654. Every single one did this. This is why I always say, like, Israeli sources, when talking about, like, the Israeli military's actions, will regularly lie. But Israeli sources, when it comes to, like, internal affairs, will be a much better, much more reliable resource for news and information than Western news media is. The reason why is because this is shit happening in Israel. So their job is to literally cover shit happening in Israel, right? That's the reason why there's this weird dynamic where, like, the New York Times is not going to cover this shit, but then you have, like, all Israeli outlets, including, like, Ynet and stuff, covering stuff like this. Anyway, gross. Also here, speaking of gross pedophiles, here's Donald Trump saying Netanyahu is a war hero. I guess I am too.
He's fighting. You know, they're trying to put him in jail on top of everything else. How about that? He's nuts. He's a war hero. Because we work together. He's a war hero. I guess I am too. Yep. He's fighting. You know, they're trying to put him in jail on top of everything else. How about that? He's nuts.
War criminal. He's a war criminal. And you are too. Also, if you want to know what the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services is invested in, okay, while they're, you know, letting pedophiles escape to Israel, on the one hand, that's what the federal government is working on. On the other hand, this is what they're doing. New policy alert. Wee woo. Clarifying discretionary factors in certain immigration benefit requests. McCarthyism returns to immigration law as USCIS announces that it will begin screening applicants for immigration benefits for anti-America ideologies or activities. The term has no prior precedent in immigration law, and its definition is entirely up to the Trump admin. So whatever they consider to be, un-American or whatever, they will use to claim you cannot get citizenship or any benefits. Fantastic. Amazing. Awesome country. Very cool. God, I hate this fucking place so much. Every day it gets worse and worse. Anyway, now let's get to inside the controversial world of hashtag skinny talk, which I assume is not going to be BP edits, black pill edits, even though I covered that angle before. Let's take a look.
Any motivation today? I'm going to be the one to give it to you.
At first swipe, it seems like social media is flooded with health and wellness content.
It is so easy. I don't even have a juicer. I make it in a blender.
You can still lose a lot of weight and keep it off if you do it right.
Let's make a supermodel snack. Even the queen, skinny girl herself, Bethany Frankel, sharing supermodel snacks to her millions of fans. But there's one hashtag that has taken over with potentially dangerous consequences. Some say skinny talk may promote a dark side of social media.
Yeah, no shit. ED warning. Yes, trigger warning. ED, okay? Not erectile dysfunction. Eating disorder. This is like... oh my God, people are fucking mainlining eating disorder TikToks. It's great.
Community of mostly women who trade tips and hacks for getting and staying very thin.
Some of y'all around here with some hate for skinny talk, and we're not gonna have that.
I think the best thing about losing the weight that you want to lose is really just flexing on everybody who discouraged you.
It's not your hormones, it's your late night snacking.
Skinny talk is given to us as wellness, but it's really just disguised harm.
One of the most high-profile skinny talk creators, Liv Schmidt, known for dishing out what some might see as harsh truths.
If the dessert looks prettier than it tastes, walk away. You are not a trash can. You are not going to finish it. And bonus, if you wear heels in your skinny activity because it tones you, it burns more calories, your calves will look extra slay.
Schmidt's content projects a cool girl image, hinged on a skinny lifestyle, which some experts say could be harmful to vulnerable viewers.
It is really problematic, of course, because those who are obviously young and more susceptible to kind of getting roped into these subcultures, into the algorithm and the echo chambers, are very easily swayed by persuasive content.
The trend leading to a firestorm of controversy on social media.
Do you not realize that these are literally eating disorders that are happening? I love being on Skinny Talk because I feel like it motivates me to be healthy.
TikTok says they banned the hashtag after detecting
Slay, and it's just ED. Yeah, it could be harmful. This has been harmful for like 75 years. Yeah, this is, bro. It's not two things that are certainty, okay? Death and taxes. It's three, okay? Three things that are certainty. Death, taxes, and harmful fucking movements finding a way to come back alive on every social media platform, on any message distribution medium that you have, okay? Yeah, it was Pro Anna, Tumblr. It was TikTok, ED Twit, that still exists. And now it's on TikTok. It was on Twitter, and now it's on TikTok as well. Yeah, Thinspiration, Thinspo, Tumblr, all of that shit. Oh my God.
an increase in content that violated their policies. Liv Schmidt also got banned on the platform. Schmidt defending her content on Instagram, saying, "I'm not problematic, you're just too sensitive." According to the group,
I thought she was going to say, "You're just too fat."
Equip Health, which offers at-home family-based therapy for eating disorders. 5.5 million people were impacted by eating disorders in 2024.
Dozens of studies have found really high correlations between excessive social media use and risk of disordered eating and unhealthy body image. And we also know that hospitalizations for adolescents for eating disorders have climbed 6 to 7-fold.
It was just a decade ago that fuller figures were embraced in pop culture. Celebs like Meghan Trainor singing her hit booty anthem.
Bro, it's so funny to point to Meghan Trainor after this, because it's like she's not even, she ain't even that thick. You know what I mean? Like this is thick by like early 2000 standards, you know? I mean, I know. It's
like
just...
Meghan Trainor singing her hit booty anthem, all about that bass.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. I ain't no size 2, but I can shake it like I'm supposed.
She also took Ozempic, lol. Also, like there's no issue with that. I don't even have a problem with fucking Ozempic either. Like I'm Mr. Ozempic. I'm Mr. Pro Ozempic. Like I said, TRT for all, HRT for all, Ozempic for all. Those are my values, okay? But like, you know, being comfortable in your own skin is, I think, the most important thing that you should do. Okay, you should definitely do that first and foremost.
A few years later, Lizzo breaking barriers with songs like "About Damn Time."
It's bad bitch o'clock, yeah, it's thick 30.
Both preaching to their fans to embrace their curves. But just this year, both also revealing that they've turned to GLP-1 medications, in part to slim.
Damn. Wait, is that Meghan Trainor? No shot. What the fuck? And also, damn, they're just calling him out. They're like, yeah, as soon as Ozempic came out, they ran in that direction.
Down. Lizzo, who also credits diet changes to her recent weight loss, opening up on the Just Trish podcast.
Ozempic works because you eat less food.
Yeah, it makes you full.
So it makes you feel full. So if you can just do that on your own and get mind over matter, it's the same.
Thought we were all about body positivity, and then the weight loss drugs, the skin.
There's a problem with celebs using it and claiming otherwise, though. No, I mean, I don't know. I guess. I don't think like people owe that to you.
Talk, we've done a full flip.
There's no question, even with all the advances we have made in body positivity, people will always still want to be thin. So the result is this moral pushback, this counter movement.
As a content creator, Abby Sharp spends a...
Yeah, that was crazy, though. Lizzo telling people they don't have discipline and that's why they're fat is a crazy turnaround from body positivity, though, I gotta say. Yeah, because it was like fucking marketing. It clearly for her. Jesus Christ. I'm a fucking major advocate for Ozempic. I think, consult your medical professional before taking it. But as someone who has literally fucking combated obesity his entire life, okay, who comes from a family that is entirely, every single member of my family was obese at some point in their lives. I think it's great that people use it. I've heard side effects for sure. Like I said, I'm not a doctor, but it seems good. I just wish you didn't have to take it for your whole life. Nothing makes Big Pharma happier than getting to give you a shot for a week forever. Yeah.
A lot of time on social media and has seen Skinny Talk's rise with her own eyes. The 37-year-old from
combating obesity in 2025 is so boring. I mean, it's guys, come on. I'm by no means like a fucking ED guy. Okay. I think being comfortable, like I said, being comfortable in your own skin is good, but it's also, there are health complications that do come along with like being obese. Like, that's crazy. It's not, I know, I can't, I hate that we're doing like fat phobia discourse, because one of the major problems is that doctors will immediately, when they see a patient, and I myself am included in this as a patient in the past, when they see someone like a patient that is obese, they will literally immediately go, "You're fat. That's the reason why you have these issues." And to a certain degree, there is truth that like losing weight would help you with some of your problems. However, there are very real incidents where like doctors will literally forego treatment for an otherwise like early, like for, something that a patient might have, but they're so focused on how fat the patient is that they just like literally don't do the proper tests. Yeah, you're like, you go into the doctor's office, you're like, I think I might have leukemia, and the doctor's like, nah, you're just fat. But yeah, it's that is not what I'm advocating for. I totally understand all of that. Yes, you can be physically fit and overweight. I am literally physically fit and technically overweight by like medical standards. Obviously, a lot of them are outdated. BMI is irrelevant and idiotic. Having said that, it's a lot of people find themselves on like either side of this argument, and it's kind of stupid. And it's also additionally stupid to have this conversation over like very clearly an incredibly harmful movement on TikTok that algorithms just like let fly without any care or consideration for what the consumer base is going to, what kind of impact it's going to have on the consumer base. But like, it's not, BMI was made up by the woke left by Joe Biden. Yeah. In any case, as someone who was very overweight, I mean, I was 320 pounds, I was definitely in the obesity side of things for sure, 100p. I can tell you from my own personal experiences that like, yes, it is good to lose that fat. It is good to trim that fat. It's good to lose that weight. Like it's better on your joints. That's it. Like there's many good things that come along with it. Yeah. You are more ignorant about this than you think. Okay. You were 300 pounds, 320 pounds. And then I also went back. I shot back up during COVID because I was so sedentary and I didn't work out and I ate very poorly. And I shot back up to 285. And then I lost it and I went back down to 235, which is where I'm at now.
Toronto is also a registered dietitian. Her videos set the record straight on misinformation.
We see young women with, thin, beautiful bodies saying, hey, if I did it, this is how I did it, and you can do it too if you follow my routine.
I also come from a background of eating disorders, and I didn't have social media.
I mean, yes, we had Kate Moss saying nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Social media is so much more in your face.
You also say you have a history of making enemies. Why create that type of content?
Can we stop attaching the word skinny to literally every piece of content we post?
I need folks to understand that if you are promoting something on the internet and you have influence, that you need to take some responsibility there.
EJ Dixon, a writer for The Cut, spent months investigating the inner world of Skinny Talk. She was diagnosed with an eating disorder as a teen. So for EJ, the subject is deeply personal.
I would just be confronted nonstop with this barrage of imaging and messaging that was really, really harmful and triggering to me. And it affected me like way more than I thought it would.
Why did you and when did you decide, I got to get into this?
I realized that it was very similar to a lot of the eating disorder communities that I had grown up with, like Pro-Ana Tumblr, ED Twitter, that sort of thing. It seemed very much like old wine, new labels.
Her viral article also taking a deep dive into popular Skinny Talk influencer Liv Schmidt.
I think at some point she realized that the stuff that was really resonating with her followers had to do with diet and fitness and weight loss.
And so it was veiled very thinly with wellness.
Yes, ostensibly. A lot of these Skinny Talk influencers kind of play that game where they say, oh no, it's not about weight loss, it's about wellness.
Schmidt says that she recently became a certified weight loss coach. And despite being banned from TikTok, she still has a large reach online, including on YouTube, where she posts videos with titles like Act Fat, Get Fat, and Eat Wise, Drop a Size.
Yo, it's funny because like so many of the fucking ED TikTokers are just so evil. They also just like look the part, okay? Like that's a villain. How do you click on a YouTube channel and go, today I'm gonna watch this villain? Motherfuckers out here looking like Cruella de Vil, okay?
If you have to ask yourself, you're hungry, guess what? You're not.
ABC News reached out to Schmidt, who declined to comment. TikTok issuing
She looks like she hates Obama. Yes. I know exactly what you mean by that. Yes. Health becomes a rhetorical veil to conceal fat phobia, which is why not wanting to be fat phobic, but wanting people to be healthy easily slides into fat phobia. I mean, I don't think these people are, wanting people to be healthy. I think they're just like straight up. Like you want to know what a great sign of like a fat phobic person is? When they see a fat person in the gym and make fun of them, okay? It's like, or when they see a fat person being active. like the thing about Lizzo is, whatever. You don't like her, it's fine. I understand that, okay? But like when so many people would just like constantly shit on her for being remarkably athletic for her size, okay? Like it was insane. Like she would do splits and shit. People would get mad. People would be like, oh, look at this disgusting fat person. It's like, bro, what do you want her to do? And then sometimes sometimes people like Lizzo or any number of these different people, like they then like will get Ozempic or whatever and like lose a bunch of weight, and then people shit on them for that too. And it's like, okay, well, what is it then? I don't understand it.
A statement to ABC News, quote, we regularly review our safety measures to address evolving risks and have blocked search results for Skinny Talk since it has become linked to unhealthy weight loss content. We continue to restrict videos from teen accounts and provide health experts and information in TikTok search. Now, when users search for hashtag Skinny Talk, they're shown a page with a hotline for the National Alliance for Eating Disorders.
Also, the other thing is also when... Oh my god, I didn't get enough sleep last night. What the fuck was I gonna say? My brain has stopped functioning. Oh my god, I can't even do 7 hours no more. I'm washed. Unk is washed. Unk is washed. Unk is washed alert. Unk is washed alert. I'm eepy. Fuck. Oh, wait, hold on. I had a thought in my mind, a fleeting thought in my mind, and I'm losing it. I'm trying to hold on to the thread. I forgot. Whatever. Dementia. It's dementia.
I think it's a great first step that they are taking action to ban this hashtag, and the additional step of redirecting users towards mental health resources. I think they should be applauded for.
But the move is not foolproof. And as I learned,
Sure. This one's Skinny Tips, Skinny Talk Mental Game.
There's plenty of Skinny Talk content still available if you play with the spelling.
When I type in just a couple variations, you can get all the same content. Let's try with just one little change. Yep, Skinny Girl Rules I Live By. I mean, they're all still here.
Experts say not all wellness content you see on social media is harmful, but more needs to be done.
People like extremes. They want the meal plan. They want this is exactly what I ate in a day to look like this. So I think that the only way to safely do it is by a healthcare professional.
People are really smart and they're going to adapt around various regulations that social media platforms institute. This type of community isn't going away anytime soon.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up because people treat being fat as like a moral failure, and they don't understand that there's like a lot that goes into it, you know? Anyway, check out Peptide Talk. I've seen it. It's crazy. All right. That's all for today. I didn't do the gaming clips. I'll do it tomorrow. No hurricane coverage. I'll also do that tomorrow. And the reason for that is because I have to go to an event, a work event. Love you guys. And I will do that tomorrow. I'll do it all tomorrow. Black Myth Wukong. All right. Love you all. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You don't actually care about trans rights. I don't know where that came from, but bye-bye.
Her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun.